Act 1. Chapter 1. The rain over the land of rivers fell in thin gray sheets, and Naruto Uzumaki stood at the edge of a collapsed quarry with his hands in his pockets, watching 3 bandits kneel in the mud with their wrists bound behind them. It had taken him less than 4 minutes to end the fight. The mission scroll had called them a smuggling ring worth a B rank bounty, dangerous enough to warrant a 2-man team. In practice they had barely lasted long enough to draw their weapons. His partner, a Konoha Chunin named Deko, jogged up behind him, breathing hard, forehead protector askew. He looked at the 3 kneeling men, then at Naruto, then back at the men, as if trying to reconcile what he had just watched with what he understood to be possible. "You didn't even use a shadow clone," Deko said. "I saw the whole thing from the ridge." "You just walked through them." Naruto shrugged. "They telegraphed everything. Come on, let's get them tied properly and head back toward the checkpoint." Deko didn't move right away. There was something in the way he was staring, the same look Naruto had grown so used to over the years that he barely registered it anymore, and yet today, for reasons he couldn't name, it needled at him more than usual. It wasn't admiration. It wasn't even fear, not exactly. It was the look of a man doing math about a weapon he did not fully understand and was not sure he was allowed to ask about. They marched the prisoners 2 hours south to a supply outpost, and it was there, waiting for the escort detail that would take the bandits the rest of the way to a holding facility, that the mission took its detour. An old man who ran the outpost storeroom, a retired shinobi with a clouded eye and a habit of talking to himself, recognized the spiral crest stitched faintly into the lining of Naruto's jacket collar, a small personal touch Kushina had once sewn onto the original before it was lost, a copy Naruto had commissioned years later from a tailor in the market district. The old man went very quiet when he saw it. Then he asked Naruto to follow him, alone, past the stacked crates and down a set of stairs that led to a cellar nobody had mentioned during the mission briefing. Deko started to follow. The old man held up a hand. "Just him," he said. "This isn't for Konoha heirs. It's for that crest." Naruto glanced at Deko, who shrugged uncertainly, and went down the stairs. The cellar was small, walled in old stone that did not match the rest of the outpost's construction, stone that looked far older, etched faintly with spiral patterns worn nearly smooth by time. In the corner, beneath a floorboard the old man pried up with a rusted hook, sat a lacquered case sealed with a wax stamp Naruto had never seen before but somehow, on some level beneath conscious thought, recognized instantly. A stylized whirlpool, ringed by characters in an old script. "That's Uzushio make," the old man said quietly. "I served under a jonin from Whirlpool before the destruction, back when I was young enough to still believe alliances meant something. He gave me this case the week before Uzushio fell, told me to keep it hidden and only hand it to blood, if any blood ever came looking. I've kept it 40 years. I didn't think anyone ever would." Naruto knelt and opened the case with hands that were, for the first time in longer than he could remember, not quite steady. Inside were scrolls. 6 of them, their casings scored with the same spiral pattern, their paper somehow untouched by 4 decades of damp cellar air, as if the fuinjutsu woven into the case itself had been preserving them the entire time. He unrolled the first one enough to see the header characters. Absolute suppression array. Sealed knowledge of the Uzumaki line, restricted to direct descendants only. He sat there a long moment, rain dripping somewhere above through a crack in the outpost's roof, and felt something in his chest shift, quietly and permanently, like a stone settling at the bottom of a lake. Everyone in Konoha had always told him the same story. There was nothing left of Uzushio. Whatever knowledge the Uzumaki clan once held had drowned with the island, decades before he was born, and what remained of his mother's legacy lived only in the seal on his stomach and the name on his headband. He had accepted that story the way he'd accepted most things Konoha told him about himself, because questioning it had never once, in his experience, led anywhere good. But here it was. 6 scrolls of Uzumaki fuinjutsu, hidden in a cellar 2 days' walk from a village that had spent his entire childhood insisting there was nothing left to hide. He thought about Kakashi. About the 3rd Hokage's careful, kindly evasions whenever the subject of his mother's clan came up. About Jiraiya, who had known Kushina personally and had still, somehow, never once mentioned that pieces of Uzushio's inheritance might have survived the purge scattered across the continent, sitting in cellars and vaults, waiting. He thought about the word suppression, printed in his mother's ancestral script, and could not decide if it referred to the jutsu inside the scroll or to something else entirely. Chapter 2. He did not tell Diko what was in the case. He told him it was old clan property that had been left in the old man's care, personal effects, nothing mission relevant. Diko, eager to be back on schedule, didn't press. The walk back to Konoha took 3 days. Naruto spent most of it in silence, the case strapped beneath his jacket, close enough to his skin that he could feel the faint hum of the seals whenever he stood still. On the second night, camped beside a river that fed eventually, he knew, into the sea that had once surrounded Uzushio, he unrolled the second scroll by firelight while Diko slept. The script was dense, layered in a way that reminded him of nothing so much as his father's Horatian formula, except where Minato's work had been about movement through space, this was about movement through will. Suppression, containment, absolute binding, terms that repeated across the scroll in different configurations, always circling back to a central concept his mother's people had apparently spent generations refining, the idea that a seal was not a cage built from outside a prisoner, but an agreement built from inside one. So total and so precisely constructed that the prisoner eventually forgot there had ever been a difference between the seal's will and their own. He thought of Kurama immediately. Of course he did. He had spent years building an uneasy, hard-won partnership with the fox, a truce forged through Killer Bee's teachings and his own stubborn refusal to see Kurama as merely a weapon. It had worked. It had gotten him through the war. But a partnership built on truce was still, underneath everything, a partnership built on the fox's continued willingness to cooperate, and Naruto had never let himself examine too closely what would happen if that willingness ever wavered. This scroll offered something else. Not a truce. A synthesis. He read until the fire burned low, and somewhere in that reading, a thought arrived that he did not immediately reject, the way he usually rejected thoughts that felt too large, too final. The thought was this: Konoha had spent his entire life treating him as a vessel to be managed, a weapon to be pointed in useful directions and reined in whenever the pointing made people nervous. They had never once treated the fox inside him as something that was, in truth, half his own inheritance, half his own blood, an Uzumaki birthright twisted by circumstance into a curse instead of a crown. His mother's people had known how to do this properly. He was holding the proof in his hands. When they reached Konoha's gates on the third day, the Chunin at the checkpoint gave the usual nod, logged their return, and Naruto walked the familiar streets toward the Hokage's tower feeling, for the first time he could remember, like a stranger wearing his own face. Tsunade's report meeting was brief and unremarkable. Bandits neutralized, bounty confirmed, no complications worth flagging. She thanked him, told him to rest, and moved on to the next folder on her desk without looking up again. It was, by any reasonable measure, a completely ordinary debrief. It was on his way out that the ordinary tipped over into something else. Shizen caught him in the hallway, not unkindly, and mentioned, almost in passing, that the council had asked for a private addendum to his mission file, something about confirming that no clan artifacts had been recovered during the trip, given the outpost's known history as a wartime waypoint. Standard procedure, she said. Nothing to worry about. Naruto asked how the council even knew there'd been anything at that outpost worth asking about. Shizen's expression flickered, just slightly, before she recovered it. Someone flagged it. I don't know who. Probably just routine monitoring on old whirlpool sites, she said, and the way she said it told him she did not entirely believe her own explanation either. He walked home that night turning the sentence over and over. Routine monitoring on old whirlpool sites. Which meant Konoha had known, this whole time, that fragments of Uzushiogakure's inheritance might still be sitting in the world, unclaimed, and had never once thought to mention that to the last blood heir of that clan currently living inside their walls. They had let him believe the well was dry. They had let him grow up an orphan of a nation with no legacy to claim, no birthright beyond a whisker-marked face and a monster in his gut, when the truth, apparently, was that they had simply decided which parts of his own inheritance he was and was not permitted to know about. He sat on the floor of his apartment that night with the 6 scrolls spread in front of him, and did not sleep at all. Chapter 3. Hinata Hyuga knew the exact moment her clan stopped seeing her as a daughter and started seeing her as a liability, because it had a date attached to it, the same way every important humiliation in the Hyuga compound came stamped with a date, and witnessed by an elder with a clipboard. It was the day Hanabi, 4 years younger, formally surpassed her in the branch council's private assessment rankings, and their father, Hayashi, had said nothing in her defense, only nodded once at the numbers and moved on to the next agenda item as though he were reviewing quarterly ledgers rather than his own daughter's worth. That had been years ago. She had grown since then, grown past the girl who used to faint at the idea of speaking to Naruto Uzumaki in the schoolyard, grown into a jonin capable of holding her own against clan elders twice her age in council debate. But growth, in the Hyuga compound, was never rewarded the way she'd once believed it would be. It was simply recalibrated against, the bar raised precisely as fast as she cleared it, so that no matter how far she came, the distance between her and acceptance remained exactly the same. She was in the training yard the morning Naruto returned from his mission, going through gentle fist forms alone because none of the branch instructors would spar with her anymore, not since the incident 3 months prior where her elder cousin, testing her, had pushed too hard and she had, without quite deciding to, put him on the ground in 4 seconds using a variation on the Hyuga style that existed nowhere in the clan's official texts, because she had invented it herself, quietly, over years of frustrated evenings when the approved forms had never quite fit the way her chakra actually wanted to move. The clan elders had called that variation improper, undisciplined. A symptom, one had said in a closed session she was not meant to have overheard, of a mind that no longer respected the boundaries of its own house. She had not stopped training the variation. She had simply stopped training it where anyone could see. It was during one of these solitary sessions, chakra threading unseen patterns through the morning air, that she felt rather than saw a presence at the yard's outer wall, and turned to find Naruto watching her, arms folded, an expression on his face she didn't immediately recognize because she had never seen it directed at her before. Not pity. Not the careful admiration he sometimes offered when he complimented her fighting after a spar. Something quieter. Attention, undiluted by anything else. That's not textbook gentle fist, he said. She flushed and lowered her stance immediately, old habit. She started, and then stopped, because she did not actually owe him or anyone an apology for it, a realization that arrived with the force of something long overdue. It's mine, she said instead. I made it. He walked closer, studying the afterimage of the form she just finished the way he might study a jutsu diagram. You made a whole taijutsu variant. On your own. And the elders have a problem with that? They think it's disrespectful to the clan style, she said. Naruto was quiet for a moment, and when he spoke again there was something in his voice she'd never heard from him before, a low, banked heat that had nothing to do with his usual easy cheerfulness. Sounds like they don't actually want you to get stronger, he said. They just want you to get stronger in a shape they already approved of first. She looked at him, startled by how precisely he'd named the thing she had never quite been able to say out loud, even to herself. I came back from a mission with something, he continued, and did not elaborate right away, seemed almost to be deciding, in real time, how much of the sentence he was willing to finish. Something that belongs to my mother's people. And I keep thinking about how everyone who was supposed to help me understand my own inheritance instead spent years deciding, quietly, how much of it I was allowed to have. Hinata did not fully understand what he meant, not yet, but she understood the shape of the feeling underneath it perfectly, because she had been living inside that exact shape her entire life. If you ever want someone to talk to about that, she said, more steadily than she expected herself to sound, I think I'd understand better than most people in this village. He looked at her for a long moment, something in his expression settling, deciding something. I think you might, he said. I'll remember that. Chapter 4. 200 miles east, in a detention block beneath a fortified outpost belonging to what remained of a scattered intelligence network with no official village affiliation, Karin Uzumaki sat cross-legged on a thin mat, and counted the days since anyone had asked her a question she was actually allowed to answer honestly. She had been valuable once, in the specific, hollow way a tool is valuable. Her sensory range, her chakra chains, her Uzumaki healing capacity, all of it prized by whoever currently held her leash, first Orochimaru, then a rotating cast of successors and opportunists who inherited his old assets like property in a will nobody contested. The war had scattered most of those old networks, and in the chaos she had ended up here, in the custody of a minor faction leader named Geno who fancied himself a collector of rare bloodline assets, and treated her accordingly, with the careful, proprietary gentleness a man might show an expensive tool he intended to keep sharp. She was not beaten. She was not starved. She was, in every measurable way, treated better than Orochimaru had ever bothered to treat her, and that, somehow, made the hollowness worse rather than better, because there was no cruelty here to rage against, only a quiet, permanent understanding that she existed to be useful, and that the moment she stopped being useful, whatever comfort she currently enjoyed would evaporate without ceremony. She had given up, somewhere in the last year, on the idea that anyone would ever want her for a reason other than her chains or her chakra or her blood. Family had always been a word other people got to use. Her own bloodline had drowned before she was old enough to remember its name. It was during a routine chakra sensing task, tracking movement through the eastern forests for Geno's intelligence purposes, that she felt something that made her sit bolt upright on her mat for the first time in months. A signature, distant but unmistakable, threading through the forest nearly 60 miles north. Massive chakra, layered and complex in a way she had felt only twice before in her life, once in a boy dragged half-dead into Orochimaru's hideout years ago during the Chunin exams, and once, faintly, in her own reflection on the rare nights she let herself acknowledge what ran in her own veins. Uzumaki chakra. Whole, unmistakable, and moving with a controlled intensity she had never associated with the scattered, dying signatures of her own bloodline before. She did not tell Geno what she had sensed. She filed a vague report about routine wildlife movement, and said nothing else, and that night, alone on her mat, she pressed a hand flat against her own chest and let herself feel, for the first time in a very long time, something that was not resignation. Somewhere out there, blood of her blood was moving through the world with a strength that felt less like survival and more like arrival. She did not yet know his name. She only knew, with the same unerring certainty her sensory gift gave her about everything else, that whatever she was feeling was going to matter to her eventually, whether she sought it out or not. Chapter 5. Ino Yamanaka had built her entire identity, for as long as she could remember, around being seen. It had started as vanity, she could admit that now, the childhood competitiveness with Sakura over hair and looks and Sasuke's attention, all of it embarrassingly shallow in hindsight. But somewhere in the years since, the wanting to be seen had matured into something else, a genuine hunger to be recognized for what she actually was, a mind reader and interrogator of rare skill, a flower-sharp air with a keen eye for people's true shapes beneath their surfaces. A kunoichi who had fought and bled in a war and come home to find that Konoha's memory of her contribution had already begun quietly compressing into a footnote beneath Sakura's medical heroics and Naruto's headline. Victories. It wasn't jealousy, not really, or not only that. It was the specific, grinding fatigue of being competent in a village that only had appetite for 2 or 3 kinds of greatness at a time, and she had simply never been born into the kind that made headlines. She was restocking flower displays in the family shop, half listening to her father discuss clan business with a visiting merchant, when the shop bell rang and Naruto walked in, looking for something to bring to a Yamanaka Kimichi joint memorial gathering the next week, a bouquet for a fallen comrade's family. She helped him pick out white chrysanthemums, and somewhere in the 20 minutes it took to assemble the arrangement, she found herself, unusually, actually talking to him. Not at him the way she sometimes caught herself doing with people she'd already mentally filed as simple, but with him, trading real sentences. He asked her opinion on something odd, halfway through, seemingly apropos of nothing. Do you ever feel like this village decided what you were allowed to become before you got a say in it? She looked up from the ribbon she was tying, startled, because it was such a precisely aimed question that for a moment she wondered if he'd read her mind, before remembering that was Ino's trick, not his. Every day, she said, before she could decide whether it was wise to say it out loud. My whole clan's about reading and controlling other people's minds, and somehow the thing everyone actually decided about me is that I'm the pretty one who talks a lot. Like the actual skill doesn't count unless it comes wrapped in someone else's idea of what a kunoichi's supposed to look like. Naruto nodded slowly, and there was something in his expression, an intensity she hadn't expected from him, that made her set the ribbon down entirely. I think, he said, that this village is very good at deciding in advance what everyone's allowed to be, and then treating you like you're ungrateful if you ever want to be something they didn't already write down for you. She studied him for a long moment. You've been thinking about this a lot lately. Something happened on my last mission, he said. I found out my mother's people knew things about how to actually become what you're capable of being, instead of what you're assigned to be. And I keep thinking about how much of that this village has apparently been sitting on this whole time without telling me. Ino wrapped the last of the ribbon slowly, turning the words over. That's a heavy thing to carry around a flower shop, she said finally. He almost smiled, the first real one she'd seen from him all conversation. Everything's heavy lately, he said. I'm just getting tired of carrying it for people who never once asked if my shoulders wanted the weight. She handed him the finished bouquet, and their fingers brushed for half a second longer than the exchange strictly required, and neither of them commented on it, though both of them noticed. If you ever figure out what to do with all that weight, she said, I'd like to hear about it. I'm better at reading intentions than most people give me credit for. Might be useful. He tucked that answer away the same careful way he tucked away Hinata's, and left the shop without quite realizing that two separate conversations, in two separate corners of the village, had just quietly begun orbiting the same distant center of gravity. Chapter 6. The fourth scroll took Naruto 9 days to fully translate, working alone in his apartment late at night with reference text smuggled quietly out of the public archive, careful never to check out anything that might draw the kind of attention Shizen's hallway comment had already told him was watching. What he found in it changed the shape of everything that came after. The scroll was titled, in the old Uzushio script, The Sovereign Seal, and it described, in painstaking and reverent detail, a technique the ancient Uzumaki seal masters had developed specifically for binding tailed beasts, not through cages or suppression, the crude methods every other village had adopted in the centuries since Uzushiobikyu's fall, but through what the scroll called convergence. A total merging of wills conducted as an act of mutual sovereignty rather than domination. The scroll made clear that this technique had never been about controlling a beast. It had been about recognizing what a beast already was, an ancient consciousness with its own grievances and its own right to be treated as something other than a weapon, and offering it a partnership so complete that the old distinction between jailer and prisoner simply ceased to have meaning. The beast would not be suppressed. It would be crowned, alongside its human host, co-sovereign of a bond neither party could unilaterally break, because neither party would want to. Naruto sat with that scroll open in his lap until dawn, and when the sun finally came up over the village he had lived in his entire life, he closed his eyes and reached inward, past the seal on his stomach, into the vast dim space where Kurama's presence had lived for as long as he could remember. The fox stirred immediately, sensing the shift in him before Naruto had said a single word. You've been reading something dangerous, kid, Kurama rumbled, not without a certain wary curiosity of its own. I've been reading something true, Naruto said. My mother's people knew how to do this properly. Not truce. Not management. A real bond. I want to offer you that. Not because Konoha wants me to control you better. Because you deserve better than being managed by anyone, including me. There was a long silence in the space between them, the kind of silence Naruto had learned over the years to recognize as Kurama actually considering something rather than simply performing disdain. You'd be a fool to offer a nine-tailed demon true equal sovereignty over your own body, boy, Kurama said finally, but the growl had gone quiet, almost thoughtful. Maybe, Naruto said. Or maybe every single village on this continent has spent 100 years being wrong about what you actually are. And I'm the first Uzumaki born in 2 generations who ever got the chance to find out otherwise. The ritual, when he performed it 3 nights later in complete privacy, out past the training grounds where no censor in the village would think to look for chakra signatures at that hour, was unlike anything Naruto had attempted before. It required no violence, no battle of wills, no clash of chakra meant to establish dominance. It required only stillness, and honesty, and the careful, patient application of a seal matrix drawn not around Kurama but around the space between them, a convergence rather than a cage. When it was finished, near dawn, Naruto opened his eyes in the mindscape and found himself standing not before towering iron bars but before an open plain, gold light stretching to a horizon that had never existed there before, and Kurama, still vast, still magnificent, sitting beside him rather than behind him, no longer contained but simply present, and equal. "We are partners now, Kit," Kurama said, and there was something in the fox's voice that Naruto had never once heard from it in all their years together. Something that sounded, unmistakably, like relief. "Whatever you choose to build with this, I choose it with you." Naruto opened his physical eyes to the real dawn breaking over Konoha's rooftops, and felt, for the first time since he could remember, completely and totally unafraid of his own power. Now he simply had to decide what a village that had spent his entire life managing him would do, the moment they realized he no longer needed managing at all. In the days that followed, he found himself testing the new bond in small, deliberate ways, borrowing fractions of Kurama's chakra for simple tasks and finding, each time, that the fox offered it freely, without the old undercurrent of grudging negotiation that had always colored their partnership before. There was no ledger being kept anymore. No sense that each favor drawn down would eventually need to be repaid in patience or trust. He asked Kurama, one quiet evening on the rooftop of his apartment building, why the old villages had never simply tried this. Why every nation that had ever hosted a tailed beast had chosen cages instead of convergence, when the alternative was so plainly better for everyone involved. Because convergence requires the human to actually believe the beast deserves equal standing, Kurama said, and most of your kind have never believed that about anything they were afraid of. Fear does not share power. It manages it. Your mother's people were rare, Kit. They were willing to be humbled by something they could not fully control, and in exchange, they built the only bonds between human and beast in this world's history that never once broke from the inside. Naruto thought about that for a long time, turning it over against everything he had learned in the weeks since the cellar in that quiet outpost. Konoha had never distrusted him because he was dangerous. Every shinobi was dangerous. Konoha had distrusted him because his danger came wrapped in a bloodline and a bond they had never bothered to understand, and it was easier, always, to manage what you feared than to earn the kind of trust that made managing unnecessary. He understood, finally, sitting on that rooftop with the fox's ancient presence warm and steady in the back of his mind, that he was not simply inheriting a jutsu or a birthright. He was inheriting a philosophy his mother's people had died defending, and that a partnership which could not be broken from the inside was also a partnership that could never be leveraged from the outside. Chapter 7. He did not tell anyone about Kurama, not yet. What he told them, instead, was a series of small, deliberate tests, offered quietly over the following weeks to see exactly how much room Konoha's leadership was willing to make for the person he was becoming. He asked Tsunade, in a formal request, for permission to study the sealed clan archives relating to Uzumaki, framing it honestly as a personal matter of heritage rather than a mission requirement. The request took 11 days to be answered, and when it finally was, the answer came not from Tsunade directly but from a council intermediary, who informed him, with the practiced blandness of someone reciting a decision made well above his own authority, that the material in question fell under a standing restriction dating back to the founding era. That certain Uzumaki-derived Fuinjutsu had historically been classified as unsuitable for individual study outside controlled village oversight, and that his request would need to be reviewed by the full council before any access could be considered. He asked, calmly, who exactly had authored that restriction, and on what grounds a technique developed by his own mother's people, his own direct blood, could be considered too dangerous for him specifically to study, when he had already, unbeknownst to any of them, mastered something from that same lineage powerful enough to grant a tailed beast full sovereign partnership. The intermediary had no answer beyond procedure. There never was an answer beyond procedure, Naruto was coming to realize. That had always been the actual mechanism of his containment, not cruelty, not overt malice, just an endless, patient bureaucracy of caution applied specifically and only to him, dressed up in language about safety and precedent, until the cumulative weight of 100 small denials added up to the same thing a cage would have. He thought of Hinata, boxed in by a clan council that recalibrated its standards every time she cleared them. He thought of Karin, wherever she was, valued only for her usefulness to whoever currently held her chain. He thought of Ino, brilliant and unseen, filed under a category some council of expectation had decided for her before she was old enough to object. He was starting to understand something that felt less like a realization and more like the final piece of a puzzle he had been building his entire life without knowing what picture it made. Every institution he had ever trusted operated on the same quiet principle. Decide, in advance, what a person is allowed to become, and then treat every attempt to exceed that decision as a problem requiring management. He had spent his whole life fighting to be seen as more than the fox sealed inside him. He had never quite let himself notice that the fighting itself had been the point, that Konoha had never actually wanted him to win that fight completely, because a Naruto who had fully claimed his own inheritance, fully mastered his own power on his own terms, was a Naruto no council intermediary could manage with procedural delay. That night he unrolled the fifth scroll, the one he had been saving, uncertain he was ready for what it might contain, and found, waiting inside it, something that answered a question he hadn't consciously known he was still asking. Coordinates, in the old Yuzusho cartographic notation, layered beneath a formal seal marked for direct blood only, pointing toward a location in the ruined heart of the drowned island itself. A vault. Sealed since the day of the destruction, keyed, the scroll explained, to open only for chakra carrying the true Uzumaki signature, refined across generations to resist even the most sophisticated forgery. He sat back on his heels and felt the last of his hesitation drain out of him, replaced by something clean and certain and, for the first time in longer than he could remember, entirely his own. Somewhere beneath the waves that had swallowed his mother's home, there was a door built specifically to open for him, and for no one else alive. He was going to open it. Chapter 8. He went to Hinata first, on a night when the compound's outer watch rotated to a schedule she had once, in passing, mentioned had a blind window near the eastern gate. He did not ask her to come with him outright. He simply told her, plainly, what he had found, what he intended to do, and what it would mean to leave. She listened without interrupting, sitting across from him on the low wall behind the training yard where they'd first spoken weeks before, and when he finished, she was quiet for a long moment, turning something over in her own mind that had clearly been building for far longer than this single conversation. My whole life, she said finally, this clan has told me that loyalty means shrinking to fit whatever shape they've already decided is proper. I used to think that was just what family cost. I don't think that anymore. She looked at him steadily. I think family is supposed to be the place that makes room for what you actually are, not the place that measures you against what you're allowed to be. If I do this, he said, I'm not asking you to follow me. I'm asking if you want to build something neither of us has ever been allowed to have. She held his gaze for a long moment, and something in her posture straightened, an old fear finally, visibly, setting itself down. I've spent my whole life being told my own strength was improper, she said. I would like, for once, to build something where it isn't. Ino's answer, 3 days later, came faster and with considerably more edge to it. Delivered over the same shop counter where their first real conversation had happened, her voice low so her father wouldn't overhear from the back room. You want to know the truth, she said, tying off a bundle of flowers with more force than strictly necessary. I've spent years watching this village decide who gets to matter, and it's never been about who's actually capable. It's about who fits the story they've already written. I am so tired of being a supporting character in a story about somebody else's greatness. If you're building something where the story gets written fresh, I want in on the ground floor. Karen's answer took longest to reach him, because reaching her required more than a conversation. It required, first, finding her. Naruto tracked the chakra signature he had sensed faintly on maps and old mission reports for nearly 2 weeks before he was certain enough to act, using sealing detection techniques from the fourth scroll to refine a general direction into something closer to a location. And when he finally moved on it, he moved alone, at night, into territory that belonged to no recognized village and therefore answered to no treaty Konoha could later invoke against him. He found the outpost exactly where the chakra trail led, found Geno's small garrison easier to bypass than he expected, given what he had become capable of in the weeks since the convergence, and found Karin herself in a detention cell 3 levels below ground, sitting exactly as she had sat every night for months, waiting for a life that had stopped believing anything would ever change. She looked up when the cell door opened without a key, Chakra's signature washing over her in a wave so overwhelming and so unmistakably, achingly familiar that for a moment she simply stared, unable to speak. "You're real," she said finally, very quietly. "I'm real," he said. "And I've been looking for you." "Why?" she asked, and there was an old, brittle wariness in the question, the wariness of someone who had learned the hard way that being sought out usually meant being wanted for a purpose rather than for herself. "Because you're the last of my mother's people I've found still alive," he said. "And because nobody who shares that blood should ever spend another night being someone else's asset." She was quiet for a long moment, searching his face with a sensory gift honed sharp enough to read chakra intention the way other people read expressions, and whatever she found there, apparently, was enough. "I don't know what you're building," she said finally, rising unsteadily to her feet after months of confinement. "But I've spent my whole life being useful to people who never once asked what I wanted. If you're offering something else, I want to see what else looks like." Chapter 9. The 4 of them left Konoha's borders on a moonless night in early autumn, moving in careful staggered intervals through routes Naruto had mapped from old border patrol schedules he'd studied under the pretense of unrelated training, meeting finally at a prearranged ridge 2 days' travel from the village, beyond the reach of any standard patrol sweep. There was no ceremony to it. No declaration, no burning of headbands, none of the theater that defection sometimes carried in old stories. Hinata simply folded her Hyuga formal robes into a pack and left them behind, wearing instead traveling clothes she'd sewn herself over the preceding week. Ino left a letter for her parents, honest but carefully vague, promising she was safe and would explain everything when the time was right. Karin, who had nothing to leave behind because nothing had ever truly been hers to begin with, simply walked. Naruto left no letter at all. He had thought about it, more than once, drafting something in his head to Tsunade, to Irika, even to Sasuke and Sakura, some explanation that might soften what was coming. In the end he decided against it. Explanations, he had come to believe, were just another form of asking permission, and he was done asking permission for the shape of his own life. They traveled for 11 days, skirting the edges of 3 minor nations, avoiding anything resembling a checkpoint, until the terrain began to change beneath their feet, the soil growing salt-heavy, the air carrying a mineral tang that Karin, of all of them, recognized first, some deep unconscious memory stirring in blood that had never actually lived there but somehow still remembered. "We're close," she said one evening, standing at the edge of a cliff overlooking a wide gray sea. "I can feel it. There's something out there answering back." They reached the ruins 2 days later. Uzumaki had not vanished so much as it had drowned, decades ago, in a coordinated assault by rival nations threatened by the sheer ceiling mastery the Uzumaki clan had accumulated, an assault so thorough it had left behind, for 2 generations, nothing but a scattering of broken stone pillars rising out of tidal shallows, a graveyard mistaken by the wider world for an empty one. But standing now at the edge of that graveyard, chakra alive in ways it had not been in decades, Naruto could feel what nobody outside his bloodline had ever been meant to feel, an entire dormant seal network stretching beneath the ruins, patient, undisturbed, waiting exactly as the vault scroll had promised, for chakra carrying the true signature to finally come home and wake it. He walked out onto the shallows, water lapping cold around his ankles, and pressed his palm flat against the largest of the broken pillars, and let his chakra flow the way the 5th scroll had taught him, feeling the ancient seal network recognize him, accept him, begin, for the first time in decades, to stir. Light spread outward from the pillar in slow concentric rings across the water, illuminating shapes beneath the tide that had not been visible moments before, the ghostly outline of towers and walls and streets, an entire submerged city rising, not physically, not yet, but in chakra's signature, in potential, in a promise about to be kept. Behind him, he heard Hinata's breath catch, heard Ino murmur something wondering under her breath, felt Karin go utterly still beside him, Tears she did not bother hiding running freely down her face at the sight of a homeland she had never once believed she would live to see wake. This is it, Naruto said quietly, more to himself than to them. This is what they took from us. And this is where we build something they never get to manage, define, or take away again. Kurama's voice rumbled low and warm in the back of his mind, an old, ancient satisfaction settling into place. Then let's begin properly, Kit, the fox said. This time, we build it right. They made camp that first night among the rising towers, fires kindled against stone that had not felt warmth in 2 generations, and for a long while none of them spoke, simply watching the reawakened lights flicker faintly along seal lines threading through the walls like veins finally carrying blood again. It was Hinata who broke the silence eventually, voice soft with something between disbelief and hope. It's strange, she said. I've spent my whole life being told what a home is supposed to look like, walls I didn't build, rules I didn't choose. This is the first place I've ever stood in that felt like it was actually waiting for me instead of merely tolerating me. Ino nodded slowly beside her, firelight catching in her eyes. Same, she said. I think that's the difference between inheriting a house and inheriting a home. One's just architecture. The other actually recognizes you when you walk through the door. Karin said nothing for a long moment, only stared out at the dark water lapping gently against the risen stone, and when she finally spoke, her voice carried a weight the others hadn't heard from her before. I used to think recognition was something you earned by being useful enough, she said. I don't think that anymore. I think it's supposed to just be there, waiting, the way this whole city apparently waited 40 years for exactly one person to walk back into it. Naruto listened to all 3 of them, and understood, watching firelight play across towers that had not stood in living memory until that very day, that whatever came next, whatever the wider world eventually decided to do about a drowned village rising back out of the sea, this quiet, ordinary night around a campfire was the actual foundation everything else would be built on top of. Chapter 10. Rebuilding a drowned village was, in the end, less a matter of construction than of remembering, because the fuinjutsu the ancient Uzumaki had woven into Uzushiogakyo's foundations had never actually been destroyed, only suppressed, patient dormant seals waiting decades for the specific chakra signature that could reawaken them. Over the following weeks, working from the remaining scrolls and from instincts that felt, increasingly, less like learning and more like remembering something his blood had always known, Naruto began drawing the drowned city back toward the surface, one seal array at a time. Water receded from streets that had not seen open air in 2 generations. Towers rose from the tide not through labor but through activation, ancient architecture unfolding itself according to a design laid down by ancestors who had built their homes to survive exactly this kind of catastrophe and simply wait, however long it took, for someone qualified to come home. Hinata took to the reconstruction work with a focus that surprised even her, finding in the meticulous demands of large-scale fuinjutsu maintenance a discipline that finally rewarded precision on its own terms rather than measuring her against a sibling's shadow. She began developing, alongside her own taijutsu variant, a hybrid application combining gentle fist chakra control with the containment principles from the Uzumaki scrolls, something entirely new, entirely hers, that no clan council would ever again have standing to call improper. Ino, meanwhile, threw herself into the practical work of organizing what would need to become, eventually, an actual functioning settlement rather than a beautiful ruin, and discovered in the process that her long underappreciated skills, reading people, managing morale, structuring communication between different specialized work streams, were suddenly not merely tolerated but essential. The literal infrastructure on which the entire endeavor's cohesion depended. For the first time in her adult life, she felt herself being valued for exactly what she actually was rather than despite it. Karin, given full unsupervised access to the ancestral scrolls for the first time in her life, blood recognized rather than merely extracted, spent long hours cross-referencing her own considerable sensory and healing talent against the old fuinjutsu texts, and began to develop, tentatively at first and then with growing confidence, medical and detection seals that no one had attempted in generations. Techniques that made use of an Uzumaki healing capacity that had always, in every previous chapter of her life, been treated as a resource to be drawn from rather than a gift to be developed. Naruto watched all three of them find, in the span of a few short weeks, a version of themselves that Konoha's careful, managed world had never once made room for, and understood, with a clarity that settled something old and restless finally to rest in his chest, that this was the actual point of everything he was building. Not vengeance. Not power for its own sake. A place where capability was met with room to grow rather than a ceiling quietly lowered to match everyone else's comfort. The vault, when he finally reached it in the 4th week, buried beneath what had once been the clan's central sealing hall, exceeded even what the scrolls had promised. Generations of accumulated Uzumaki Fuinjutsu knowledge, preserved whole, techniques for barrier construction on a citywide scale, techniques for chakra amplification and distribution across an entire settlement, techniques, he realized was something between awe and a kind of grim satisfaction, that could turn Uzumaki into something no coalition of nations could ever again threaten the way they once had. He did not intend, he told himself, and told Kurama, and told the 3 women who had chosen to follow him this far, to build an instrument of conquest. He intended to build a sanctuary, a place where inheritance could not be rationed out in careful, procedural denials by people who had never earned the right to gatekeep it. But sanctuaries, he was learning quickly, required walls. And walls, in a world built the way this one was, eventually required the will to defend them against everyone who would come, sooner or later, to tear them back down. He did not yet know how soon that reckoning would arrive. He only knew, standing in the heart of his ancestors' restored sealing hall with 3 women beside him who had each, in their own way, been waiting their entire lives for exactly this kind of room to grow, that when it did arrive, he would not be facing it as anyone's weapon anymore. That evening, the 4 of them gathered in what had once been the clan's council chamber, its long stone table still intact beneath decades of settled dust, and talked, for the first time, about what Uzumaki should actually become rather than simply what it had been. Hinata argued for a settlement built around genuine merit, a place where a person's contribution was measured by what they built rather than by what family they'd been born into. Ino pushed for structures of communication and consensus robust enough that no single voice, not even Naruto's, could quietly calcify into the same kind of unaccountable authority the old councils back home had wielded. Karin, quieter than the others, simply said she wanted a place where being useful and being loved were never treated as the same requirement. Naruto listened to all of it, and found himself, for the first time since the cellar in that outpost so many weeks ago, thinking less about what had been taken from him and more about what could actually be built in its place. Not a mirror of Konoha with better intentions. Something genuinely new, shaped by the specific wounds each of them carried and the specific hopes each of them had never before been given room to voice out loud. By the time the moon rose fully over the reawakened towers that night, they had sketched, in rough charcoal on a spare scroll, the beginnings of something none of the old shinobi villages had ever quite managed to build, a settlement whose founding law was not obedience but belonging. Chapter 11. Word of Uzumaki reawakening did not travel quickly, not at first, because the old ruins sat far enough from established shipping routes and diplomatic corridors that its resurrection went, for the first month, almost entirely unremarked by the wider shinobi world. That changed the day a merchant vessel, blown badly off course by an early autumn storm, drifted close enough to the coastline to see, rising unmistakably from waters that every sailing chart in the known world still marked as empty, towers that had not existed the previous season. The report reached Konoha 9 days later, filtered through 3 separate trade channels before it landed, finally, in a form specific enough to be taken seriously, on Tsunade's desk. She read it twice before she set it down, and sat very still for a long moment, because something about the description, the layout of the towers, the particular style of the seal-etched architecture visible even from a distant ship's deck, matched details she had heard exactly once before, decades earlier, from a woman she had loved like a sister, describing the home that had been taken from her. She called for Naruto's file before she called for anyone else, and found, waiting inside it, an entry from 4 weeks prior that she had somehow, in the press of other business, allowed to slip past her without proper follow-up. A mission report flagging an unusual clan artifact recovery at a remote outpost, followed, 3 weeks later, by a quiet notation from the duty officer that Naruto Uzumaki had not reported for his scheduled rotation, nor the one after, nor any assignment since. She had assumed, when the notation first crossed her desk, that it was simply Naruto being Naruto, chafing at rotation schedules the way he sometimes did, likely off training somewhere with Kakashi or blowing off steam after a difficult mission. She had not connected it, because there had been no reason yet to connect it, to a scattered rumor from a storm-blown merchant ship about towers rising from an empty sea. She connected it now, and felt something cold settle in her stomach that had nothing to do with the political catastrophe this would eventually become, and everything to do with a much older, much more personal grief. Kushina's boy. Gone quiet, gone missing, and apparently, somehow, standing in the middle of a resurrection that should have been geologically and historically impossible. She summoned Kakashi first, then Shikamaru, and within the hour a small circle of Konoha's most trusted minds sat around her desk turning the same impossible question over from every angle they could manage. What exactly had happened to turn their most powerful shinobi, the hero of the Fourth Great Shinobi War, into a man who could apparently reawaken a drowned village's ancestral sealing network and simply vanish into it without a trace of warning? Kakashi, when he finally spoke, said the thing none of them had wanted to be the one to say first. "We did this," he said quietly. "Whatever this turns out to be. We spent his whole life deciding, on his behalf, how much of his own inheritance he was allowed to know about. I don't think we get to be shocked that eventually he stopped waiting for our permission." Tsunade did not disagree. She sat with that verdict for a long moment, the weight of it settling over the room like something physical, and then, because she was still Hokage, because whatever guilt belonged to Konoha's past decisions did not erase the very real diplomatic and strategic questions now facing the village's future, she gave the order she had no real choice but to give. "Send a formal envoy. Peaceful contact first," she said. "If Naruto has found something real out there, I want to understand it before anyone in the other great nations does. And if this is what it looks like from the outside," she added, quieter, "we're going to need every ounce of the trust we still have left with him, because right now I don't think we've earned very much of it at all." Chapter 12. The envoy arrived at Uzumaki newly risen outer causeway 3 weeks later, a modest delegation led by Kakashi himself, accompanied by Sakura and 2 junior diplomatic aides, and found the ruins nothing at all like the empty graveyard every map in the shinobi world still described. Towers rose clean and gleaming against the gray autumn sky, their spiral-etched surfaces catching light in patterns that seemed, faintly, to move. A causeway of packed stone, clearly seal-reinforced, ran from the titline to a gate flanked by 2 enormous carved pillars, and standing at that gate, waiting, arms folded, dressed simply but unmistakably changed in bearing from the young man Kakashi remembered leaving the village weeks earlier, was Naruto. Beside him stood 3 women Kakashi recognized with a jolt of surprise he worked hard not to let show on his face. Hinata, posture entirely unlike the careful deference she had always carried in the Hyuga compound. Ino, watching the approaching delegation with the sharp, assessing eyes of someone already 3 steps into reading every one of their intentions. And a 4th woman Kakashi did not recognize at all, red hair, glasses, an Uzumaki spiral visible on the collar of her robe, standing close enough to Naruto's side that the message of her presence required no further explanation. "Kakashi," Naruto said, when the delegation finally reached speaking distance. "I figured Tsunade would send you." Kakashi studied him for a long moment before answering, taking in the changed weight of his presence, the calm, settled confidence that had replaced something restless Kakashi had never quite been able to name in him before. "She's worried about you," he said finally. "We all are." "You don't need to worry," Naruto said. "I'm not in danger. For the first time in my life, I don't think I've ever been safer." Kakashi's gaze moved past him, over the risen towers, the reconstructed ceiling hall visible in the distance, the sheer scale of what had apparently been accomplished in barely a month. "This is Uzumaki," he said slowly. "Actually risen. Actually real. It's my mother's home," Naruto said. "And it was never actually gone. It was just waiting for someone with the right blood to come stop pretending otherwise." Sakura, standing just behind Kakashi, found her voice at last, something careful and searching in her tone. "Naruto," she said, "why didn't you tell any of us? We could have helped." We would have wanted to help. Naruto looked at her for a long moment, and there was no anger in his expression, only a tired, settled clarity that somehow felt heavier than anger would have. Would you, though, he said? Or would the council have spent 3 weeks deciding, through proper procedure, exactly how much of my mother's inheritance I was allowed to reclaim, the same way they've spent my entire life deciding how much of everything else I was allowed to have? Nobody answered that right away, because nobody standing on that causeway could honestly promise him otherwise, and the silence that followed said more than any denial could have. Kakashi finally broke it, his voice careful, diplomatic, but genuine. Tsunade sent us here to understand what this is, he said, gesturing at the risen city behind them. Not to demand you dismantle it. Not yet. She wants to know what you intend to build here, Naruto. And whether there's still room, in whatever this becomes, for the village that raised you. Naruto considered the question for a long moment, looking past Kakashi's shoulder at the gray sea beyond, at the towers rising clean and defiant against the autumn sky, at the 3 women standing beside him who had each found, in this drowned and reawakened place, a version of themselves no other village had ever made room for. I don't know yet what room there is for Konoha in this, he said finally, quiet and level. But I know exactly what room there was for me in Konoha, and it was never as much as everyone kept insisting it was. Tell Tsunade I'm not looking for war. But tell her, too, that I'm done asking anyone's permission for what I build with what's mine. Behind him, faint and rolling like distant thunder across still water, Kurama's presence stirred, ancient and watchful, sensing, the way old and patient things always eventually do, that whatever peace held between Uzumaki and the 5 great nations in this moment was only ever going to last as long as fear allowed it to, and that somewhere beyond the horizon, that fear was already beginning, quietly, to gather itself into something with considerably less patience than Kakashi's careful, diplomatic words. Kakashi lingered a moment longer before turning to go, studying the 4 of them standing together against the backdrop of the risen towers, and something in his expression softened, just slightly, into an old, tired fondness that had nothing to do with diplomacy at all. For what it's worth, he said quietly, before the delegation turned back toward the causeway, Kushina would have been proud to see this standing again. I only wish we'd found a way to let you build it with us instead of us. Naruto watched the delegation go, watched Sakura glance back once over her shoulder before the causeway curved out of sight, and felt, standing there with the cold sea wind moving through the reawakened towers, something that was not quite triumph and not quite grief but some third thing built from both, a settling of accounts that would take considerably longer than one afternoon's conversation to finish. Hinata stepped up beside him first, her shoulder brushing his, steady and unhurried. Whatever comes next, she said, we face it as something whole? Not scattered pieces waiting to be managed one at a time. Ino came to stand on his other side, arms folded, gaze still tracking the departing delegation with the sharp, assessing focus of someone already 3 moves ahead in a conversation the diplomats themselves hadn't finished having yet. They're going to come back, she said. Not just Konoha. Everyone, eventually, once word of this spreads past storm-blown merchant ships. We should be ready before that happens, not after. Karin was the last to speak, her voice quieter than the others but carrying, underneath it, a certainty that had not been there in her voice at all until a few short weeks ago. Then let them come, she said. Let the whole world come and see what happens when Uzumaki blood finally gets to build something on its own terms, instead of being managed by people who were always more afraid of us than they ever let on. Naruto looked out at the gray horizon where the delegation's small boat had already begun to shrink toward the mainland, and beyond it, toward 5 nations that had spent decades believing the drowned island behind him would never rise again, and felt Kurama stir once more in the quiet dark behind his own thoughts, patient, ancient, and for the first time in either of their long lives, entirely unafraid of whatever answer that fear eventually chose to send back across the water. Act 2, Chapter 1. The Hokage's tower had never, in Tsunade's long memory of serving in it, hosted a debate quite as circular as the one that consumed the week following Kakashi's return from Uzumaki. The council split cleanly along lines she had watched calcify for years without ever quite naming them out loud. One faction, led by the older civilian representatives, wanted immediate and forceful containment, framing the reawakened village as an existential threat that had to be neutralized before its power grew any further. Another, quieter but no less insistent, argued for patience, for diplomacy, for the slow work of proving to Naruto that Konoha could still be trusted, though none of them, Tsunade noticed, could actually articulate what such proof would look like beyond vague gestures at goodwill. Kakashi said little during these sessions, which was, in itself, its own kind of statement. When he finally spoke, 3 days in, it was to remind the room of something none of them particularly wanted to hear. He didn't build a weapon out of nothing, Kakashi said. He built a home out of something we told him for years didn't exist. If we go in there with soldiers, we're not containing a threat. We're confirming the exact story he's already decided is true about us. The debate did not resolve that week, or the next. Word had already begun to spread beyond Konoha's borders regardless of what any single council decided, carried by merchant rumor and border patrol sightings until it reached, inevitably, the ears of the other great nations, each of whom received the news through their own particular lens of old grievance and older fear. In Sunagakure, Gaara read the intelligence report twice, then set it down and sat for a long while in silence, thinking not of threat assessments, but of a boy who had once pulled him back from the edge of his own worst self with nothing but stubborn belief. He did not yet know what to make of an Uzumaki empire rising from the sea, but he found himself, privately, hoping it was not the thing the other reports were already beginning to call it. In Kirigakure, the response carried less nuance. The Mizukage, still consolidating a fragile post-war peace of his own, saw in the reawakened village a precedent no rebuilding nation could afford to ignore, proof that any sufficiently motivated bloodline, given the right ancestral knowledge, could simply opt out of the post-war order entirely and answer to no one. That was not a threat aimed specifically at him. It was a threat aimed at the entire architecture of alliances the war's survivors had spent years stitching back together. In Kumogakure and Iwagakure, the reaction was blunter still, old wartime memory of Uzumaki sealing mastery resurfacing with a clarity that made older generals in both villages distinctly uneasy. There was a reason, after all, that a coalition of nations had moved against the original Uzumaki in the first place, decades earlier, and none of the men who remembered that reason firsthand had ever fully convinced themselves it had been wrong to do so. Within a month, informal messengers began moving quietly between the 5 great nations, carrying language too careful to be called an alliance, and too pointed to be called anything else. Nobody used the word siege yet. But everybody, in their own private councils, had begun drawing up the shape of one. Tsunade, watching reports of these quiet exchanges filter back to her through Konoha's own intelligence channels, found herself in the uncomfortable position of neither fully trusting nor fully opposing the coalition sentiment building around her. She understood, better than almost anyone in that tower, exactly what fear of an unaccountable Uzumaki power had once cost the world, having heard the old stories firsthand from Jiraiya, who had heard them from survivors who remembered Uzumaki original fall not as ancient history but as living memory. She also understood, with a clarity that kept her awake some nights, that Konoha bore direct responsibility for exactly the kind of institutional failure that had pushed Naruto toward this outcome in the first place. She called a private session with Shikamaru, whose strategic mind she trusted above nearly anyone else's in the village, and asked him plainly what he made of the gathering coalition sentiment. Shikamaru considered the question for a long moment before answering, the particular weariness in his voice of a man who had watched this exact pattern play out before, in smaller ways, more times than he cared to count. Fear that isn't given somewhere honest to go always ends up somewhere violent eventually, he said. That's not a prediction. That's just how fear works, historically, when nobody in the room is willing to be the first to put it down. The only real question left is whether anyone with actual influence over that coalition is going to try putting theirs down first, or whether everyone's just going to keep waiting for someone else to do it. Tsunade did not have a satisfying answer to that question, and the absence of one sat with her uncomfortably for the rest of that week, through every subsequent council session, through every fragment of coalition rumor that continued arriving from the border towns where the 5 nations' quiet diplomacy was slowly, deliberately, hardening into something with considerably less room left for second thoughts. Chapter 2. Inside Uzumaki, none of this reached them yet in its full shape, only in fragments, rumor carried back by the handful of traders willing to risk the reawakened coastline for the sake of curiosity and profit. But Naruto did not need full intelligence reports to know, in his bones, exactly what a reawakened Uzumaki stronghold would eventually provoke in a world still shaped by the fear that had destroyed it the first time. Which was why, in the weeks following Kakashi's visit, the four of them stopped treating the settlement as a personal sanctuary and began, deliberately, to treat it as a nation. The old council chamber, dusted off and repaired, became the site of a new kind of governance, one built explicitly against the model each of them had grown up chafing against. There would be no hereditary council deciding in advance what any resident was allowed to become. There would be, instead, a structure Ino had sketched out over several long nights, built around clear roles matched to demonstrated capability, reviewed openly rather than gate-kept by unspoken family politics. Naruto took, without much ceremony, the title residents had already begun using informally among themselves before anyone had officially proposed it, Emperor, not out of vanity but because the word carried, in the old Yuzusho texts Karin had translated, a specific meaning distinct from Hokage or Kage. A sovereign who held ultimate authority precisely because he had personally earned the trust of everyone beneath him rather than inheriting a title from a council vote. Hinata took charge of what became known as the Sealing Corps, training a small but growing group of settlers, refugees, and wandering shinobi who had begun trickling toward the reawakened coastline once rumor of it spread, teaching them the hybrid taijutsu fuinjutsu discipline she had spent weeks developing, a discipline that made no distinction, the way the Hyuga clan always had, between proper technique and technique that simply worked. Ino built, from nothing, an actual functioning intelligence and diplomacy office, the first real acknowledgement in her adult life that her specific talents constituted an entire discipline rather than a supporting role to someone else's. She began cultivating quiet contacts among the traders passing through, gathering the same fragments of 5 nations gossip Naruto had access to, but organizing them, for the first time, into something resembling a coherent picture of what was actually building against them. Karin took over the settlement's medical and sensory infrastructure entirely, developing seal arrays that could monitor the coastline's chakra signatures for miles in every direction, an early warning system built from techniques no shinobi village had ever attempted at this scale, precisely because no other village had ever possessed an unbroken lineage of sealing mastery deep enough to attempt it. By the second month, Uzumaki had stopped looking, even to the handful of outside traders who passed through it, like a curiosity rising improbably from an empty sea. It had begun looking, unmistakably, like a nation. The 4 of them met every evening, without exception, in the restored council chamber, a practice Naruto insisted on maintaining even as the demands on each of their time multiplied by the week. It was Hinata who had first suggested the ritual, quietly pointing out that the surest way for any of them to eventually replicate the very failures they had each fled would be to let decisions calcify into habits nobody questioned simply because there was no longer time to gather and question them. The nightly council became, in practice, the settlement's actual founding law made visible, a standing commitment that no single person's judgment, not even the emperor's, would go unexamined by the others simply because urgency made examination inconvenient. It was during one of these sessions, in the 5th week, that Ino raised a question none of them had yet fully addressed. What happens, she asked, when this place grows large enough that the 4 of us can't personally know everyone in it the way we do now? What happens when someone arrives who wants to abuse the exact openness we've built this place around? Naruto had turned that question over for several days before answering it properly, and the framework that eventually emerged, refined through argument and counterargument across several long evening sessions, established a simple, deliberately narrow set of founding principles: contribution recognized on its actual merits, disputes settled through transparent process rather than private influence, and no permanent hierarchy of birth allowed to calcify into the same kind of unaccountable gatekeeping that had shaped every institution each of the 4 founders had once fled. It would not be a perfect system, Naruto acknowledged openly to the others. But it would be one built to correct itself, rather than one built to protect whoever already held power within it, and that distinction, he had come to believe, mattered more than any claim to perfection ever could. They wrote the framework down formally, in the end, at Hinata's insistence, carved eventually into a stone tablet set at the entrance of the council chamber itself, plain and unadorned, so that no future resident of Uzushigakure, however many generations removed from its founding, would ever have to wonder what principles the settlement had actually been built upon. Chapter 3. The first refugees arrived on a gray morning in the 9th week, a small family of 4 traveling on foot from the eastern coastline, the father bearing a faint spiral birthmark on his collarbone that Karin recognized instantly as a diluted echo of true Uzumaki blood, some distant descendant of a branch family that had scattered and intermarried into obscurity generations before the fall of the original village. They had heard rumors, the father explained, standing nervously at the outer gate with his wife and 2 children beside him, of a place where Uzumaki blood was no longer something to hide. They had nowhere else they truly belong. They asked, haltingly, uncertain of what right they even had to ask, whether there might be room. Naruto welcomed them personally, and word of that welcome, more than any diplomatic messaging Ino could have crafted, spread faster and further than either of them expected. Within a month, a slow but steady trickle of arrivals began finding their way to the reawakened coastline, distant Uzumaki descendants mostly, scattered fragments of a bloodline the world had assumed extinct, but also, increasingly, others who carried no blood claim at all, simply people who had heard that a nation was being built somewhere on principles no other village currently practiced, and wanted, desperately, to be part of something built that way. Hinata found herself, one evening, training a young Sealing Corps recruit who had once been a lower-ranked genin from a minor village, dismissed early from active duty for what her old superiors had termed insufficient aptitude, and watching the girl execute, after only 6 weeks of Uzushio-style instruction, a containment seal more sophisticated than anything her old village's academy curriculum had ever bothered attempting to teach her. "It's not that you lacked aptitude," Hinata told her, quiet and certain. "It's that nobody ever built a curriculum that actually fit the way your chakra wants to move. That's not your failure. That was theirs." Ino, meanwhile, discovered something she had not expected when she began interviewing new arrivals for her growing intelligence network, an entire population of skilled, capable people who had spent years being quietly filtered out of positions that should have been theirs by councils and clans more interested in preserving old hierarchies than in recognizing genuine talent. She began, within weeks, assembling what amounted to the most capable diplomatic and information corps any single settlement in the shinobi world currently possessed, built almost entirely from people every other nation had discarded. Karin, watching the settlement's population steadily grow, found herself thinking often of the years she had spent believing herself the last true remnant of a dying bloodline. She was not the last anymore. She had not been the last for some time. She had simply been, for most of her life, alone in a world that had never bothered looking for the others. Naruto watched all of it unfold with a growing, quiet certainty that he was building something considerably larger than a personal sanctuary. He was building proof, visible and undeniable, that every institution claiming scarcity of opportunity, scarcity of belonging, scarcity of room to grow, had simply been choosing scarcity, when abundance had been possible the entire time. He made it a point, despite the mounting weight of governance and defense that increasingly filled his days, to personally greet every new arrival at the outer gate, a small ritual he refused to delegate no matter how the settlement's population grew. It mattered to him, in a way he found difficult to fully articulate even to Hinata, that the first thing anyone arriving at Uzushigakure's gates encountered was not a bureaucratic intake process, but a person looking them directly in the eye and telling them, plainly, that they belong. One such arrival, in the 12th week, was an older woman named Sachi, once a respected Fuinjutsu instructor in a minor allied village, forced into early retirement years earlier when a new generation of administrators decided her teaching methods, developed over decades of hands-on practice, were insufficiently aligned with the standardized curriculum being imposed from above. She arrived at the gate expecting, she admitted quietly to Naruto, very little, having grown accustomed over the years to being told, politely but firmly, that her particular expertise no longer had a place anywhere that mattered. Within 2 weeks she had become one of the Sealing Corps' most valued instructors, her decades of hands-on refinement finding, for the first time in years, an environment actually built to make use of them rather than standardize them out of existence. She told Hinata, one evening over a shared meal in the settlement's growing communal hall, that she had spent the better part of a decade believing her best years of usefulness were behind her. She did not believe that anymore. Karin, encountering Sachi's work during a routine review of the Sealing Corps' training methods, found herself, more than once, quietly grateful that Yuzushogakure's structure made room for exactly this kind of late-blooming contribution, precisely because so much of what the settlement was built to correct was the specific, grinding waste of institutions that decided, far too early and far too permanently, exactly how much a person had left to offer. Chapter 4. The first attempt at infiltration came in the 11th week, quiet and almost professional enough to succeed, a lone operative posing as a merchant's assistant who spent 3 days trading quietly at the settlement's growing market before Karin's sensory array flagged an inconsistency in his chakra signature that no ordinary merchant should have carried. A faint but unmistakable trace of formal shinobi training suppressed just carefully enough to nearly pass unnoticed. They brought him in for questioning rather than confrontation, a decision Naruto insisted on personally against Ino's initial recommendation for a harsher approach. If we want to prove this place is different, he said, we start by not becoming what everyone already fears we are the first time someone gives us a reason. The operative, once identified and confronted with evidence he could not talk his way around, turned out to belong to a minor intelligence cell operating on behalf of a coalition of concerned merchant guilds with quiet backing. It became clear under further questioning, from at least 2 of the 5 great nations, tasked simply with gathering basic information, population estimates, defensive capability. The apparent chain of command, nothing yet resembling an attack, only reconnaissance. Naruto released him after 2 days unharmed, with a message delivered personally rather than through any intermediary. Tell whoever sent you that Yuzushogaku isn't hiding anything worth this kind of trouble finding out through spies, he said. Anyone who wants to know what we're building here can simply ask. We've got nothing to conceal from anyone willing to have an honest conversation. The gesture, when Ino's network reported back on how it had been received in wider diplomatic circles weeks later, had landed with more complexity than Naruto perhaps intended. Some read it as exactly the reassurance it was meant to be, evidence of restraint and good faith from a power that could easily have chosen otherwise. Others, more troublingly, read the mercy itself as further proof of overwhelming confidence, a demonstration that Yuzushogaku felt so secure in its own strength that it could afford magnanimity toward enemy operatives without any real risk to itself. Hinata, hearing both interpretations relayed at the evening council session, offered a thought that settled uncomfortably over the room. Maybe there isn't a version of restraint that reads as anything other than strength to people who are already afraid, she said. Maybe the only thing that actually reassures fear like that is submission, and we were never going to offer that no matter what we chose to do instead. Nobody at the table disagreed with her, and the silence that followed carried the particular weight of 4 people quietly recalibrating their expectations for how peacefully this was actually likely to end. In the days after the operative's release, Karin refined the sensory network further, adding layered verification protocols that could distinguish, with far greater precision, the specific chakra suppression signatures common to trained intelligence operatives from the ordinary background noise of merchant traffic passing through the settlement's growing market. It was tedious, painstaking work, requiring her to personally review and calibrate each new sensor node along the coastline, but she found in it a kind of grim satisfaction, the sense of building, brick by careful brick, a defense that no future infiltration attempt would slip past as easily as the first one nearly had. Naruto, for his part, found himself turning the released operative's brief testimony over in his mind for days afterward, particularly one detail the man had mentioned almost in passing during questioning, that the merchant guilds funding his mission had done so not entirely out of conviction, but out of simple, practical fear that whichever side eventually prevailed in the coming tension, guilds seen as having gathered no intelligence at all would find themselves shut out of trade relationships with the winner. It was not malice driving the espionage, Naruto realized, so much as the same old, familiar current of institutions hedging their bets against an uncertain future rather than committing to any principle at all. It made the whole affair feel less like a personal betrayal and more like a symptom of exactly the kind of fear-driven, unaccountable maneuvering Uzumaki had been built to stand apart from. Even so, Naruto found himself instructing Ino, in the days that followed, to make a quiet but deliberate effort to open trade dialogue with several of the merchant guilds implicated in the incident, reasoning that guilds hedging their bets out of fear could just as easily be won over through demonstrated stability and fair dealing as through any show of force. It was a slower approach than punishment might have offered, and a less satisfying one in the short term, but it was, he had come to believe, exactly the kind of patient, principled response that would eventually distinguish Uzumaki from every fearful institution it had been built in opposition to. Chapter 5. Ino's intelligence network, growing more sophisticated by the week, finally produced its first genuinely alarming report in the 14th week. Confirmation, gathered through 3 independent trade route sources, that representatives from all 5 great nations had quietly convened a joint council session in a neutral border town, the first such gathering since the post-war peace treaties had been signed, called specifically, according to her sources, to discuss what one attendee had reportedly termed the Uzumaki question. She brought the report to Naruto directly, laying it out on the council table with the same careful precision she once applied to reading a target's micro-expressions during an interrogation. "They're not calling it a threat assessment anymore," she said. "They're calling it a question that needs an answer. That's coalition language. That's the exact phrasing every history text uses right before someone decides the answer is going to involve soldiers." Naruto studied the report for a long time in silence, and when he finally spoke, there was none of the anger she might have expected, only a tired, settled clarity that had been building in him for weeks. "They destroyed this village once already for exactly this reason," he said. "Because a coalition of frightened nations decided an independent Uzumaki homeland was a problem requiring a permanent solution. I don't think I ever really believed, deep down, that this time would be any different. I just hoped it might be." Karin, listening from across the table, spoke quietly. "My whole life, people who could have simply asked what I wanted decided instead it was safer to control me first and ask questions never. I think that's what fear always does, given the choice. It doesn't wait to find out if the thing it's afraid of would have cooperated. It just moves first." Hinata reached across the table and set a hand briefly over Naruto's, a small gesture that carried more steadiness in it than words might have managed. "Then we don't wait for them to decide what happens to us either," she said. "We prepare. Not for war we're choosing. For war we already know, from history, is likely to be chosen for us regardless of anything we do to prevent it." Naruto nodded slowly, feeling something settle into place in his chest, old grief finally giving way to something more useful than grief alone had ever been. "Then we build walls that actually hold this time," he said. "Not out of hatred for anyone. Out of a refusal to let this place drown twice." Ino leaned forward, pulling the report back toward herself, already sketching mentally the next phase of work ahead of her. "There's something else worth considering," she said. "If a coalition assembles specifically because they see us as an isolated, unaligned power with no stake in the wider world's diplomatic architecture, then part of surviving this might not just be walls. It might be making sure we're not actually isolated at all. Every nation in that coalition has its own internal disagreements, its own leaders who might see this differently than their harshest advisors. If even one of the 5 nations can be brought to see us as something other than an automatic threat, that alone might be enough to fracture whatever unified action the rest of them are planning." Naruto considered that for a long moment. "You're talking about diplomacy," he said. "With people who are already halfway to deciding we're the enemy." "I'm talking about not assuming that decision is final before we've even tried to challenge it," Ino said. "You did that with all 3 of us, in a way. You didn't wait for Konoha to give you permission to see what we actually were underneath what the village had already decided about us. Maybe the same principle applies to entire nations, not just people." It was Karin who spoke next, quieter than usual, something thoughtful in her tone. "There's precedent for it in the old text too," she said. "The original Uzumaki wasn't destroyed because every nation in that era wanted it destroyed. It was destroyed because enough of them did, and none of the ones who might have argued otherwise ever got the chance to before the decision was already made. Maybe this time, that's exactly the gap worth trying to close, before it closes on its own the way it did before. Naruto looked between the three of them, feeling, not for the first time, the particular gratitude of no longer having to carry every strategic calculation alone. Then that's the next front we open, he said. Not just walls. Bridges too, wherever bridges are still possible to build. Chapter 6. The defensive preparations that followed drew on knowledge from the vault more extensive and more carefully guarded than anything the Founding Four had yet fully explored, entire scroll sections devoted specifically to the barrier technology that had, according to the old records, taken the original coalition's combined forces significantly longer to overcome than any of them, in Konoha's official histories, had ever heard acknowledged. Naruto worked alongside Hinata and Karin for weeks, tracing seal arrays large enough to require the coordinated chakra output of the entire sealing core working in unison, a design the old texts called the Sovereign's Veil, a layered barrier network capable of drawing on the settlement's collective chakra reserves to reinforce any single point under sustained assault, distributing the burden of defense across the whole population rather than concentrating it, brittle and exhausting, on any single defender. It was elegant in a way that reminded Naruto, working through the diagrams late into successive nights, of everything the vault's philosophy seemed to circle back to eventually. Not one person holding all the weight alone, the way he had spent his entire childhood being asked to hold Konoha's fear of Kurama alone, but weight distributed, shared, made survivable by the simple fact that no single point of failure could bring the whole structure down. Ino, meanwhile, worked a different angle entirely, cultivating what diplomatic back channels she could reach, quietly making clear through trade contacts and neutral intermediaries that Uzumaki had no interest in expanding beyond its own reclaimed borders, no ambition toward conquest, only a settled determination to defend what had already, rightfully, belonged to its people for generations before it was taken. The message reached mixed reception, as Ino had expected it would. Gaara, receiving word of it through Suna's own diplomatic channels, found himself, in a private council session with his own advisors, arguing quietly for restraint, for at minimum delaying any coalition action until direct dialogue had actually been attempted rather than assumed futile in advance. He did not fully win that argument. But he did not entirely lose it either, buying, without knowing it, precious weeks the settlement badly needed. By the time the 16th week arrived, the Sovereign's Veil stood complete around the entirety of Uzumaki reclaimed territory, an invisible lattice of interlocking seals that Karin's sensory array could monitor continuously, capable, according to every calculation the vault's ancient texts allowed them to run, of withstanding an assault considerably larger than anything the original coalition had thrown at the village decades before. Whether it would be enough, none of them yet knew. But for the first time since word of the coalition meeting had reached them, all four sat together on the sealing hall's outer steps that evening, watching the barrier's faint shimmer catch the last of the day's light, and allowed themselves something that had been in short supply for weeks, a quiet, genuine breath of hope. The construction of the Sovereign's Veil had demanded more from the settlement's population than any single project since the initial reawakening itself, and Naruto had watched, with a pride he found difficult to fully put into words, as residents who had arrived only weeks or months earlier, many of them still learning the settlement's most basic techniques, threw themselves into the collective effort with a dedication that no conscription or obligation could ever have produced on its own. Sachi's civilian training track proved unexpectedly essential to the barrier's final calibration, her decades of hands-on Fuinjutsu experience catching several subtle inefficiencies in the array's outer lattice that even Hinata and Karin, for all their formidable skill, had initially overlooked. There was something quietly moving, Naruto thought, standing at the center of the plaza the evening the full barrier activated for the first time, watching its faint golden shimmer trace itself across the whole visible horizon, in the fact that this defense, unlike anything Konoha or any other village had ever built, drew its strength not from a handful of exceptional individuals but from the combined, willing contribution of every single person who called this place home. It was, in its very design, a physical expression of the same principle the settlement's entire founding had been built around, that strength shared and distributed made everyone stronger, while strength hoarded and concentrated in a single hand, however powerful that hand might be, only ever made everyone else weaker by comparison. Chapter 7. It was on one of those quieter evenings, some weeks into the defensive preparations, that Hinata found Naruto alone on the ceiling hall's rooftop, tracing idle patterns of chakra into the night air, and sat beside him without needing to be invited, a comfort that had grown between them slowly enough that neither had marked the exact moment it arrived. "I keep thinking about my clan," she said eventually. "Not with anger anymore. Just with a kind of tired grief. I spent so many years believing the only way to be worthy of belonging somewhere was to shrink myself to fit whatever shape they'd already approved. I didn't understand, until I came here, that belonging was never supposed to cost that much." Naruto was quiet for a moment, turning something over. "You've never once had to shrink here," he said. "Not once, not for me, not for anyone. That's not a coincidence. That's the whole point of everything we're building." She looked at him, something steady and certain settling in her expression. "I know," she said. "That's why I'm not afraid of what's coming, even though I probably should be. Whatever the 5 nations decide to send against us, I'd rather face it as exactly who I actually am than spend one more day of my life pretending to be smaller for anyone's comfort. I spent too many years already paying that particular cost for nothing worth the price." He reached over and took her hand, a simple gesture, nothing more, and she let him, and for a long while either of them said anything else, content in a quiet that had nothing left in it to prove. Ino found him separately, 2 nights later, going over supply logistics in the council chamber long after the rest of the settlement had gone to sleep, and settled into the chair across from him with the particular directness that had always defined her. "You've been carrying everyone's fear on top of your own for weeks," she said, not a question. "I can read it in how you're sitting. You don't have to carry all of it alone, you know. That's kind of the whole reason the rest of us are here." He looked up, something in his expression loosening slightly at being so precisely seen. "I'm not used to people offering to help carry things instead of just needing me to carry theirs," he admitted. "Get used to it," she said, not unkindly. "That's what an actual partnership looks like. You built a whole nation on that principle. Might as well let it apply to yourself too." Karin, for her part, said little about any of it directly, but Naruto noticed, in the weeks that followed, that she had taken to sitting near him during council sessions with a quiet, steady presence that asked nothing and offered everything, the simple, uncomplicated comfort of shared blood finally, after a lifetime of isolation, no longer alone in the world. None of it was declared, formally, as anything more than what it plainly was, 3 women who had each found in him, and in the place he was building, room to become fully themselves for the first time in their lives, and had each, in their own way and their own time, decided that whatever came next, they intended to face it standing beside him rather than anywhere else. There was a particular evening, some weeks later, when all 4 of them found themselves together on the ceiling hall's outer steps without having planned it, drawn there separately after a long day of drills and diplomacy and defensive planning, and simply stayed, watching the last light fade over the reawakened towers in a silence that had grown, over the months, into something entirely comfortable. Hinata was the one who finally spoke, voice quiet in the gathering dark. "I used to think I'd have to choose, someday, between being strong and being cared for. Like the 2 things couldn't exist in the same life at the same time. I don't think that anymore. I think I was just never in a place before that was willing to offer both." Ino, leaning back against the cool stone, nodded slowly. "Same," she said. "I spent years thinking I had to be the sharpest person in every room just to get noticed at all. It's strange, having people notice you without having to fight for it first." Karin said nothing for a long moment, simply looking out at the dark water beyond the settlement's edge, and when she finally spoke, her voice carried the particular weight of someone who had waited a very long time to say something true. "I used to think family was just a word other people got to use," she said. "I don't think that anymore either." Naruto listened to all 3 of them, feeling something in his chest that he did not yet have a clean word for, something larger and quieter than the fierce, driving certainty that had carried him out of Konoha months earlier, something that felt, more than anything else, like having finally arrived somewhere he had been trying to reach his entire life without knowing its name. "Whatever happens with the coalition," he said finally, quiet and certain, "this part, right here, was already worth everything it took to build it." None of them said anything else for a long while. None of them needed to. Chapter 8. The coalition's formal decision, when it finally came in the 19th week, arrived at Uzumaki not as an ultimatum but as something colder and more procedurally patient, a joint communiqué, delivered by neutral courier, requesting that a delegation representing all 5 great nations be permitted to conduct what the letter termed a comprehensive assessment of Uzumaki's military capacity and political intentions, framed in the careful, bloodless language of diplomatic protocol. Ino read the communiqué twice before setting it down, her expression grim in a way Naruto had rarely seen from her. "This is the last formality before force," she said. "I've read enough of these in old archive records to recognize the shape. They're not actually asking permission. They're building a documented record of having asked, so that whatever comes after can be framed as regrettable rather than unprovoked." Naruto sat with the communiqué for a long time, turning the choice over from every angle he could manage. Refusing outright would confirm every fear the coalition already carried, proof, in their eyes, that Uzumaki had something to hide worth refusing scrutiny over. Accepting outright risked handing them exactly the intelligence they needed to plan an assault with precision rather than guesswork. In the end, the response he crafted, with Ino's careful diplomatic phrasing smoothing its edges, offered a middle path, full transparency about Uzumaki's defensive capabilities, delivered not through an inspection delegation walking freely through the settlement's every corner, but through a formal declaration, witnessed by neutral third parties, stating plainly and specifically what the village would and would not tolerate, and what defensive measures it had built to enforce that boundary. "We are not hiding what we've built," the declaration read, in Naruto's own carefully considered words. "We built it in the open, from knowledge that was always ours to reclaim. We have no ambition beyond these borders, and no history of aggression against any nation that has not first moved against us. We ask, in turn, only for the same right every other nation in this world already takes for granted, the right to exist without needing anyone else's permission to do so." The response, when it reached the coalition's neutral meeting ground weeks later, produced exactly the divided reaction Ino had predicted. Gaara, reading it in full council, argued that it represented precisely the kind of restraint and good faith the coalition should be encouraging rather than punishing. The representatives from Kumogaku and Iwabakure, older wartime memory weighing more heavily on their calculations than any present-day evidence, read the same declaration as confirmation of exactly the independent, unaccountable power base they had always feared an Uzumaki homeland would eventually become. No formal decision emerged from that session. But word reached Ino's network, within days, that military logistics officers in at least 3 of the 5 nations had quietly begun drawing up mobilization contingencies, the careful, unhurried planning of forces that fully expected, sooner rather than later, to be called upon. Tsunade, receiving her own copy of the coalition's continued deliberations through Konoha's diplomatic channels, found herself in an increasingly uncomfortable position. Konoha itself had not yet committed to any formal stance within the coalition's debate, a fact she suspected was becoming less a mark of prudent restraint and more a source of quiet suspicion from the other nations, who could not fully understand why the village that had, after all, raised and trained the man now leading Uzumaki would not simply declare its position one way or the other. She called Kakashi in again, laying the same question before him she had asked Shikamaru weeks earlier, though this time it was less abstract and considerably more personal. "What do we actually owe him at this point?" she asked. "Not politically. Just as people who watched him grow up in this village." Kakashi considered the question longer than she expected before answering. "I think we owe him the truth," he said finally. "Not intervention on his behalf, not blind loyalty regardless of what Uzumaki eventually becomes. Just the truth, plainly stated, that we understand exactly why he left, and that whatever the coalition decides, Konoha isn't going to pretend afterward that we don't bear real responsibility for how this all began." Tsunade sat with that answer for a long while after Kakashi left, and when she finally drafted Konoha's own formal reply to the coalition's ongoing deliberations days later, it carried, buried within its careful diplomatic phrasing, exactly the acknowledgement Kakashi had described, a quiet, unmistakable statement that Konoha would not support any coalition action against Uzumaki that was not first preceded by genuine, good-faith diplomatic effort, and that the village bore direct historical responsibility for the grievances that had led to its founding in the first place. The reply did not resolve the coalition's broader debate. But it introduced, for the first time since the crisis began, a genuine crack in what the other four nations had assumed, until that point, would be Konoha's automatic and uncomplicated support for whatever collective action they eventually decided upon. Chapter 9. Naruto called the full settlement together on the evening the mobilization intelligence reached him. The entire growing population of Uzumaki gathered in the wide plaza before the restored sealing hall. Refugees and sealing corps trainees and the original handful of settlers who had walked out of the ruins first reawakening standing together beneath torchlight that flickered against towers no map in the wider world had believed could rise again. He did not dress the news up in easier language than it deserved. He told them plainly what Ino's intelligence had confirmed, that a coalition of the 5 great nations was quietly preparing contingencies that could, in time, become an actual assault, and that every person standing in that plaza deserved the choice, made with full and honest information, of whether to stay and help defend what they had built or to leave now, without judgment, while the roads out were still open. Nobody left. The refugee father who had arrived in the 9th week, his young children now enrolled in the sealing corps' youngest training cohort, stepped forward first, speaking with a quiet conviction that Naruto suspected surprised even the man himself. "We came here because this was the first place that ever treated our blood as something to be proud of instead of something to hide," he said. "If it comes to defending that, we intend to defend it, not because we're asked to, but because we finally have something worth defending." One by one, others echoed him. The young genin Hinata had once trained, dismissed years earlier as insufficiently talented, now standing tall in sealing corps formation, the traders and craftspeople who had simply wanted, for the first time in their lives, to belong somewhere that recognized their worth. The handful of wandering shinobi who had drifted toward the reawakened coastline seeking exactly the kind of purpose this settlement had finally offered them. Naruto stood before all of them, feeling the weight of what he had built settle into something larger than himself, no longer simply a sanctuary for 4 people who had each been failed by the institutions meant to protect them, but a genuine nation of people who had, each in their own way, chosen this place freely, and were choosing, now, freely again, to stand and defend it. "We are not going to start this war," he told them, voice carrying clear across the torchlit plaza. "But if it comes to us regardless, the way it came to this village once before, we will not drown a second time. Whatever they send, we face it together, as exactly who we are, and we do not apologize for any of it." The plaza erupted, not in the fearful murmur such an announcement might once have provoked, but in something closer to resolve, a settlement of people who had each found, in this place, room to become fully themselves for the first time, answering with one voice that they intended to keep it. In the days that followed, the settlement organized itself with a speed and coordination that surprised even Naruto, who had spent months building its structures but had never quite seen the full weight of collective will they could produce under real pressure. Sachi, the retired Fuinjutsu instructor who had arrived only weeks earlier believing her useful years behind her, took charge of an emergency training track for civilian residents who wanted some basic capacity to defend their own homes and families, and found, within days, more volunteers than she had space to properly instruct. The traders who had settled into the growing market organized their own supply and logistics network without needing to be asked, drawing on skills honed over years of managing inventory and distribution in far less consequential circumstances. Hinata found herself, one afternoon, watching a cluster of children, the refugee families 2 youngest among them, practicing a simplified version of the sealing corps' containment forms under the patient supervision of an older recruit, and felt something in her chest tighten with a fierce, protective clarity she had never quite experienced in the Hyuga compound's more careful, hierarchical world. These children were not being trained because some council had decided it was proper. They were being trained because their parents had asked for it, because the community around them had organized to provide it, because everyone here understood, without needing it explained, that a home worth having was also a home worth being able to help defend. Ino, meanwhile, spent those same days refining contingency messaging for every plausible diplomatic scenario the coalition's next move might produce, determined that whatever happened next, the wider world would understand exactly what kind of nation Uzumaki actually was, not through rumor and old wartime fear, but through its own clear, documented words and actions. Chapter 10. In the weeks that followed the plaza gathering, Uzushiogakure's preparations shifted from theoretical to concrete with an urgency that touched every corner of the settlement. Hinata expanded the Sealing Corps' training regimen to near-continuous rotation, drilling both the ancient convergence-adjacent containment techniques and practical battlefield applications of the hybrid taijutsu style she had spent months refining, until even the newest recruits could hold a section of the sovereign's veil steady under simulated strain. Karin, working nearly around the clock, expanded her sensory network far beyond the coastline itself, establishing a chain of outpost seals along the approach routes any coalition force would realistically need to travel, buying, in theory, days of advance warning before any assault could reach the settlement's actual borders. Ino's diplomatic network, meanwhile, produced one piece of intelligence that shifted the calculation more than any other single report had managed: confirmation that the coalition's internal debate remained genuinely unresolved, that Gaara's Suna delegation continued actively resisting the push toward military action, and that the timeline for any actual mobilization, while real, was not yet imminent. Likely still weeks away at minimum, possibly longer if the internal disagreement held. That intelligence bought something more valuable than time alone. It bought, for the first time since the coalition's initial communique arrived, room to think rather than simply react. Naruto used that room to do something none of the vault's ancient texts had actually prepared him for. He began drafting, with Ino's careful diplomatic guidance, a formal proposal, not a demand, not a declaration of independence dressed up in softer language, but a genuine offer of alliance, extended specifically towards Sunagakure, the one great nation whose leadership had shown, consistently, a willingness to consider Uzushiogaku as something other than an automatic threat. If Gaara's restraint was buying them time, Naruto reasoned, then perhaps restraint deserved to be met with something more substantial than gratitude alone. Perhaps it deserved the beginning of an actual relationship between two young nations that had each, in their own way, been shaped by the same old world's fear of what they might become, and had each, in their own way, chosen something better instead. The proposal, when it finally reached Sunagakure through careful, deniable back channels weeks later, would not resolve the coalition's broader tensions on its own. But it would plant, in soil that badly needed it, the first genuine seed of an alternative to the war that still, for now, remained only a possibility rather than a certainty. Drafting the proposal took the better part of a week, Naruto and Ino revising it together late into successive nights, weighing every phrase against how it might be received not just by Gaara personally but by the more cautious elements of Suna's own council, who Ino's intelligence suggested remained genuinely divided on how to regard the reawakened village. They settled, eventually, on language that made no request for military support at all, asking instead only for continued good faith and an open diplomatic channel, a modest, almost minimal request that both of them recognized was more likely to succeed precisely because it demanded so little in return. Hinata, reviewing the final draft before it was sent, offered one addition that both Naruto and Ino agreed strengthened it considerably, a personal note from Naruto himself, separate from the formal diplomatic language, acknowledging plainly what Gaara's own history had taught him about being defined by fear rather than by choice, and expressing, without any strategic calculation attached to it at all, genuine gratitude for the restraint Gaara had already shown. That personal note, Ino suspected, watching Naruto seal the finished letter, would likely matter more to Gaara than every carefully worded diplomatic clause combined, precisely because it was the one part of the proposal that asked for nothing at all, and simply told the truth. Chapter 11. Gaara read Naruto's proposal alone in his office late into the night, the Kazekage's hat set aside on his desk, and found himself, more than once, setting the letter down to simply sit with what it was actually asking of him. It was not a request for military support against the coalition, which Gaara suspected would have been easier, in some ways, to refuse outright. It was something quieter and considerably harder to dismiss, an offer of mutual recognition, two young sovereign powers each built, in their own fashion, out of the wreckage of a world that had once tried to define them entirely by what it feared they might become, proposing to simply see each other clearly instead, without the distorting lens of a world that had never once given either of them the benefit of the doubt. He thought of the years before his own transformation, the years when Suna's council had treated him precisely the way Naruto now described Konoha treating its own Jinchuriki, a weapon to be managed rather than a person to be understood, and felt, reading the careful, unguarded honesty of Naruto's proposal, an old kinship stir that had nothing to do with strategic calculation at all. He called his council together the following morning, and the debate that followed was sharper and more personal than any of the coalition sessions he had attended in recent weeks, precisely because it was no longer an abstract question about a distant, unfamiliar power. It was a question about whether Suna was willing to formally recognize, and by extension defend, a fellow nation built explicitly on the premise that people like Gaara himself deserved better than the world had originally offered them. The vote, when it finally came, was not unanimous, but it was decisive enough. Suna would not join any coalition assault against Uzumaki. More than that, Gaara's formal reply, delivered back through the same careful channels weeks later, offered something Naruto had not fully allowed himself to hope for, a proposal of Suna's own, for a formal mutual defense understanding between the two nations, quiet for now, undisclosed to the wider coalition, but real. When the reply reached Uzumaki, Naruto read it twice in the privacy of the council chamber before calling Hinata, Ino, and Karin in to share it, and felt, for the first time since the coalition's mobilization intelligence had first arrived, something loosen in his chest that had been tight for weeks. "We're not standing alone in this," he told them, voice unsteady with something closer to relief than triumph. "Whatever the other four nations eventually decide, we've got at least one friend who actually sees what we're building instead of just what they're afraid of." And that friendship, hard-won and genuinely earned rather than simply assumed, felt to him like the truest proof yet that everything they had built here was worth the risk it had taken to build it. Ino allowed herself, for the first time in weeks, a genuine smile. "That's one crack in the coalition's unity," she said. "It won't stop them if they decide to move anyway. But it's the first real proof that fear isn't the only story available to anyone watching us right now." Hinata, reading over the formal terms of Suna's proposal a second time, noted something the others had passed over quickly in their initial relief. "Gaara's asked for something in return," she said. "Not tribute, not territory. He's asked that if this understanding holds, Uzumaki commit to the same principle Suna itself has been trying to build since his own ascension, that villages be judged, and treated, by what they actually do rather than by what fear projects onto them in advance. He's not just offering us protection. He's asking us to help prove that a different kind of world is actually possible, the same way he's spent years trying to prove it himself." Naruto read that clause again slowly, feeling its weight settled differently than the rest of the letter had. "That's not a small thing to ask," he said. "That's asking us to hold ourselves to exactly the standard we're hoping the rest of the world will eventually hold itself to as well." Karin, watching him consider it, spoke quietly. "Then it's an easy thing to agree to," she said. "Since it's already exactly what we've been trying to build here from the very first day the towers rose out of the water." Naruto nodded, and that evening, before the full council session, he drafted the reply personally, agreeing not only to Suna's proposed terms of mutual understanding but to the deeper principle underlying them, a formal commitment, the first Uzumaki had extended to any outside power, to be judged and to act by exactly the standard it hoped, eventually, the rest of the shinobi world might learn to hold itself to as well. Chapter 12. The uneasy calm brought by Suna's quiet alliance held for nearly a month, long enough for Uzumaki's population to keep growing, for the sovereign's veil to be reinforced further with new seal configurations Hinata and Karin developed jointly, for Ino's diplomatic network to expand its reach into 2 additional minor nations whose leadership, watching Suna's example, began quietly reconsidering their own automatic assumptions about the reawakened village. It ended on a morning in the 24th week, when Karin's outer sensory array, monitoring the approach routes with the patient, continuous vigilance she had built into the network from the very beginning, registered a chakra signature pattern that made her go utterly still at her monitoring post, the specific, coordinated resonance of a large organized force moving with deliberate, disciplined caution rather than the scattered signature of ordinary traders or wanderers. She reached Naruto within minutes, findings laid bare with the same unflinching directness she brought to everything else. "It's not the full coalition," she said. "Not yet. But it's not nothing either. 4 distinct signature clusters, consistent with organized shinobi units, moving in formation roughly 18 hours out along the eastern approach. This isn't reconnaissance anymore, Naruto. This is a probe." The council convened within the hour, all 4 of them gathered around the same long stone table where they had first sketched, months earlier, the rough charcoal outline of everything the settlement had since become. Ino's read on the intelligence was grim but measured. A probing force this size wasn't yet the full coalition assault the mobilization contingencies had suggested was building. It was smaller, more deniable, the kind of action a nation could send forward while still maintaining, publicly, that no formal war had actually begun, testing the sovereign's veil's real strength before committing to anything larger. Hinata's assessment was more direct. "Whatever they intend by it," she said, "the sealing corps is ready to hold the eastern approach. We've drilled for exactly this. Let them come and see what an actual defense looks like, built by people who finally have something worth defending." Naruto looked around the table at the 3 women who had each, in their own way, found in this place a version of themselves no other nation had ever made room for, and felt the old, familiar weight of decision settle onto his shoulders, lighter now than it had ever been in Konoha, because for the first time in his life, he was not carrying it alone. "We don't start this," he said quietly, the same vow he had made to the whole settlement weeks before, and meant it now with a clarity sharpened by the 18 hours ticking down somewhere beyond the horizon. "But if they've decided to test what we've built, then we're going to make sure the first thing they learn about Uzumaki is that it doesn't drown twice, and it doesn't kneel to anyone's fear either. Whatever they send, we meet it standing together, exactly as we are, and we let that answer speak for itself." Outside the council chamber's high windows, the sovereign's veil shimmered faintly against the gathering dusk, an entire settlement's chakra woven into a single unbroken defense, and somewhere beyond the eastern horizon, 18 hours and closing, the first real test of everything they had built was already moving quietly toward them through the dark. They spent those remaining hours exactly as Hinata had proposed, not in frantic last-minute preparation, which would have accomplished little the months of drilling had not already accomplished, but in the deliberate, steady work of confirming every piece of the defense they had built was exactly where it needed to be. Hinata walked the eastern approach personally with the sealing corps' senior instructors, reviewing formation positions one final time. Karin remained at her sensory post nearly without rest, tracking the approaching force's exact composition and pace with an obsessive precision that left no room for surprise. Ino coordinated the settlement's civilian evacuation protocols to the inner sealing hall, a precaution she insisted upon even though none of them expected the probing force to breach far enough to require it. Naruto spent the final hour before dawn alone on the sealing hall's rooftop, the same spot where Hinata had first sat beside him months earlier, reaching inward toward the vast, familiar presence that had become, in the time since their convergence, less a separate consciousness sharing his body and more simply another voice in his own thinking, ancient and steady and entirely his own. "They're really coming, Kit," Kurama said quietly, no longer with the wary skepticism that had colored the fox's voice the very first time Naruto had proposed genuine partnership rather than management, but with something that sounded, unmistakably, like readiness. "They are," Naruto agreed. "And I still don't know exactly what happens after tonight. But I know we're not facing it the way this village faced its ending the first time. Not divided. Not managed from the outside by anyone's fear but our own choices." Kurama rumbled low in the back of his mind, something that might, in another creature, have been called satisfaction. "Then let them come and see exactly what an Uzumaki homeland looks like when it's finally allowed to defend itself on its own terms," the fox said. "We've waited generations for precisely this chance. Let's not waste it being anything less than exactly what we are." Naruto rose from the rooftop as the first gray light of dawn began touching the eastern horizon, the direction from which, within the day, the first organized test of everything Uzumaki had built would finally arrive, and went to find the 3 women who had each, in their own way, chosen this place and this fight freely, ready to meet whatever the coming hours brought standing beside them rather than anywhere else. Whatever the coalition intended by sending that force forward, he intended for its arrival to be met not with panic or improvisation, but with the calm, settled readiness of a people who had spent months preparing for exactly this moment, and were no longer afraid of it. Act 3, Chapter 1. The probing force reached the eastern approach 9 hours ahead of Karin's original estimate, moving faster once it cleared the outer forest line than her sensory array had projected, a detail she flagged to the assembled council with visible frustration at having misjudged even a piece of the timeline she had worked so hard to calculate precisely. It doesn't matter, Hinata told her, already moving toward the Sealing Corps' staging position at the edge of the Sovereign's Veil. 9 hours early just means we meet them 9 hours sooner than planned. The formation's ready either way. Karin nodded, already moving to redirect the sensory array's remaining focus toward refining its readings in real time rather than dwelling on the earlier miscalculation, a habit of quick, practical recovery she had built deliberately over the preceding months. Understanding that a defense this dependent on precise information could not afford to let any single mistake slow its response for longer than the correction itself required, the force that emerged from the treeline as dawn broke fully over the coastline numbered close to 60, organized into 4 distinct units exactly as Karin's sensors had indicated, moving with the disciplined caution of shinobi under strict orders rather than the reckless aggression of a force intending immediate slaughter. A detail Ino noted aloud with grim relief. They're testing, not invading, she said. That's still something. That means whoever's giving these orders hasn't yet decided we're worth an actual war. Naruto stood at the barrier's inner edge as the force approached, Hinata and a full company of the Sealing Corps arrayed along the veil's outer lattice behind him, Karin monitoring every chakra signature in the advancing formation with an intensity that left no room for surprise. Ino positioned slightly back with a small diplomatic escort, ready to attempt parley the instant any opening presented itself. He felt, standing there in the gray morning light, none of the fear he might once have expected of himself in this moment, only a settled, focused clarity that had been building steadily in him ever since the night of the convergence, the quiet certainty of someone no longer facing the world as a single, isolated weapon but as one part of something considerably larger and considerably harder to break. The force halted 100 yards from the barrier's visible shimmer, and its apparent commander, a broad-shouldered man bearing no immediately recognizable village insignia, stepped forward alone, hands visibly empty, and called out across the remaining distance in a voice pitched to carry. "We come under coalition authority to assess this settlement's defensive capacity," he announced. "We have no orders to engage unless engaged first. Stand down your formation and permit inspection, and this can conclude without bloodshed on either side." Ino stepped forward before Naruto could respond, her voice carrying the same measured authority she had spent months cultivating in her diplomatic correspondence. "Uzumaki has already offered full transparency about its defensive capabilities through proper channels," she called back. "We decline armed inspection conducted at our own border under implied threat. If the coalition wishes genuine assessment, formal diplomatic contact remains open, exactly as it has been for weeks." The commander's expression flickered with something that might have been respect, or might simply have been calculation. "Then we have our answer," he said, and stepped back into formation. What followed was not, in the end, a battle in any sense that would have satisfied the coalition's harder-line advocates back in their respective capitals. The probing force made no attempt to breach the veil directly, instead spending the better part of an hour running measured, deliberate tests against its outer edge, precise chakra pulses clearly designed to map the barrier's structural properties rather than break through it. Hinata's Sealing Corps held their positions without engaging, absorbing each test pulse through the veil's distributed lattice exactly as the design intended, the barrier flexing and redistributing strain across its full network rather than buckling at any single point. By mid-morning, having gathered whatever data they had come for, the probing force withdrew as methodically as it had arrived, offering no parting hostility, no further engagement, simply a slow, disciplined retreat back into the treeline from which it had come. Naruto watched them go, feeling the tension of the morning slowly drain out of his shoulders, replaced by something more complicated than relief. "They got what they came for," he said quietly to Hinata, once the last signature had faded from Karin's monitoring range. "A working measurement of exactly how strong we actually are. Which means," Hinata said, "whatever they decide next won't be guesswork anymore. It'll be a calculated decision, made with real information about what it would actually cost them to come at us properly. That evening, the Founding Four reconvened in the council chamber to review the day's events in full, Karin walking them through the precise chakra readings she had captured during the probing force's test pulses, data that would prove invaluable, she noted, in refining the Veil's weaker points before any future assault could exploit them. Ino, meanwhile, had already begun drafting a formal diplomatic note documenting the encounter for eventual release to neutral observers, determined that the historical record of this day would show clearly and unambiguously that Uzumaki had responded with restraint to an incursion it had every right to answer with force. Naruto found himself, in the quiet hours after the council session ended, replaying the probing commander's brief exchange with Ino over and over, turning over the particular phrase the man had used, an act of collective security, and recognizing in it the exact same bureaucratic language Konoha's own council had once used to justify every small denial of his own inheritance. It was, he realized, the specific vocabulary institutions reached for whenever they wanted force to sound like prudence rather than fear, and hearing it applied now to an entire reawakened nation rather than to one boy's private grievances only sharpened, rather than lessened, his understanding of exactly what they were up against. Hinata found him still awake on the ceiling hall's rooftop well past midnight, and settled beside him without needing to ask what kept him there. "They're going to come back with more, aren't they?" she said quietly, not really a question. "They're going to come back with exactly as much as they think it'll take," he said. "And I don't know yet if what we've built is enough to answer that. I just know we're not facing it the way this village faced it the first time." Chapter 2. The Coalition's internal reaction to the probe's findings. When Ino's network finally pieced together a clear picture of it over the following 2 weeks, proved considerably more divided than any of them had dared hope, and considerably more dangerous than any of them had wanted to fear. The barrier's structural data, relayed back through the probing commander's detailed report, confirmed to coalition military planners exactly what the Sovereign's Veil was capable of withstanding, and the number, when finally calculated by strategists in at least 2 of the 5 nations, proved sobering enough to give even the most hawkish voices genuine pause. A conventional assault, the reports apparently concluded, would require a force considerably larger than any single nation could easily commit without weakening its own borders elsewhere, and even a combined coalition force faced real uncertainty about whether the barrier's distributed strength could actually be broken before defenders inside mounted a counter-response. That uncertainty produced, over the following weeks, exactly the kind of fractured coalition debate Uzumaki badly needed. Suna, already quietly aligned through its private understanding with Naruto, argued openly now for abandoning the military option altogether in favor of formal diplomatic recognition. Konoha, still carrying the particular weight of its own historical responsibility for the crisis, pushed for continued restraint, though its voice within the coalition carried less authority than it once had, precisely because its own council remained visibly divided. Kirigakure and Iwagakure, however, hardened rather than softened in response to the barrier's demonstrated strength, arguing, with a logic Ino found chillingly familiar from the old history texts describing Uzumaki original destruction, that a defensive capability this formidable, left unchecked, would only grow more dangerous with time, and that whatever cost the coalition assault carried now would only increase the longer any action was delayed. It was Uzumaki, in the end, whose position tipped the balance most dangerously, not through ideological conviction but through the introduction of a new figure into the coalition's deliberations, a decorated general named Doryu, recently elevated to lead Uzumaka's military contribution to any coalition action, whose own family, according to fragments of intelligence Ino's network eventually pieced together, had lost several members generations earlier in the original war against Uzumaki, a loss that had shaped, in ways the coalition's other representatives seemed slow to fully appreciate, a personal conviction bordering on obsession that this reawakened threat could not be allowed to stand. Doryu's first formal address to the assembled coalition council, relayed to Uzumaki through Ino's most reliable contact within the gathering weeks later, made his position unmistakably clear. "This is not a new problem," he reportedly told the assembled representatives. "It is an old one, returning exactly as it once did, and exactly as our predecessors once learned at devastating cost, mercy shown to Yuzushiogakyo's sealing mastery only ever postpones the reckoning. It does not prevent it. When Naruto heard the full account of Doria's speech relayed back to him by Ino, he sat with it for a long time in silence before speaking. He's not wrong that there's history here, he said finally. He's wrong about what that history actually proves. It doesn't prove we're a threat that has to be destroyed. It proves what happens to people who get destroyed anyway, no matter how carefully they try to prove they're not a threat at all. Ino, watching him absorb the weight of Doria's growing influence, offered a piece of context her network had gathered that complicated the picture further. Doria isn't just a hawk speaking from old family grief, she said. He's built a genuine following within Kumogakyo's younger officer corps, men and women who came of age hearing stories about Yuzushiogakyo's fall the way children hear cautionary fables, absolute villains defeated by righteous unity. Convincing them otherwise isn't just a matter of presenting better evidence. It's asking them to unlearn a story that's shaped their entire professional identity. Karin, listening from across the table, offered a thought that settled uncomfortably over the room. That's the same trap Konoha built around Kurama, and around you, for that matter, she said, looking at Naruto. Not deliberate cruelty in every individual case. Just a story, repeated so often and for so long, that unlearning it starts to feel like betraying everyone who taught it to you in good faith. Doria's not the only obstacle here. He's just the clearest example of how deep that particular story runs. Naruto turned that over for a long moment, feeling the scale of what they were actually up against settle into sharper focus. Then maybe the fight isn't really against Doria at all, he said slowly. Maybe it's against the story itself, and Doria's just a version of it currently holding a sword. Chapter 3. Karin, meanwhile, had spent the weeks since the probe deep in the vault's remaining unexplored sections, pursuing a thread she had first noticed months earlier but never had the uninterrupted time to properly investigate, a sealed inner chamber behind the vault's primary archive that resisted every conventional opening technique the Founding Four had so far mastered. She brought Naruto down to examine it personally in the third week following the probe, torchlight catching on a door surface etched with a seal pattern more intricate than anything either of them had yet encountered, layered symbols that seemed, the longer Naruto studied them, to shift meaning depending on the angle of observation, an effect he had never seen in any Fuinjutsu design before. This isn't a lock in the way we understand locks, Karin said, running careful fingers along the pattern's outer edge without quite touching it. It's not asking for the right chakra signature. It's asking for the right combination of signatures. I don't think this was ever meant to be opened by one person alone. They tested the theory 2 nights later, gathering all 4 of them, Naruto, Hinata, Ino, and Karin, at the sealed chamber's threshold, each pressing a palm to a different quadrant of the door's carved surface at Karin's direction, chakra flowing simultaneously rather than sequentially. The door did not simply open. It dissolved, layer by layer, revealing a chamber considerably larger than the archive that preceded it, its walls lined not with scrolls but with a single continuous seal array carved directly into the stone itself, a design so vast and so complex that even Karin, staring up at it with clear awe, needed several minutes before she could begin to describe what she was actually looking at. It's a defense system, she said finally, voice hushed. Not a barrier like the veil. Something larger. The old texts in the outer archive mention it in passing, always in the same careful, cautious language, calling it the last ward, describing it as a measure the original Yuzushiogakure never activated, not even during the siege that destroyed it, because activating it required a cost the old seal masters apparently judged too severe to accept except as an absolute final resort. Naruto studied the array in silence for a long while, feeling something uneasy settle in his chest even as the sheer scale of the design left him quietly awestruck. What kind of cost? He asked finally. Karin traced the relevant passage carefully, translating slowly as she read. It doesn't say precisely. Just that the array draws not on the chakra of those who activate it, but on the full accumulated weight of the sealing bonds already woven into the settlement itself, every barrier, every ward, every convergence bond between seal master and partner, drawn together into a single, overwhelming discharge. It's not described as a weapon in the conventional sense. It's described as the settlement itself choosing, once and only once, to answer force with force on a scale no attacker could survive encountering. Hinata, standing at the chamber's threshold, spoke quietly into the silence that followed. Then we hope we never need it, she said. But we don't destroy the knowledge of it either. Sometimes the last resort existing at all is what keeps you from ever actually needing to use it. Naruto nodded slowly, though the weight of what they had just uncovered settled over him differently than any of the vault's other secrets had. We keep this sealed unless everything else fails, he said. This isn't a first answer to anything. It's the last one, and only if there's truly nothing left to try before it. In the days that followed, Karin continued cataloging the last ward's design in careful, methodical detail, working alone in the chamber for hours at a stretch, driven by a need she found difficult to fully articulate even to herself, some instinct passed down through blood rather than learned through study insisting that whatever this array actually was, understanding it completely mattered more than anything else she had yet undertaken in her life. What she found, piece by piece, both reassured and unsettled her in equal measure. The array was not, as she had first feared, some crude weapon of indiscriminate destruction. It was, in its underlying structure, an extension of the same convergence philosophy that had shaped every piece of Uzumaki Fuinjutsu she had studied since arriving, a defense built not on domination but on the willing, coordinated consent of everyone whose sealing bonds fed into it. It could not, she came to understand, be activated by force or coercion. It required the genuine, wholehearted agreement of every bonded pair whose chakra the array would draw upon, a built-in safeguard against exactly the kind of tyrannical misuse that had turned so many other sealing traditions, over the centuries, into instruments of oppression rather than protection. She reported this finding to Naruto with a measure of relief either of them had expected to feel about a weapon capable of the scale of destruction the old texts implied. It's not something that could ever be turned against us from the inside, she told him. Whoever built this understood something the rest of the shinobi world never quite learned. The safest weapon isn't the one that's hardest to use. It's the one that can only ever be used by people who actually agree, completely and without coercion, that using it is necessary. There was something else, too, that Karin found in those final days of study, tucked into a margin note beside the array's central inscription, faded almost past legibility but still, with careful effort, readable. It was a warning, written in a hand different from the array's original architect, added perhaps a generation later, cautioning that the last ward's true danger was never the scale of its power, but the temptation, once built and proven capable of ending any threat outright, to reach for it before every gentler option had been genuinely exhausted. Power like this does not corrupt the seal masters who wield it, the note read. It corrupts the patience that once made restraint possible at all. Karin carried that warning back to the council chamber, and read it aloud to the others exactly as she had found it, and Naruto sat with it for a long moment before answering. Then that's the promise we make to each other now, before we ever actually need it, he said. We don't reach for this because it would be easier, or faster, or more satisfying. We reach for it only when every single gentler option has been genuinely, honestly exhausted, and not one moment sooner. Chapter 4. Doria's growing influence within the coalition produced, within the month, exactly the kind of pressure Ino had feared most, a formal proposal, backed now by Kumobikure and Iwabikure jointly, calling for a unified coalition force to be assembled within the season, framed not as an act of aggression but, in language chillingly similar to the coalition's original justification for Yuzushiobikure's first destruction, as a necessary and preventative act of collective security. Gaara fought that proposal in council with everything his own political standing could bring to bear, arguing, according to Ino's sources, that a defensive settlement which had shown restraint at every single opportunity, released a captured operative unharmed, declined to escalate after a full probing assault, and pursued diplomatic alliance rather than conquest at every turn, could not honestly be described as an imminent security threat requiring preventative war. His argument bought delay, but not defeat. The coalition's final vote, when it came weeks later, split 3 votes in favor of assembling a unified force, 1 against, with Konoha, torn by its own internal division, abstaining rather than committing firmly to either side, a decision that Tsunade, informed of the vote's outcome through her own diplomatic channels, received with a bitterness she did not bother hiding from Kakashi in their private debrief that evening. Abstaining isn't neutral, Kakashi told her plainly. It just means we're choosing not to be blamed either way, regardless of what happens. Tsunade did not disagree, and the knowledge of that particular failure sat with her uncomfortably in the weeks that followed, through every subsequent report confirming that Kumogakure and Iwagakure had begun, with Kirigakure's reluctant support, the actual work of assembling a combined military force. Drawing personnel and resources from 3 nations in a coordinated build-up that Ino's network estimated would take approximately 2 months to fully complete. 2 months, Naruto repeated, when the intelligence reached him, turning the number over with a grim, calculating focus he had rarely needed to apply to anything in his life before. 2 months to finish what we started building the day we walked out of Konoha's gates. 2 months to make sure that when they finally decide to test us for real, they find something considerably harder to break than what a probing force alone was ever going to reveal. Within Konoha itself, the coalition's vote landed with a weight that Tsunade found herself unable to fully set aside even in the days that followed. She called an emergency session of her closest advisors, not the full council this time, just Kakashi, Shikamaru, and Shizen, and laid the situation before them without the careful diplomatic hedging she had allowed herself in more formal settings. We abstained, she said. Which means if this coalition marches on that village and destroys everything he's built, Konoha gets to claim it wasn't our hand that struck the blow. I'm not sure that's actually much better than striking it ourselves. Shikamaru, characteristically blunt, offered the assessment none of them had wanted to hear stated so plainly. It's worse in some ways, he said. At least an enemy who commits fully to a position can be argued with, negotiated against, held accountable in the open. A village that abstains just gets to watch and decide afterward how it wants to remember its own inaction. That's not neutrality. That's cowardice wearing neutrality's clothes. Tsunade sat with that assessment for a long time before finally making a decision she had been circling for weeks without quite committing to. She drafted, that same night, a private letter to Naruto, separate from any official Konoha correspondence, acknowledging plainly the village's failure and offering, though she knew it might arrive too late to matter, whatever unofficial support Konoha could quietly provide without formally breaking its coalition abstention, medical supplies, intelligence sharing. Safe harbor for any Uzumaki resident who needed it regardless of how the coming conflict resolved. It was a small gesture, she knew, set against the scale of what was actually approaching Uzumaka's borders. But it was, she told Kakashi as she sealed the letter for careful, deniable delivery, the first honest thing Konoha had actually offered Naruto since the day he'd walked out of its gates, and she intended it to not be the last. Chapter 5. The 2 months that followed transformed Uzumaki more thoroughly than any period since its original reawakening, every waking hour of the Founding Four's days consumed by defensive preparation, diplomatic maneuvering, and the steady, grinding work of readying an entire population for the possibility of war none of them had ever wanted but all of them now understood was likely coming regardless. Hinata expanded the sealing corps to its largest size yet, drawing not only on trained shinobi among the settlement's growing population but on the civilian defense track Sachi had originally built, integrating both into a layered response structure capable of reinforcing any section of the sovereign's veil under sustained assault far more efficiently than the barrier's original design alone would have allowed. Karin split her time between refining the settlement's sensory network further and continuing, carefully and cautiously, to study the last ward's array, not with any intention of activating it, but out of a conviction that fully understanding its mechanics was itself a form of preparedness, a last resort worth knowing intimately even if it was never, she hoped fervently, actually going to be needed. Ino's diplomatic efforts intensified in a different direction entirely, working now not merely to maintain Suna's alliance but to actively cultivate sympathetic voices within the wavering nations themselves, quiet back-channel contacts with military officers and civilian administrators in Kirigakure who privately doubted the wisdom of the coming assault, planting seeds of doubt that might, if the coalition force ever actually reached Uzumaka's borders, translate into hesitation or reduced commitment at the critical moment. Naruto, meanwhile, turned his attention to a question none of the vault's texts had directly addressed. how to prepare an entire population, many of them recent arrivals who had come to Uzumaki seeking sanctuary rather than war, for the genuine possibility of large-scale combat, without letting that preparation curdle into the same fear-driven militarism the coalition itself was currently succumbing to. He called regular open sessions in the plaza, not the tense, urgent gathering of the 24th week, but calmer, more deliberate conversations, explaining plainly what the coalition's build-up meant, what the Sealing Corps and the last ward and every other layer of defense actually represented, and reminding every resident, again and again, that none of it existed to conquer or threaten anyone. Only to ensure that whatever came to their borders, it would not find a village as unprepared and as thoroughly overwhelmed as the original Uzumaki once had been. "We are not becoming the thing we're afraid of," he told the gathered plaza, near the end of the second month, as reports confirmed the coalition forces' buildup was nearing completion. "We're becoming something this village never got the chance to be the first time. Ready. Together. And still, underneath everything, exactly who we actually are." Sachi's civilian defense track, meanwhile, had grown into something considerably more sophisticated than its original modest scope, with Hinata personally overseeing the integration of civilian volunteers into the Sealing Corps' broader defensive rotation, a structure designed specifically to ensure that no single group within the settlement bore an unsustainable share of the coming burden. Even the youngest residents, the refugee families, 2 children among them, were given small, age-appropriate roles within the settlement's emergency protocols, not because Naruto or Hinata believed children belonged anywhere near actual combat, but because both of them understood, from painful personal experience, that feeling entirely powerless in the face of an approaching threat did lasting damage of its own, and that even a small, genuine sense of contribution could steady a frightened heart in ways empty reassurance never could. Tsunade's private letter, when it finally reached Uzumaki through a careful, deniable courier route in the final week of the build-up, arrived at a moment Naruto found himself grateful for more than he expected. He read it alone, late at night, and felt something in his chest loosen slightly at the acknowledgement it contained, not enough to undo months of institutional failure, but enough to remind him that the people who had raised him were not, every single one of them, indifferent to what was now approaching his new home. He showed the letter to Hinata the following morning, and she read it twice before setting it down carefully. "It doesn't fix what happened," she said. "But it's honest. That matters more than people usually give it credit for." "It does," Naruto agreed. "Doesn't change what's coming, though." "No," she said. "But it might matter for what comes after, whatever after turns out to look like." Chapter 6. It was during this same period that Hinata received word, through one of Ino's careful diplomatic contacts, that Niji Hyuga, her cousin, dispatched as part of a small Konoha observation team monitoring the coalition's build-up from a neutral distance, had requested, through unofficial channels, a brief and deniable meeting, framed as a personal matter separate from any official Konoha business. She agreed to it cautiously, meeting him at a neutral border town 2 days' travel from Uzumaki, accompanied by a small Sealing Corps escort that remained at a respectful distance while the 2 cousins spoke. Niji looked older than she remembered, the particular weariness of a man who had spent months watching a crisis build that he had no real power to prevent. "I'm not here on Konoha's authority," he said before she could ask. "I'm here because I needed to see for myself that you're actually all right, whatever the reports keep saying." "I'm more than all right," Hinata said, and meant it fully for the first time she could remember saying such a thing to any member of her birth family. "I found a place that never once asked me to be smaller than what I actually am. Whatever happens with the coalition, I don't regret a single day of choosing it." Niji studied her for a long moment, something complicated moving behind his eyes. "The clan council debated your status for weeks after you left," he said finally. "Whether to formally disown you, strip your name from the registry. My grandmother argued against it, in the end. Said that whatever else was true, no Hyuga in living memory had ever shown the kind of independent strength he displayed by walking away from everything the clan offered rather than staying and shrinking to fit it." Hinata felt something in her chest tighten at that, an old ache she had thought fully healed rising briefly back to the surface. "Tell her I'm grateful," she said quietly. "Even if nothing else about my leaving ever gets understood back home, Tell her that much reached me and mattered. Niji nodded, and before they parted, he offered one more piece of information, delivered carefully, clearly weighing whether it crossed some line of his own loyalty even as he said it. Konoha's official position remains abstention, he said. But there are officers in the observation teams, myself included, who don't believe this coalition action is just. If it comes to open conflict, don't expect Konoha soldiers in that assembled force. Whatever else this village owes you, I don't think most of us are willing to be the ones who finish what fear started against your mother's people twice. Before he left, Niji hesitated, something visibly weighing on him beyond the careful diplomatic caution he had maintained through the rest of their conversation. There's something else, he said finally. Hanabi asked me to tell you, if I saw you, that she's been reviewing the old branch family training doctrines since you left. Quietly. On her own time. She won't say it to father directly, not yet, but I think watching you walk away and actually thrive somewhere else made her start questioning things she never had reason to question before. Hinata felt something complicated rise in her chest at that, old grief and cautious hope tangled together in a way she hadn't expected. Tell her, she said slowly, that she doesn't have to wait for permission to ask those questions. I never got that lesson early enough. I'd like her to get it sooner than I did. They parted without ceremony, Niji returning to his observation post, Hinata to her escort, and the 2 days' journey back to Yuzushiogakure. But she found herself thinking of her younger sister often in the weeks that followed, a small, private hope threading quietly through the larger, heavier preparations consuming every other part of her days, that whatever came of the coalition's approaching assault, some small crack of genuine change might still be working its way through the compound she had left behind, regardless of how any of it turned out for her personally. Chapter 7. Ino's cultivated doubts within Kirigakure's ranks bore their first real fruit in the 5th week of the build-up, when a junior officer assigned to the coalition's logistics planning, a woman named Etsu who had quietly corresponded with one of Ino's contacts for several weeks, requested, through carefully deniable channels, direct contact with Yuzushiogakura's diplomatic office. Ino met the request personally, traveling under careful cover to a discreet meeting point near the coalition's staging grounds, and found in Etsu someone whose doubts ran deeper and more specific than she had expected. I've read the actual assessment reports, Etsu told her, voice low despite the privacy of their meeting spot. Your barrier's strength, your restraint at every provocation, the alliance you've built with Suna. None of it matches the picture Doria keeps painting in council. I don't think most of the officers actually being asked to march believe in this the way he does. I think a lot of us are following orders we don't actually agree with, because nobody's given us a reason yet to believe there's another option. Ino considered that carefully before responding, weighing exactly how much to share against the very real risk that Etsu's approach could itself be a coalition intelligence gambit rather than genuine doubt. In the end, she decided, the risk was worth taking. If this comes to actual battle, she said, Yuzushiogakure isn't interested in destroying soldiers who never wanted this fight in the first place. If there's ever a moment where officers like you find yourselves able to hold back rather than commit fully, that restraint would be remembered, and it would matter, regardless of how the larger conflict resolves. Etsu left that meeting without any formal commitment, and Ino did not expect one, understanding that whatever seeds of hesitation had just been planted would only bear fruit, if they bore any at all, in the actual chaos and uncertainty of a battlefield rather than in any advance promise made safely beforehand. She reported the meeting back to the full council that evening, and Naruto, listening to her account, felt something shift slightly in how he understood the coming conflict. It's not really the 5 nations against us, is it? He said slowly. It's whatever fear currently controls each of those nations' councils, against everyone, on both sides, who'd rather find another way if anyone ever gave them the chance to actually try. Karin, listening quietly, nodded. That's what fear always does when it's allowed to run unchecked, she said. It doesn't just attack the thing it's afraid of. It conscripts everyone standing anywhere near it, whether they actually agree with the fear or not. Ino continued cultivating her quiet correspondence with Etsu over the following weeks, careful never to push for more commitment than the young officer seemed ready to offer, understanding instinctively that trust built too quickly under this kind of pressure would collapse just as quickly the moment real danger arrived. Their exchanges remained brief, careful, exchanged through a series of increasingly circuitous channels designed to protect Etsu from any suspicion within her own ranks, but they continued, and in them, Ino began to glimpse something she found unexpectedly moving, a genuine, growing friendship forming between two women on opposite sides of a conflict neither of them had chosen. Bound together by nothing more than a shared conviction that fear should not be allowed to make every decision. Unopposed. You realize, Naruto observed one evening, watching Ino carefully compose another message for the Career Network, that you might be the reason this whole thing doesn't end in total slaughter on both sides. Ino didn't look up from her writing right away. Maybe, she said. Or maybe I'm just doing what I've always been best at, and nobody back home ever gave proper credit for. Understanding people well enough to find the crack in whatever story they've been told about who they're supposed to be. She finally set the letter aside and met his eyes. Either way, I'd rather spend these last weeks building whatever bridges are still possible than just waiting to see how many of them get burned anyway. Chapter 8. By the 7th week of the build-up, Karin's expanded sensory network began registering movement patterns along multiple approach routes simultaneously, a scale of coordinated mobilization considerably larger than the earlier probing force, confirming what Ino's intelligence had already suggested. The combined coalition force, drawn primarily from Kumogakure, Iwadakure, and Kirigakure, was completing its final assembly and would soon begin its march toward Yuzushiyogakure's borders in earnest. Naruto called the full council together the evening the confirmation arrived, and for the first time since the crisis began, allowed himself to voice, plainly and without softening, the full weight of what was actually approaching. This isn't a probe anymore, he told the three women gathered around the familiar stone table. Ino's estimates put this force at several times the size of anything that's tested us before. This is the coalition deciding, after everything, that force is still the answer they trust more than any alternative we've offered them. Hinata's response came steady and immediate. Then we make sure the answer they get back proves that trust badly misplaced, she said. Not through cruelty. Through simply being exactly as strong, and exactly as prepared, as we've spent every day since the reawakening becoming. Ino's assessment carried a harder edge of calculation. We've done everything reasonable to avoid this, she said. Diplomacy, restraint, alliance building, cultivating doubt within their own ranks. None of it stopped the build-up entirely, which means at this point, our job isn't to prevent the confrontation anymore. It's to make sure that whatever confrontation happens, it ends with this village still standing, and with the world finally forced to see us as something other than a problem to be managed. Karin, quieter than the others, offered the thought that ultimately steadied the room most. We're not facing this the way the original Yuzushiogakure did, she said. Divided, unprepared, abandoned by anyone who might have argued for restraint. We've got the veil. We've got Suna. We've got officers inside their own ranks who don't fully believe in what they're being asked to do. Whatever happens, we're not facing this alone, and we're not facing it unprepared. That has to count for something, even against everything still stacked against us. She paused, then added, quieter still, something that seemed to have been weighing on her privately for longer than the current conversation alone. And whatever the last word turns out to mean for how this ends, I do not think we are the ones who are going to have to reach for it first. I think, if it comes to that at all, it will be because every gentler thing we tried genuinely ran out, and that is a very different thing from choosing it as a first resort. Naruto looked around the table at the three of them, feeling the same steady gratitude he had felt so many times in the months since their founding, that whatever came next, he would not be carrying it the way he had once carried everything alone in Konoha. Then we finish preparing, he said. And when they arrive, we meet them not as frightened defenders bracing for annihilation, but as exactly what we've spent all these months becoming. A nation that knows precisely what it's defending, and precisely why it's worth defending it. The council session ran long into that night, each of them contributing to a final defensive framework that drew together every piece of preparation the settlement had undertaken since the crisis first began. Hinata mapped out precise reinforcement rotations for the ceiling core, ensuring no section of the veil would ever be left without immediate backup for more than a few critical minutes. Karin finalized the sensory network's full perimeter monitoring protocols, designed to give the earliest possible warning of any concentrated assault before it could gather full momentum. Ino drafted contingency messaging for every plausible outcome, determined that regardless of how the coming days unfolded, the world beyond the coalition's borders would understand exactly what had actually happened and why. Naruto, for his part, spent the final hours of that session simply reviewing, one more time, the full defensive architecture they had built together, not out of any lingering doubt in its design, but out of a need he recognized in himself to hold the whole of it clearly in mind before whatever came next arrived. It occurred to him, somewhere in that quiet, careful review, that this moment, for people bent over a shared table working through every contingency together, was itself the clearest possible answer to everything the coalition's fear-driven certainty had gotten wrong about them. They were not a weapon waiting to be pointed. They were a partnership, built patiently and honestly, doing the unglamorous, exhausting work that any genuine defense actually required. Chapter 9. The final diplomatic overture, sent in the 9th week as the coalition forces' march became undeniable even to the most cautiously optimistic observers in Ino's network, was drafted by Naruto personally, addressed not to the coalition as an abstract body but to each of the 5 great nations individually, a last attempt to fracture the unified action before it could fully materialize into open conflict. To Konoha, he wrote of the years they had shared, the debt he still, despite everything, acknowledged owing to the people who had raised him even as he condemned the institution that had failed him, and asked, plainly, that whatever choice the village made, it choose it honestly rather than through the comfortable evasion of abstention. To Suna, he wrote gratitude, plain and uncomplicated, for an alliance that had already proven, in the months since its founding, exactly what 2 nations built on shared principle rather than shared fear could accomplish together. To Kirigakure, drawing on everything Etsu's quiet doubts had revealed about the coalition's fractured internal will, he wrote directly to the post-war generation of officers and administrators who had inherited a nation still healing from its own recent civil conflict, asking whether a people who understood, better than most, the cost of internal division truly wished to spend that hard-won unity on a war against a settlement that had never once threatened their borders. To Iwagakure and Kumogakure, whose positions Ino's intelligence suggested were the most firmly entrenched, he wrote plainly and without illusion that he understood exactly what history had taught them to fear, and that he could not, honestly, promise them certainty that fear was wrong. He could only promise that Uzumaki had shown, at every single opportunity presented to it since its reawakening, restraint, transparency, and a consistent refusal to escalate beyond what defense required, and asked that this record, however imperfect a guarantee it might feel to nations still shaped by old grief, be weighed honestly against the certain cost of the war they were currently choosing instead. The replies, when they came over the following 2 weeks, changed nothing about the coalition forces' continued advance, but they confirmed, at least, exactly where each nation's true position stood. Konoha's reply, brief and clearly agonized in its brevity, offered no change in its abstention but included, unofficially and unattributably, a private acknowledgement from Tsunade herself that history would likely judge Konoha's failure to act decisively in either direction as its own particular form of complicity. Suna's reply reaffirmed the alliance in full, with Gaara adding a personal note promising that whatever aid Suna could offer short of direct military confrontation with the coalition, that aid would be made available without hesitation. Kirigakure's reply came the closest to Naruto's actual hope, a carefully hedged internal debate leaking back through Ino's contacts suggesting genuine and growing division within its ranks, though not yet enough to produce a formal withdrawal from the coalition force. Etsu herself, Ino learned through a final careful exchange before communication had to go dark for the duration of the march, had argued forcefully in an internal session for exactly the kind of restraint Naruto's letter had asked for, and though she had not prevailed, she had not been alone in making the case either. Iwagakure and Kumogakure did not reply at all, their silence, in its own way, the clearest answer of all. Naruto read through the collected responses one final time in the quiet of the council chamber, laying them out side by side across the stone table exactly as he had once laid out the 6 ancestral scrolls in a rented Konoha apartment so many months earlier, and felt, in that quiet comparison, the full arc of everything that had brought him to this moment. He had begun this journey believing the fight was against a single village's failure to see him clearly. He understood now that the fight had always been larger than that, against an entire world's inherited habit of answering unfamiliar strength with fear rather than curiosity, and he found, turning that recognition over one final time before the coalition force's arrival, that it did not frighten him the way it might once have. It only clarified, with a kind of somber, settled resolve, exactly what remained to be proven in the days ahead. Hinata found him there near midnight. The collected replies still spread before him, and did not ask what he was thinking, simply sat beside him the way she always did, offering her presence rather than her questions. After a long while, he finally spoke. "Whatever happens tomorrow," he said quietly, "I want it on record that we tried every door before we ever let this become a war we didn't choose." "It's on record," she said. "In every one of these letters. Whatever the coalition decides to do with that record afterward, the truth of it doesn't change." Chapter 10. The coalition force crossed into the outer territory surrounding Uzumaki-Ogakure's reclaimed borders on the morning of the 11th week, and Karin's sensory network, tracking its full advance for the first time with complete clarity, confirmed numbers considerably larger than even Ino's most cautious estimates had suggested, a combined force drawing heavily on Kumogakure's Lightning Corps discipline, Iwagakure's Earth-style siege specialists, and a smaller but still significant Kirigakure contingent whose visible hesitation, even at a distance, Karin noted with something like grim hope. Naruto gathered the full population once more in the plaza that evening, the same torchlit gathering space where every major turning point of the settlement's short history had been marked, and found, standing before them this time, not the uncertain crowd of the 24th week but a settlement that had spent months becoming exactly what he had once promised it would. He did not need to explain, this time, what was coming. Every resident standing in that plaza already understood, having lived through the 2 months of preparation, exactly what the coalition force's arrival meant. What he offered them instead was simpler, and in its own way, more important than any tactical briefing could have been. "Whatever happens in the days ahead," he told them, voice carrying clear and steady across the gathered crowd, "I want every single one of you to remember exactly why we built this place. Not to conquer anyone. Not to prove anyone wrong through force alone. We built this so that never again would an Uzumaki, or anyone else the world had already decided didn't deserve room to become fully themselves, have to shrink to survive. Whatever we face tomorrow, that's still true, and no army large enough to march against these walls will ever be large enough to make it untrue again." The plaza answered him not with the fearful murmur such a speech might once have provoked, but with the same steady resolve that had carried the settlement through every trial since its founding, a nation of people who understood, fully now, exactly what they were standing together to defend. That night, the founding four gathered one final time before the coming confrontation, not in the council chamber this time, but on the ceiling hall's rooftop, the same quiet space where so much of what had built their bond together had first taken shape. "Whatever happens tomorrow," Hinata said quietly, looking out at the distant torchlight of the assembling coalition camp visible now even from this distance, "I want you all to know this was still worth everything it cost to build." Ino nodded slowly, something steady settling over her usual sharp edges. "No regrets," she said. "Whatever comes." Karin, looking out at the same distant lights, spoke last, her voice carrying the particular weight of someone who had spent her entire life believing herself alone and had found, in this place and these people, exactly what she had stopped believing was possible. "Family," she said simply. "Whatever happens tomorrow, I finally know what that word actually means." They stayed on that rooftop long after the conversation had faded into comfortable silence, none of them eager to be the first to break the quiet and return to the more urgent business still waiting below. It was Naruto who eventually rose first, offering a hand to each of them in turn as they stood, a small, wordless gesture that carried, in that moment, more weight than any speech he might have given. "Whatever the history books eventually say about tomorrow," he said, looking at each of them in the gathering dark, "I already know it's going to say we faced it together, and that alone is already more than this village's original founders ever got the chance to have. Down in the plaza below, the last of the settlement's preparations continued quietly into the night, lanterns moving between supply stations as the final civilian defense rotation settled into position, the Sealing Corps' senior instructors conducting one last review of formation assignments before dawn, and throughout it all, a settlement of people who had each arrived here seeking sanctuary from a world that had once told them they didn't belong, working together now not out of fear, but out of a shared, settled conviction that whatever they had found in this reawakened place was worth standing to defend. Chapter 11. Dawn broke gray and cold over Uzumaki on the morning the coalition force completed its final approach, arraying itself along the outer tree line in full battle formation for the first time since the crisis began, a visible wall of shinobi drawn from 3 of the 5 great nations, banners marking each contingent's origin snapping faintly in the sea wind. General Doryu himself rode at the formation center, and Karin's sensory read on his chakra, relayed quietly to the rest of the council as the final position settled into place, carried a grim, focused intensity that confirmed everything his earlier coalition speeches had already suggested. He believes this completely, she said. Whatever we send back at him today, it isn't going to change his mind. Only stopping him will. Naruto stood at the Sovereign's Veil's inner edge as the coalition force settled into position, Hinata and the full assembled Sealing Corps arrayed along the barrier behind him, Karin monitoring every signature in the opposing formation with an unbroken focus that left no detail unaccounted for, Ino positioned nearby with the settlement's full diplomatic authority still, even now, held ready in case any final opening for restraint presented itself. A single rider broke from the coalition formation and approached the barrier's edge, close enough for a voice pitch to carry the full distance, and Naruto recognized, even before the man announced himself, the same broad-shouldered commander who had led the original probing force months earlier, apparently now serving under Doryu's direct command. General Doryu offers this settlement one final opportunity, the rider called out. Surrender the sealing knowledge you've reclaimed, submit to coalition oversight, and disperse this population under guaranteed safe passage. Refuse, and the coalition will consider this settlement's continued existence itself an act of war, and will act accordingly, beginning within the hour. Naruto stepped forward to the barrier's very edge, feeling every eye in both assembled forces settle on him, and found, when he finally spoke, that his voice carried none of the uncertainty that had once colored every decision he made in a village that had spent his whole life managing him instead of trusting him. Tell General Doryu that this settlement was built on knowledge that was always ours to reclaim, and that we have never once used it against anyone who didn't move against us first, he called back, voice carrying clear and unwavering across the distance. We will not surrender what belongs to us, and we will not disperse a people who have finally found somewhere they belong. If the coalition considers our continued existence an act of war, then the coalition has already decided what kind of history it wants to write for itself. We are simply going to make sure that history remembers exactly who chose violence first, and exactly who spent every single day since our founding trying to offer something better instead. The writer studied him for a long moment, something unreadable crossing his expression, before turning and riding back toward the assembled coalition lines without another word. A ripple of tense murmurs moved through the coalition formation as the rider delivered his report, faint and distant but visible even from the barrier's edge, and Ino, watching it unfold, allowed herself a small, grim note of satisfaction. Whatever else happens today, she said quietly, they heard exactly what we intended them to hear. Naruto turned back to Hinata, Ino, and Karin, feeling the full weight of the coming hour settle over all 4 of them together rather than onto his shoulders alone. This is it, he said quietly. Whatever they send, we're ready. Hinata's hand found his, steady and certain. We're ready, she agreed, and behind them, the Sovereign's Veil shimmered faintly in the gray morning light, an entire nation's chakra woven into a single unbroken answer to everything marching toward it. Along the barrier's full length, the Sealing Corps held their positions in silence, the civilian defense rotations arrayed in careful reserve behind them exactly as months of drilling had prepared them to be, and above it all, the towers of Uzumaki stood clean and defiant against the gray morning sky. Exactly as they had risen from the tide so many months earlier at the touch of chakra the ancient ruins had waited decades to recognize. Karin, monitoring the full coalition formation from her post at the barrier's center, felt something settle in her chest as the final moments before engagement ticked past, an old, hard-won certainty that had nothing to do with the battle about to unfold and everything to do with the simple fact of standing here at all, blood of her blood arrayed around her, a homeland beneath her feet that no one, not Orochimaru, not Geno, not any of the quiet, grinding years of feeling herself merely useful, rather than truly wanted, had ever managed to take from her, because it had never actually been taken in the first place. It had only ever been waiting, patient and unclaimed, for exactly this moment to be reclaimed in full. Chapter 12. The Coalition's opening assault came not as a single overwhelming strike but as a coordinated, probing barrage clearly designed to locate weaknesses across the Vale's full perimeter simultaneously. Iwagakure's Earth-style specialists driving concentrated tremors against the barrier's southern edge while Kumogakure's Lightning Corps unleashed a synchronized volley against the eastern approach where the original probing force had first tested the defense months earlier. Hinata's Sealing Corps held every point, the barrier's distributed design proving exactly as resilient as the Founding Four had hoped through months of careful construction, strain redistributing across the full lattice rather than concentrating catastrophically at any single failure point, though Karin's continuous monitoring confirmed, even as the veil held, that the sheer scale of this assault was drawing down the barrier's reserves at a rate the earlier probing force's limited test had never approached. Along the southern edge, a young Sealing Corps recruit stumbled under the tremor's force and was caught, without a word exchanged, by the veteran beside her, the formation closing seamlessly around the gap before it could widen into anything more serious. "It's holding," Karin called out from her monitoring post, voice tight with concentration, "but this isn't like before. They're not testing anymore. They're trying to exhaust us into failure, hitting every section at once so we can't concentrate reinforcement anywhere that actually needs it." Naruto felt Kurama stir within him, ancient and focused, offering without being asked the full measure of the convergence bond they had built together so many months earlier in a quiet Konoha apartment that felt now like it belonged to an entirely different lifetime. "Then let's give the veil what it needs to keep holding, Kit," the fox rumbled, and Naruto felt the fox's vast chakra reserves flow outward through him and into the barrier's structure, reinforcing the exact sections Karin's monitoring identified as weakening fastest. The assault continued through the better part of the morning, wave after coordinated wave testing every section of the barrier in turn, and though the veil held through each one, Naruto could feel, even with Kurama's reinforcement flowing steadily into the structure, that the coalition's overwhelming numbers were accomplishing exactly what Doria had apparently calculated they would, a slow, grinding attrition that no single decisive counterstrike could fully address, because the true battle being fought was not for any one section of the barrier, but for how long its defenders could keep every section standing at once. It was near midday, as the barrier's reserves dipped lower than they had at any point since the assault began, that Ino, monitoring the coalition's formation from her diplomatic position near the barrier's edge, called out a warning that changed the entire shape of the battle unfolding around them. "They're regrouping," she shouted, tracking movement across the full coalition line with the same sharp, assessing focus she had once applied to reading a single target's intentions across an interrogation table. This wasn't the main assault. This was the exhaustion phase. Doria's bringing up something else, something they'd been holding in reserve this whole time. Karin's sensory read confirmed it a moment later, her whole body gone rigid at her monitoring post, her voice carrying a note of genuine alarm that none of them had heard from her since the crisis first began. "There's a formation forming at the center of their line," she called out. "Massive concentrated chakra, coordinated across dozens of shinobi simultaneously. I've never felt anything built quite like it before. Whatever this is, it's not a conventional jutsu. It's something they built specifically to break us, and I think they've been saving it for exactly this moment, when the Veil's reserves are already at their weakest." Naruto looked out across the barrier's shimmering, straining lattice at the massing formation taking shape at the heart of the coalition's line, felt Kurama's presence go suddenly, sharply alert beside his own thoughts, and understood, with a cold certainty that settled over him like the gray morning itself, that whatever the coalition had spent these final weeks secretly preparing, it was about to arrive in a form none of their months of preparation had fully accounted for. Hinata moved to his side immediately, her Byakugan already active, tracing the concentrated formation structure with a precision no ordinary observation could match. "It's a combined technique," she said, voice tight with the effort of parsing what she was seeing in real time. "Dozens of shinobi channeling into a single point simultaneously, the same principle behind our own barrier, but built for offense instead of defense. I've never seen anything like this scale of coordinated output aimed as a single strike." Ino, already moving to relay warnings down the full length of the ceiling core's formation, called back over her shoulder without slowing. "Whatever this is, we don't have time to fully understand it before it arrives. Karin, give me a timeline." Karin's answer came clipped and urgent, all trace of her earlier alarm compressed now into pure, focused calculation. "Minutes, not hours," she said. "Maybe less. Whatever they're building, it's accelerating faster than anything else we've seen from them today." Naruto felt Kurama's ancient presence coil tight within him, readying itself without needing to be asked, and understood, in the narrowing span of those final minutes, that whatever answer the coalition's secret preparation was about to deliver, the response Uzumaki gave back to it would decide, in ways none of them could yet fully predict, everything that came after this single, terrible morning. "We hold," he said, voice carrying steady and clear across the barrier's full length despite everything gathering against them. "Whatever they've built, we hold the line, and we answer it with everything this village has spent every day since its reawakening becoming ready to give." Behind him, the towers of Uzumaki caught the first full light of the climbing sun, and somewhere beneath his own racing thoughts, Naruto felt Kurama settle into the same steady, ancient readiness the fox had carried since the night of their convergence so many months before, patient, unafraid, and entirely, unshakably present. Act 4. Chapter 1. The coalition's mass technique arrived not as a single blast but as a slow, building resonance, dozens of shinobi channeling in disciplined unison until the air itself seemed to thicken and hum above the assembled formation, a visible distortion rippling outward from the point where their combined chakra converged into something Karin's sensory array had no prior data to properly categorize. "It's a fracture strike," she called out, voice sharp and clipped with the effort of parsing the technique's structure in real time even as it built toward release. Not meant to overwhelm the veil's strength directly. Meant to hit one exact point with everything they've got at once, concentrated past anything the barrier's distribution was ever designed to spread evenly. If it lands clean, it doesn't just weaken a section. It punches straight through. Hinata was already moving, calling the ceiling core into an emergency convergence formation around the barrier's most likely target point, boots pounding the packed stone of the plaza behind them, the same southern approach the earlier tremor assault had probed hardest, every available reinforcement redirected there in the handful of seconds Karin's warning had bought them. Above them, the sky itself seemed to hold its breath, the gathering resonance of the coalition's technique pulling faint clouds into a slow, unnatural spiral overhead. Naruto felt Kurama surge forward within him, ancient instincts sharpening to a point he had rarely felt even in the fiercest moments of the war years earlier. "This is the moment they built their whole assault around, Kit," the fox rumbled, low and urgent. "Whatever we're going to give this barrier, we give it now, before that strike ever lands." Naruto did not hesitate. He pressed both palms flat against the veil's inner lattice at the exact point Karin's readings identified as the technique's likely convergence target, and let his and Kurama's combined chakra flow outward in a single, focused surge, not overpowering the barrier's design but reinforcing it precisely where reinforcement was needed most. Threading foxfire chakra through the existing seal matrix with a delicacy that surprised even him, years of hard-won partnership finally paying out in full. Around him, Hinata's voice rang out across the ceiling core's formation, directing the last of the reinforcement teams into position with a calm, practiced authority that carried no trace of the fear she surely felt underneath it. "Hold formation," she called. "Whatever comes, we absorb it together, exactly the way we've drilled 100 times before. Nobody breaks alone." Ino, positioned at the barrier's edge with her diplomatic escort, watched the coalition's converging technique build toward its peak with a grim, focused attention that had nothing left in it of diplomacy and everything of pure, calculating survival instinct. If this fails, she called back toward the settlement's rear positions, we fall back to the secondary defense line exactly as planned. No heroics, no improvisation. We hold what we can hold and we protect the people who can't protect themselves first. The coalition's fracture strike released a heartbeat later, a concentrated pillar of light and force that struck the barrier's southern edge with a sound that rolled across the whole battlefield like distant thunder given physical form, and for one long, suspended moment, the entire assembled population of Uzushigakure held its breath as one, watching to see whether the reinforcement had arrived in time. The veil held. It held with visible strain, the barrier's golden shimmer flaring bright and unsteady at the point of impact, cracks of light spidering briefly across its surface before Hinata's sealing core, working in perfect coordinated rhythm, poured their own combined chakra into stabilizing the wound before it could widen, but it held. The fracture strike's full force absorbed and dissipated across the barrier's reinforced lattice rather than breaking straight through as its designers had clearly intended. A ragged, disbelieving cheer rose from the settlement's assembled defenders as the light finally faded, and across the field, Naruto could see, even at this distance, the visible shock rippling through the coalition's own ranks, the specific, unmistakable posture of soldiers who had just watched their single greatest prepared weapon fail to deliver the decisive blow they had been promised it would. Behind her, several of the newer sealing corps recruits, barely months into their training, stood visibly stunned by what they had just witnessed, and Sachi, moving quickly among them, offered quiet, steadying words, reminding each of them in turn that fear in a moment like this was not weakness but simply proof of exactly how much they now had worth protecting. Karin's monitoring, even amid the celebration rippling through the settlement's defenders, remained sharp and unbroken, tracking the coalition formation for any sign of an immediate follow-up strike. "They're regrouping," she called out, "but there's something different in the pattern now. Less coordinated. I'm reading confusion in the chakra signatures across at least a third of their formation. Whatever they expected that strike to do, it clearly wasn't supposed to fail." Hinata moved quickly along the sealing corps' formation, checking in with each section commander in turn, confirming reserves and reinforcing the barrier's still recovering southern edge with rotating teams pulled from less strained positions elsewhere along the veil's length. "We held it once," she called back to Naruto, "but I don't know what they've got left in reserve. We need to assume they might try again, and soon, before their own formation has time to fully process what just happened." Naruto felt Kurama's presence still coiled tight and ready within him, the fox's ancient focus not yet easing despite the barrier's successful defense. "That strike cost them considerably more than a simple volley would have," Kit Kurama said. "Building something like that takes coordination they can't simply summon again in minutes. Whatever comes next, it will not arrive with the same overwhelming force. But it may arrive with considerably more desperation, and desperate commanders make choices steady ones would not." Chapter 2. Doria's response to the fracture strike's failure came swift and furious, the general himself surging forward from the coalition's rear lines with a speed that belied his considerable years, cutting through his own formation's front ranks until he stood alone at the barrier's very edge, close enough now that Naruto could see, clearly for the first time, the specific hard grief carved into the older man's face. Decades old and never once properly healed. The wind carried the words across the widening distance between the two forces. "You," Doria called out, voice raw with something that had stopped being purely strategic calculation some time ago. "You Uzumaki always survive what should have ended you. My grandfather told me that, the year before he died still grieving men he lost in the first war against your bloodline. I promised him this would end differently this time." Naruto stepped forward to the barrier's edge, close enough now to meet the general's eyes directly across the narrowing distance, boots settling into the damp sand at the barrier's base, and found, looking at him, not the monstrous fanatic Ino's intelligence reports had sometimes made him sound, but simply a man who had spent his entire life carrying grief he had never been given any better outlet for than the old, familiar shape of inherited fear. "I'm sorry about your grandfather," Naruto said, and meant it fully, no trace of tactical calculation in the words at all. "I'm sorry about everyone your family lost, and everyone the original Uzumaki lost too, because both of those things are true at the same time, and I don't think either one gets fixed by however this battle ends today. Doria's expression flickered, something in the old, practiced fury faltering slightly at an answer he had clearly not prepared for. Pretty words from someone about to lose everything he's built, he said, though the conviction in it had thinned considerably. I haven't lost anything yet, Naruto said quietly. And I'm not going to, not because I want to prove your grandfather wrong, but because everyone standing behind me chose this place freely, the same way I imagine your grandfather once hoped his own children would get to choose something better than endless inherited war. I think somewhere under all of it, that's actually what you want too. You just don't believe yet that it's possible to get there without finishing what you think your grandfather started. Doria said nothing for a long moment, and behind him, Naruto could see the coalition's formation shifting uneasily, officers exchanging glances that carried, unmistakably, the specific unease of soldiers watching their commander's certainty crack in real time before an enemy who had just refused, plainly, to hate them back. You speak as though understanding my grief costs you nothing, Doria said finally, though the fire that had carried his earlier words had thinned into something closer to weariness. As though sympathy is a currency you can spend freely without it changing anything about what happens next. It costs me plenty, Naruto said. Every time I have to explain to someone why I left the only home I'd ever known instead of just accepting the shape it decided to give me. Every time I have to prove, over and over, that building something new doesn't automatically mean building it out of hatred for what came before. I'm not offering you sympathy because it's cheap. I'm offering it because I think it's the only thing that's ever actually broken a cycle like the one your family's been trapped in for generations, and I'd rather try that than spend today proving your grandfather right about what my mother's people supposedly deserved. For a long moment, Doria simply stood there, the considerable weight of decades of inherited certainty visibly warring against something newer and far less comfortable, and Naruto, watching him, understood that whatever happened in the next few minutes would not be decided by strategy or strength, but by whether a single old man, standing alone at the edge of everything he had built his life around, could find it in himself to let even a fraction of that certainty go. Chapter 3. It was in that same charged silence that Ino saw her opening, stepping forward alongside Naruto with the same careful precision she had spent months cultivating in every diplomatic exchange since the crisis began. General Doryu, she called out, your Kirigakure contingent has held position without engaging for the entirety of this assault. I don't think that's an accident. I think there are officers in your own coalition who came here already doubting whether this fight was ever truly necessary. A ripple moved visibly through the Kirigakure ranks at that, and Naruto, following Ino's gaze, spotted her, Etsu, standing rigid at the edge of her contingent's formation, close enough to have clearly heard every word exchanged across the barrier's edge, her own expression carrying a conflict that had, by every appearance, been building for far longer than this single morning. Etsu stepped forward, breaking formation in a way that visibly startled the officers around her, and called out across the distance in a voice that shook slightly but did not waver. She's right, General. I've read the reports. I've watched this settlement respond to provocation with restraint every single time since the crisis began. I didn't march here today to help destroy a home that never once threatened mine. The murmur that spread through the assembled coalition force at that carried a different weight entirely than the earlier shock of the failed fracture strike, the specific, dangerous sound of an army's unified will beginning, visibly, to fracture from within. Doria's own officers, watching the fracture spread visibly through the assembled ranks, exchanged glances of their own now, several of them shifting their weight in ways that suggested they too were quietly reconsidering the full conviction they had marched here carrying, and Naruto, watching it all unfold from the barrier's edge, understood that whatever happened in the next few minutes, the coalition that had arrived at Uzumaki borders that morning was already, functionally, no longer the same unified force it had been at dawn. Doria rounded on Etsu with a fury that momentarily eclipsed everything he had said to Naruto moments before. You would break formation, he said, voice cracking with something closer to genuine anguish than anger now. After everything this coalition risked to bring this force together. I would break formation, Etsu said, holding her ground despite the visible tremor in her voice, because I don't think formation was ever supposed to matter more than whether the fight itself was actually just. My grandmother survived Kirigakure's own civil war. She taught me that following orders you know in your heart are wrong doesn't become right just because everyone around you is following them too. The Kirigakure contingent, watching their own officers' defiance play out in real time, began, unit by uncertain unit, to lower their weapons, not in open mutiny exactly, but in a visible, spreading hesitation that made continuing the assault, in that moment, functionally impossible without Kirigakure's active participation. Beside Etsu, an older officer, gray at the temples and clearly senior in rank, stepped forward as well, his voice carrying less tremor than hers but no less conviction. I served through Kirigakure's own civil war, he said, addressing not Doryu but his own assembled countrymen. I watched what happens when soldiers follow commanders whose certainty has hardened past the point of listening to anyone else. I will not watch it happen again on foreign soil, in someone else's home, for a grievance that isn't even ours to settle. One by one, other voices within the Kirigakure ranks began echoing the sentiment, quiet at first and then with growing confidence as it became clear no immediate punishment was going to fall on those speaking first, and within minutes what had begun as a single officer's solitary defiance had become something considerably larger and harder to dismiss. An entire contingent's collective refusal to continue and assault its own conscience had already, quietly, abandoned. Chapter 4. Doryu stood alone at the barrier's edge for a long moment, watching his coalition's unified front dissolve in real time before him, the Iwagakure contingent still holding firm behind him but visibly uncertain now without Kirigakure's full commitment beside them, and something in his posture, Naruto noticed, shifted from fury into something that looked, for the first time since the confrontation began, like genuine, exhausted grief. I built this coalition on the promise that unity against an old fear would finally settle a debt that's been open since before I was born, he said, quieter now, speaking as much to himself as to anyone still listening. I didn't expect the debt to look back at me and refuse to be simple. Naruto studied him for a long moment before answering, feeling something in his own chest ease slightly, the specific relief of watching a confrontation he had genuinely feared might end only in bloodshed instead bend, however precariously, towards something else entirely. It was never going to be simple, he said. It wasn't simple for my mother's people the first time either. But maybe that's exactly the point. Maybe the only way any of this actually ends is by everyone involved finally admitting the story was always more complicated than fear ever wanted it to be. Karin, monitoring the full battlefield's chakra signatures from her post, called out a warning that cut through the charged stillness. General Doryu, she said, voice carrying clear and urgent, whatever you decide next, know that we still have people here who could be hurt if this escalates again, on both sides of this line. I'd rather spend today proving something better is possible than spend it counting how many of your soldiers, or ours, don't go home tonight. Hinata, standing close beside Naruto with the full weight of the sealing corps still arrayed behind her, added her own voice to the moment, quieter than Karin's but no less firm. I spent years of my life being told that strength and gentleness couldn't coexist in the same person, she said, addressing Doryu directly. That I had to choose one or the other, that wanting both made me weak. I don't believe that anymore, and I don't think this settlement would still be standing today if any of us believed it either. Whatever you decide, know that the strength holding this barrier and the gentleness offering you this chance to walk away are the exact same thing, not two different tools we're choosing between. Doryu looked at her for a long moment, something in his weathered face working through a calculation Naruto suspected had very little left to do with strategy at all. You're Uzumaki too, he said finally, not quite a question. I am, Karin said. And I spent most of my life being told that made me valuable only for what I could be used for. This place taught me it could mean something else instead. I'd like the chance to keep proving that, if you're willing to let today end without deciding it has to be the last chance either of us gets. Chapter 5. The standoff held for what felt, to everyone present, like considerably longer than the several minutes it actually occupied, Doryu standing alone at the barrier's edge with his own coalition fracturing visibly behind him, the wind off the sea the only sound moving through the long silence, Naruto, and the three women arrayed before the veil's inner lattice, either side committing to the next irreversible move. It was, in the end, A single gesture that broke the impasse, small and almost unremarkable against the scale of everything that had led to this moment. Doryu, slowly and with visible effort, sheathed the blade he had drawn upon first reaching the barrier's edge, and in the silence that followed, that single small motion carried more weight than any formal declaration could have managed. "I am not ready," he said, voice carrying a rawness he had clearly not intended to show, "to tell you this ends here, today, in peace. I have spent too many years believing otherwise to set that belief down in a single morning. But I am also not willing to be the man who marches an army of soldiers who no longer believe in the fight into a battle they've already, in their hearts, decided not to finish." He turned to address his own fractured coalition rather than Naruto directly, voice carrying now with the particular exhausted authority of a commander choosing, deliberately, to set aside a certainty he had carried for decades. "We withdraw," he said. "Not in surrender. Not in defeat. In recognition that whatever debt I believe this day was owed to pay, it is not going to be paid by soldiers who no longer stand united behind the paying of it." The coalition's withdrawal, when it began minutes later, unfolded with a slow, uneven discipline that told its own story more clearly than any official record ever would, Kirigakure's contingent moving first and most readily, Iwagakure's forces following with visible reluctance, and Doryu himself remaining at the rear of the retreating formation, the last figure to leave the field, looking back once, briefly, at the towers of Uzushigakure standing whole and defiant against the gray morning sky. Before turning fully away, Naruto watched the retreat with a complicated mixture of relief and something closer to grief, understanding, even in the moment of the settlement's clear survival, that this was not a triumphant ending in the way the coalition's original assault had once threatened to force upon them. It was simply, and perhaps more valuably, a pause, an interruption in a cycle of fear and retaliation that had begun decades before any of them were born, achieved not through overwhelming victory but through a slow, fragile accumulation of individual moments of conscience, Etsu's defiance, Doryu's exhaustion, the simple, stubborn refusal of everyone standing behind the sovereign's veil to answer force with anything more than exactly the force required to survive it. Naruto watched the coalition force recede back toward the tree line until the last visible signature faded from Karin's monitoring range, and felt, standing there in the sudden, disorienting quiet that followed, an exhaustion so complete it took him a long moment to recognize it as something other than grief. "We held," Hinata said quietly beside him, her voice carrying the same disbelieving wonder that had swept through the settlement's defenders in the moments after the fracture strike failed. "We actually held." Naruto turned to look at her, and then at Ino and Karin standing nearby, each of them carrying the particular exhaustion of a battle fought, and, against every dire prediction, actually survived without the catastrophic losses everyone had quietly braced themselves for. "We held because of every single day we spent preparing for this, together," he said. "Not because I carried it alone. Because none of us had to carry it alone." Sachi arrived at their position minutes later, having overseen the civilian defense rotation through the entirety of the confrontation, her weathered face carrying a mixture of relief and something that looked almost like disbelief at her own survival. "I've lived through more conflicts than I care to count," she said, addressing all four of them at once. "I've never once seen an assault of that scale and without a single grave to dig afterward. Whatever you four built here, it's not just walls. It's something the rest of this world doesn't have a name for yet." The settlement's residents, gathering slowly in the plaza as word of the coalition's full withdrawal spread through every corner of Uzushigakure, greeted the news not with the raucous celebration such a victory might once have provoked in a more conventional battle, but with something quieter and, in its own way, more profound, a settlement of people who understood, each in their own personal history, exactly how rare and precious it was to survive a moment like this one intact. The refugee father who had arrived in the settlement's 9th week, his children now well into their 2nd year of sealing corps training, found Naruto in the crowd and simply embraced him without a word, an unplanned, unguarded gesture that carried more gratitude than any formal speech could have managed, and Naruto, returning the embrace, felt, in that single small moment, the full, tangible weight of everything the day's survival actually meant to the people who had chosen this place as their home. Chapter 6. The days that followed the coalition's withdrawal passed in a strange, suspended quiet, sleep coming slowly and unevenly to all four of the founders in the immediate aftermath, the settlement's population moving through the practical aftermath of a battle that had, against every fear driving its preparation, ended without a single confirmed death on either side, a fact Karin, working nearly around the clock through the healing wing's overflow of minor injuries and chakra exhaustion, found herself repeating to arriving patients with a wonder that never quite faded no matter how many times she said it. Nobody died today, she told one young Sealing Corps recruit, treating a strained chakra pathway from the morning's sustained defense. Do you understand how rare that actually is, for a battle this size, between forces that large? I've read enough old war records to know that's not supposed to be possible. Ino, meanwhile, worked to document the confrontation's full record with the same careful precision she brought to everything, gathering witness accounts from Sealing Corps members and civilian defenders alike, determined that the true shape of what had happened, restraint met with escalating restraint rather than mutual annihilation, would reach the wider world clearly and accurately rather than through whatever distorted rumor might otherwise fill the vacuum left by an event this unprecedented. It was painstaking, exacting work, each witness interview cross-checked against Karin's sensory logs and Hinata's formation records to ensure nothing was overstated or left carelessly ambiguous. The task proved more delicate than she had initially anticipated, requiring her to balance a genuine commitment to accuracy against the very real risk that too vivid an account of Uzumaki defensive capability might, in the wrong hands, reignite exactly the kind of fear the coalition's hawkish faction had used to justify the assault in the first place. She worked through several drafts over the following days, showing each to Naruto and the others for feedback, refining the account until it struck what she judged to be the right balance, honest about the settlement's strength, but equally honest about the restraint that strength had been used to enforce rather than to conquer. This isn't just a record for history, she explained to Hinata one evening, reviewing a near-final draft together. It's a record for every officer standing in Doria's ranks who's still deciding, right now, what they actually believe about what happened here. If we get this account right, it might do more to prevent the next assault than the Veil itself ever could. Her efforts bore fruit faster than even she had expected. Within a week, accounts of the confrontation, carried first by the retreating coalition soldiers themselves and then amplified rapidly through trade routes and diplomatic channels across all 5 great nations, began circulating in a form that painted Uzumaki not as the existential threat coalition hawks had long insisted it was, but as something considerably harder to dismiss. A settlement that had been attacked with genuine, prepared force, and had answered not with slaughter but with defense precise enough to hold without ever once escalating beyond what defense required. Etsu's public defiance, in particular, became a focal point of the story spreading through Kirigakure's own borders, celebrated by some as an act of moral courage and condemned by others as reckless insubordination, but undeniable, regardless of which framing prevailed in any given household's private debate, as a genuine turning point that no coalition spokesperson could easily explain away or quietly bury. Naruto, reading through the collected accounts Ino brought to the council table each evening, found himself thinking often of Doria's final words at the barrier's edge, the specific, exhausted honesty of a man choosing to set down a certainty he had carried his entire adult life. He's not going to change his mind overnight, he told the others, one evening. But I don't think today was nothing to him either. I think today might be the first time in a very long time that his own certainty actually had to answer to something other than itself. The healing wing itself, expanded significantly under Karin's direction in the months since the settlement's earliest days, proved its worth many times over in the week following the confrontation, treating not only the settlement's own defenders but, in a decision Naruto made personally within hours of the coalition's withdrawal, several coalition soldiers too injured or exhausted to travel back with the retreating force. Left behind in the chaos of the disorganized withdrawal, Karin oversaw their treatment personally, and found, working alongside patients who had marched against her home only days earlier, something unexpectedly clarifying about the whole strange, uncomfortable arrangement. One young Iwagakure shinobi, barely out of his teens, asked her quietly on his second day of recovery why she was bothering to heal him at all, given everything his presence here represented. Because you are a person first, and a soldier second, she told him, checking the seal she had applied to stabilize a strained chakra pathway. And because I spent most of my life being treated like I only mattered for what use I could be to someone else. I am not interested in building a home that makes the same mistake about anyone else, even someone who marched here to help destroy it. The young shinobi had no immediate answer to that, but Karin noticed, in the days that followed, that he watched the settlement around him with a quiet, searching attention that suggested her words had lodged somewhere deeper than simple gratitude for medical care, and when he finally departed, rejoining a small coalition escort sent to retrieve the stranded soldiers, he left behind a brief, awkward note of thanks that Karin kept. Afterward, tucked into her own private effects, a small, unexpected proof that even the most entrenched fear could sometimes crack open, quietly, one individual conversation at a time. Chapter 7. The first formal diplomatic overture in the aftermath arrived not from the coalition as a body, but from Suna, Gaara himself traveling personally to Uzumaki gates in the third week following the confrontation, dust from the long desert road still clinging to his robes, a gesture that carried, in its very informality, more weight than any sealed diplomatic envelope could have managed. He came without a large escort, without ceremony, and found Naruto waiting for him personally at the outer gate, exactly as Naruto had once made a point of personally greeting every arriving refugee since the settlement's founding. "You help," Gaara said simply, studying the towers rising behind Naruto with an expression that carried genuine, unguarded respect. "I confess I spent the days of the standoff more afraid for you than I let my own council see. I know what it costs to be the thing an entire world has already decided to fear before it bothers asking who you actually are." Naruto studied his old friend for a long moment, feeling the particular gratitude of being understood by someone who had walked a version of this same road himself, years earlier, alone, before either of them had found the kind of people who could walk it beside them instead. "You more than most," he said. "Thank you for never once being one of the people who decided that fear was the whole story." They spoke for hours that afternoon, walking together through the settlement's rebuilt streets, past the Sealing Corps' training grounds and the growing market and the healing wing still working through the last of the confrontation's minor injuries, and Gaara, seeing with his own eyes the full scope of what Uzumaki had become, offered, before he departed, something Naruto had not expected quite so soon, a formal proposal, to be brought before Suna's council upon his return for full diplomatic recognition of Uzumaki as a sovereign nation, the first such recognition any of the 5 great nations had yet extended. "It won't move the other 4 nations overnight," Gaara said, as he prepared to depart. "But recognition from even one of the 5 carries weight in how the rest eventually have to reckon with you. Sometimes the first crack in an old wall is the only thing that proves the wall was never actually as solid as everyone assumed." Before he departed, Gaara paused at the gate one final time, looking back at Naruto with an expression that carried, beneath its usual careful composure, something closer to genuine personal warmth than Naruto had seen from him even during their shared years fighting side by side in the war. "There is something else I wanted to say," he said, "that has nothing to do with diplomacy. Watching what you built here, watching you refuse to become the weapon this world once tried to make of both of us, I find myself thinking of Sasori's words to me once, that a person becomes a puppet the moment they stop shaping their own strings. You never let anyone else hold yours, even when it would have been easier. I am proud to call you a friend, and prouder still to call this place, now, an ally." Naruto felt something in his chest tighten at that, an old, complicated gratitude that had nothing to do with strategy or survival and everything to do with the simple, rare comfort of being truly seen by someone who had walked a version of the same lonely road himself. "That means more to me than any formal recognition your council could offer," he said. "Thank you, Gaara. For everything, but especially for that." Gaara's escort, waiting patiently at the edge of the settlement's outer approach, fell into formation as their Kazekage finally turned to depart, and Naruto watched them go until the last visible signature faded into the distance, carrying with him not merely the promise of a formal diplomatic proposal, but the quieter, more durable gift of a friendship that had, against every pressure the wider world had tried to place upon it, only grown stronger with time. Chapter 8. Suna's formal recognition, ratified by its council within the month and delivered to Uzumaki through full, undeniable diplomatic channels rather than the careful back channels their earlier alliance had required, sent exactly the kind of ripple through the wider shinobi world that Gaara had predicted, forcing each of the remaining 4 nations to reckon, publicly now, with a question they had spent months trying to avoid answering directly: whether Uzumaki-Ogakure's continued existence was a threat requiring further confrontation, or a reality requiring, eventually, acknowledgement. The ceremony marking the formal exchange of recognition documents, held at a neutral border point between the 2 nations' territories, was deliberately modest in scale, both Naruto and Gaara agreeing beforehand that grandeur would send precisely the wrong message to a wider world still watching closely for any sign of triumphalism. Instead, the 2 young leaders simply signed the necessary documents, shook hands before a small gathering of witnesses from both nations, and spoke briefly, plainly, about a partnership built not on shared enemies but on shared principle, a distinction Ino made certain every observing correspondent understood clearly before the day was through. Konoha's response came fastest, Tsunade seizing the opening Suna's recognition provided to finally move her own council past the paralysis of abstention that had defined its position throughout the crisis. She called a full session within days, and this time, rather than allowing the same circular debate that had consumed the crisis's opening weeks, she spoke first, and spoke plainly. We abstained once already, she told the assembled council, and I have come to believe that abstention was its own kind of failure, dressed up as caution. Uzumaki held against a coalition assault without a single confirmed death on either side. That is not the record of a reckless threat. That is the record of a nation that has shown, at every single opportunity, more restraint than this council managed to show it in return. I am proposing formal diplomatic recognition, and I am asking this council to choose, this time, honestly, rather than by simply declining to choose at all. The vote, when it came, was not unanimous, old wounds and old fears still carrying real weight among several of the council's more cautious members, but it passed, narrowly, and within the week, Konoha's formal recognition joined Suna's, the second of the 5 great nations to acknowledge Uzumaki-Ogakure's sovereignty in full. The council session itself, according to the detailed account Kakashi later relayed to Naruto, had not been without its difficult moments. One elder, a veteran of the original war against Uzumaki-Ogakure who had lost family in that conflict decades earlier, spoke at length against recognition, his grief every bit as real and every bit as unresolved as Doryu's had been at the barrier's edge. A reminder, Tsunade noted privately to Kakashi afterward, that healing old wounds was never going to be a matter of simple institutional votes alone. However necessary those votes were as a starting point. Shikamaru, who had argued forcefully in favor of recognition throughout the session, found himself, in its aftermath, reflecting on the strange, uncomfortable symmetry of it all. We spent years training that kid to be exactly what the village needed him to be, he told Kakashi afterward, and the moment he finally became something entirely his own instead, we spent months trying to decide whether that was a threat or an opportunity, like the 2 things had ever actually been separate to begin with. Sakura, present for the council session as a senior medical representative, found her own thoughts returning often, in the weeks that followed, to the particular ache of a friendship interrupted by circumstances none of them had fully chosen, and resolved, quietly and without fanfare, to request formal permission for a medical exchange visit to Uzumaki-Ogakure once the diplomatic dust had settled enough to make such a visit practical, a resolution she mentioned to no one but carried with her. Regardless, a small, private thread of hope for a reconciliation that recognition alone could not fully provide. Kakashi, delivering the news personally to Naruto at the settlement's gates days later, found himself, for the first time in the long months since Naruto's departure, offering something that felt less like diplomatic formality and more like genuine, uncomplicated relief. For what it's worth, he said, this is the closest thing to making it right that this village has managed since the day you left. I know it doesn't undo everything that came before it. But I think it's a real beginning, if you're willing to let it be one. He brought with him, too, a small personal gift he had clearly deliberated over, a worn copy of one of Jiraiya's early travel journals, passages describing his own brief but formative time investigating rumors of Uzumaki-Ogakure's Fuinjutsu mastery decades earlier, material that had never made it into any official archive but that Kakashi had judged, correctly, would mean more to Naruto than any formal diplomatic gift the village's treasury could have provided. He always meant to give this to you properly, someday, Kakashi said, handing it over. I think someday finally arrived. Naruto accepted the journal with a care that surprised even him, turning through its pages briefly before carefully tucking it away to read in full later, alone, when he could give Jiraiya's words the full attention they deserved. Thank you, he said, and meant it as fully as he had meant anything in the long months since his departure. This means more than the recognition does, honestly. This is him, still teaching me something, even now. Naruto studied his old teacher for a long moment, feeling the weight of years of complicated history settle into something quieter and more resolved than he had expected to feel in this moment. I think I am, he said finally. Not because everything's forgiven overnight. Because I'd rather spend whatever comes next building something better than spend it holding on to everything that came before it. Chapter 9. Kirigakure's internal reckoning proved messy and considerably slower than either Suna's or Konoha's, complicated further by its still recent memory of its own bloody civil war, the coalition's fracture during the confrontation having exposed a genuine and unresolved division within its own leadership that the crisis alone had not been enough to fully settle. Etsu, recalled to formal review before Kirigakure's military council in the weeks following the withdrawal, found herself, according to reports that eventually reached Ino's network, defending her actions not merely as a matter of personal conscience but as a broader argument about what Kirigakure's own painful history of civil conflict should have taught its soldiers about following orders that conscience could not honestly support. The review did not end in her formal disgrace, as some of the coalition's harder-line remaining voices had apparently pushed for, but neither did it end in full vindication. She was reassigned rather than punished, a compromise that satisfied no one completely but that Ino, reading the full account, recognized as its own kind of quiet victory, proof that the argument she had made at the barrier's edge had found at least some real purchase within Kirigakure's own institutional memory. The senior officer who had stood beside Etsu that day, the gray-templed veteran of Kirigakure's own civil war, fared somewhat better in the review, his decades of unimpeachable service apparently carrying enough institutional weight to insulate him from any serious consequence, though he used what standing he retained afterward to advocate, quietly but persistently, within Kirigakure's own military academy, for a revised curriculum that would teach new officers to weigh conscience alongside obedience rather than treating the two as inherently opposed. It was a slow, unglamorous kind of change, the sort that would take years to fully bear fruit, but Ino, tracking its progress through her network in the months that followed, found it, in its own quiet way, as significant as any formal treaty could have been. I wrote to her, Ino told the council one evening, some weeks after the confrontation, once it was safe enough to do so without further complicating her situation. Just to say thank you? She wrote back something I keep thinking about. She said she didn't do it for us. She did it because she'd spent her whole career watching what happens when people who know better stay quiet anyway, and she decided that day she wasn't going to be one of them anymore, regardless of the cost. Kirigakure's formal diplomatic position, when it finally stabilized in the second month following the confrontation, settled into a careful, unofficial neutrality, either full recognition nor continued hostility, a state Naruto found, on balance, considerably better than what the crisis had once threatened to become. It's not everything, he told the council, reviewing the settled position. But it's not nothing either. It's a door left open instead of one slammed shut, and doors left open have a way of eventually getting walked through. Etsu herself, in a final message relayed through Ino's careful channels before her reassignment took her to a posting considerably further from the coalition's central command structure, offered one last reflection that Ino found herself returning to often in the months that followed. I do not know if I will ever get the chance to see what you have built with my own eyes, she wrote. But I sleep better now than I have in years, knowing I did not let fear make the choice for me that day. Whatever comes of Kirigakure's official position, that much was worth whatever it cost me personally. Ino read the message aloud to the council that evening, and Naruto, listening, felt the particular weight of a debt he suspected the settlement would never be able to fully repay, not through any grand gesture, but only through the ongoing, patient work of proving, year after year, that Etsu's faith in that single moment of defiance had been well placed. "We owe her more than we can probably ever pay back directly," he said. "But maybe the way we pay it back is just by making sure this place stays worth the risk she took for it." Chapter 10. Iwagakure and Kumogakure remained, in the months following the confrontation, the two holdouts whose formal positions shifted least, though even there, the change was not nothing. Iwagakure's council, absent the unified coalition front that had once given its hawkish voices considerably more confidence, retreated into a wary, watchful silence, either recognizing Uzumaki formally nor renewing any further military posture against it. A state of frozen uncertainty that Ino's intelligence suggested was likely to persist for a considerable time without some further catalyst to shift it one way or the other. Iwagakure's silence, unlike Kumogakure's more complicated internal contest, appeared to stem less from any genuine reconsideration of its position and more from simple institutional inertia, a council content to let the matter rest unresolved rather than commit political capital in either direction, while more immediate domestic concerns occupied its attention. Ino's assessment, delivered to the council with characteristic bluntness, captured the situation precisely. "They're not our friends, and they're not likely to become our friends anytime soon," she said. "But they're also not currently spending any resources trying to be our enemies either. I'll take strategic indifference over active hostility every single time, even if it's not the ending any of us would have chosen if we'd gotten to write it ourselves." Kumogakure's position proved the most complicated of all, entangled as it was with Doria's own continuing, unresolved authority within its military leadership. He had not been removed from command following the withdrawal, his decades of service and the genuine complexity of the grief driving his conviction apparently carrying enough weight within Kumogakure's own institutional culture to shield him from any immediate consequence. But his standing, Ino's sources indicated, had shifted, subtly but unmistakably, from unquestioned authority to something considerably more contested. It was nearly 4 months after the confrontation, in a development none of the founding four had fully anticipated, that Doryu himself sent a private, carefully deniable message to Uzumaki, addressed to Naruto personally, requesting, in terms that carried none of the fury or grief of their last exchange, a private meeting, unofficial and unattributable to either side, at a neutral location of Naruto's choosing. The council's initial reaction to the message, when Naruto first shared it, ranged from cautious to openly skeptical. Ino, reading the careful, formal phrasing of Doryu's request, voiced the concern that had clearly occurred to all of them simultaneously. "This could be genuine," she said. "It could also be an attempt to gather intelligence, or worse, an opportunity to eliminate you personally while Kumogakure's official position remains publicly unresolved. I'm not saying don't go. I'm saying we plan for every version of what this could actually be." Hinata agreed with the caution but pushed back gently against the deeper skepticism underlying it. "I watched him lower his blade at the barrier's edge," she said. "That wasn't strategy. I've spent enough years reading people's true intentions beneath what they say out loud to know the difference. Whatever else this message is, I don't think it's a trap." Karin, characteristically direct, offered the assessment that ultimately tipped the council's decision. "Even if there's real risk," she said, "I think the risk of never testing whether that crack in his certainty was genuine is worse. We've spent this entire crisis proving that doors left open eventually get walked through. I don't think we get to only believe that when it's convenient." Naruto sat with the request for several days before answering, turning it over with the same careful deliberation he had once applied to every major decision since the crisis began, and found himself, in the end, deciding to accept, not out of any naive certainty that the meeting would resolve everything still unsettled between Kumogakure and Uzumaki, but out of a conviction that had only grown stronger in the months since the confrontation, that doors left open were worth walking through. Even when the person on the other side had once stood ready to burn the whole house down. Chapter 11. The meeting took place at a quiet border shrine 2 days' travel from Uzumaki, chosen deliberately by Naruto for its neutrality, moss-grown stone worn smooth by generations of travelers passing through on business considerably less fraught than theirs, and Doryu arrived alone, exactly as he had requested, without escort or ceremony, looking older, Naruto thought. Then the fury of their last meeting had allowed him to appear. I did not come to apologize, Doria said, before Naruto could speak first. I am not certain I am capable of that yet, not fully, not for a fear I still believe was reasonable to hold, even if I have come to believe it was wrongly aimed. But I find myself, in the months since the withdrawal, unable to stop thinking about what you said to me that day. About the story being more complicated than fear ever wanted it to be. Naruto listened without interrupting, sensing, correctly, that whatever Doria had traveled 2 days to say needed room to arrive at its own pace rather than being rushed towards some easier resolution. My grandfather died believing Uzumaki-Ogakure's destruction was necessary, Doria continued. I built my entire career on the conviction that his belief was correct, that some debts only ever get settled through force, because that was the only lesson his death ever taught me directly. But I watched your people hold the defense without a single death on either side, against a force I built specifically to break you, and I have not been able to make that fact fit comfortably alongside everything I was raised to believe. I do not know yet what I actually believe instead. But I know I am no longer certain of what I was certain of before, and I find, strangely, that the uncertainty feels more honest than the old certainty ever did. Naruto studied him for a long moment before answering, feeling the particular weight of a conversation that would not resolve cleanly no matter what either of them said, and finding, in that very messiness, something he had come to recognize over the past months as considerably more real than any tidy resolution could have offered. I don't need you to apologize today, he said finally. I don't think that kind of change happens in a single conversation anyway. I just needed you to be willing to keep asking the question instead of deciding you already had the answer. That's already more than I expected when I agreed to come here. Doria was quiet for a long moment, studying the quiet shrine grounds around them with an expression Naruto could not quite read. Your mother, he said eventually, careful and deliberate. I never knew her personally. But I remember hearing, even as a young officer, stories of her ferocity in battle, and stories, too, of a warmth that apparently startled everyone who expected only the ferocity. I find myself wondering, now, whether she would recognize what you've built as something she might have built herself, given the chance history never gave her. Naruto felt something tighten in his chest at the unexpected mention of Kushina, a grief that had softened considerably over the months since the settlement's founding but had never fully disappeared. I like to think she would, he said quietly. I never got the chance to ask her. But everything I've learned about her, from the people who did know her, tells me she'd have wanted exactly this. Not vengeance. Just a home that never had to apologize for existing. They spoke for the better part of that day, not as allies, not yet as anything so simple as friends, but as two men who had each, in their own way, spent their lives shaped by grief and inherited conviction, finding, slowly and without any guarantee of where it might lead, the first uncertain threads of something that might, eventually, become genuine understanding. Before they parted, Doria offered one final observation, delivered with the particular careful hesitance of a man unaccustomed to admitting uncertainty aloud. My granddaughter is training to enter Kumogakure's academy next year, he said. She asked me, before I left for this meeting, why I hated a village she had never even heard of before the coalition began mobilizing. I did not have a good answer for her. I am not certain I have one now either. But I find I would rather bring her something honest than something merely convenient, whatever that honesty eventually turns out to look like. Naruto considered that for a long moment before responding. Then maybe that is where this actually starts, he said. Not with you and me deciding everything today. With whatever you eventually tell her, and whatever she decides to do with it once she is old enough to choose for herself, the same way I got to choose for myself once someone finally stopped deciding it for me. Doria nodded slowly, and though no formal agreement passed between them that day, no treaty, no declaration, nothing that either side's official records would ever be able to point to as a turning point, Naruto left the meeting with a quiet, cautious sense that something real had nonetheless shifted, the first genuine crack in a certainty that had shaped an entire military career, wide enough, perhaps, for something new to eventually grow through it. Chapter 12. Naruto returned to Uzumaki 3 days later to find the settlement's population gathered once more in the familiar torchlit plaza, not for any crisis this time, but for a celebration Hinata, Ino, and Karin had organized in his absence, marking 6 months since the coalition's withdrawal and the settlement's continued, hard-won survival through everything that had followed it. He found, too, waiting quietly near the plaza's edge, several familiar faces from the Healing Wing's earlier days. The young Iwagakure shinobi Karin had treated months before among them, arrived not as part of any official delegation but simply, he explained shyly when Naruto approached him, because he had wanted to see with his own eyes what kind of place had shown him such unexpected kindness in the middle of what should have been a battlefield. "I told my family about you," he admitted. "Most of them didn't believe me. I thought maybe if I came back and saw it again myself, I'd have better words for explaining it the next time." Naruto welcomed him personally, exactly as he welcomed every arrival at Uzumaki gates, and felt, watching the young man's cautious wonder as he took in the settlement's full scope for the first time as a guest rather than a patient, a quiet, growing conviction that the true victory of the past 6 months had never really been the barrier holding, or the recognition of 2 nations, or even Doria's fragile, uncertain shift. It had been this, ordinary people from every side of an old, inherited fear finding their way, one small act of courage or curiosity at a time, towards something neither side had fully believed possible before. The 6 months since the confrontation had, in their own quiet way, transformed the settlement nearly as profoundly as the original reawakening had. New arrivals continued streaming toward Uzumaki gates at a steady pace, no longer merely Uzumaki descendants seeking blood recognition but increasingly, now, people from every corner of the shinobi world who had heard the story of a nation that met overwhelming force with disciplined restraint and somehow, against every expectation, survived intact. The sealing corps had grown large enough to require a formal command structure beneath Hinata's direct oversight, with Sachi's civilian defense track evolving into a genuine auxiliary institution in its own right. Karin's Healing Wing had become, in the months since treating the stranded coalition soldiers, something of a quiet, informal bridge to the wider world, occasional patients arriving now from considerable distances, drawn by rumors of Uzumaki medical fuinjutsu unlike anything practiced elsewhere. He found the 3 of them waiting for him at the plaza center, and felt, seeing them there together, the same steady, settled gratitude that had carried him through every trial since the night he had first unrolled his mother's scrolls in a quiet Konoha apartment so many months and what felt like an entire lifetime ago. "How did it go?" Hinata asked, once the initial warmth of his return had settled into quieter conversation. "I don't know yet," Naruto admitted. "He's not an ally. He's barely even willing to call himself uncertain out loud. But I think something shifted in him, the same way something shifted in Etsu, the same way something's shifting slowly in every corner of this crisis that was never actually as unified as the coalition wanted us to believe it was." He mentioned his granddaughter, Naruto added quietly. Asked him a question he didn't have a good answer for yet. "I think that's where change like this actually starts, honestly. Not with the people already certain. With the ones still young enough to ask why." Ino nodded slowly, something thoughtful crossing her expression. "2 nations recognizing us fully," she said. "One settling into wary neutrality. One frozen in uncertainty. And now maybe, just maybe, the beginning of something even in the one that came closest to actually destroying us. That's not peace yet. But 6 months ago, I don't think any of us would have believed we'd be standing here with even this much to hold on to." Karin, looking out at the assembled settlement, its population grown now to several times what it had been at the crisis's height, its towers standing whole and unbroken against the night sky finally, genuinely at peace, took a slow breath before she spoke last, her voice carrying the particular quiet certainty that had come to define her in the months since her arrival. "We proved something today that nobody in this world has proven in living memory," she said. "That a homeland built on Uzumaki blood doesn't have to end in fire and fear. It can just as easily end in doors slowly opening, one difficult, honest conversation at a time." Naruto looked around at the 3 of them, at the settlement they had built together from nothing but reclaimed ruins and a stubborn refusal to accept the smallness the world had once tried to assign each of them, and felt, for the first time since the crisis began, something that was not merely relief or resolve, but genuine, unguarded hope for whatever still lay ahead. Somewhere beyond the plaza's torchlight, the sea moved quietly against the ruins' ancient outer walls, patient and constant. The same tide that had once buried this place for decades now simply, gently, keeping time beside everything they had rebuilt upon it. "We're not finished yet," he said quietly, looking out toward the horizon where, somewhere beyond the reach of torchlight, the wider shinobi world was still slowly, unevenly, reckoning with everything Uzumaki survival had already proven. "But I think, for the first time since I left Konoha, we might actually be building towards something that outlasts every fear that ever tried to stop it." The celebration continued long into that night, lanterns strung between the settlement's towers, food and music shared freely among residents who, 6 months earlier, had stood in this same plaza bracing themselves for an ending none of them could fully predict. Sachi, now leading the civilian defense track with a confidence that had grown steadily since her own arrival, found herself dancing, of all things, with 2 of her youngest recruits, laughing in a way Naruto had never quite seen from her before, and it struck him, watching her, how thoroughly the settlement had already become something considerably larger and more resilient than any single founder, himself included, could ever have built alone. Hinata found him near the edge of the celebration sometime past midnight, the 2 of them settling into the same quiet, comfortable silence that had defined so much of their relationship since the earliest days of the settlement's founding. "Do you remember," she asked, "the first night we camped here, before any of the towers had fully risen, when none of us knew for certain this would actually work?" "I remember," he said. "I remember being terrified underneath everything I was trying to project for the rest of you. I just never let myself say it out loud." "You didn't have to," she said. "I think we all knew. I think that's part of why it worked anyway. None of us needed you to be fearless. We just needed you to keep showing up despite the fear, the same way the rest of us did." He considered that for a long moment, watching the celebration continue around them, watching Ino deep in animated conversation with a cluster of new arrivals, watching Karin laughing freely at something Sachi had said, an ease in her posture that would have been unthinkable in the guarded, isolated woman he had found in that cell so many months earlier. "I think that might be the truest thing anyone has said about any of this," he said finally. "None of us had to be fearless. We just had to keep choosing each other, and this place. Every single day it would have been easier not to." Act 5, Chapter 1. A full year passed between the celebration in the plaza and the morning Ino brought the council a proposal she had been quietly drafting for weeks, working alone in the small hours after her official duties concluded, unwilling to raise it before she was certain it could actually succeed. The year itself had passed in the steady, unglamorous rhythm of a settlement finally allowed to simply exist without the constant shadow of looming crisis, each of the founders settling into roles that had grown, gradually, into something closer to genuine vocation than mere necessity. "I want to call a summit," she told them, laying a carefully prepared document across the familiar stone table. "Not another exchange of formal letters. Not another quiet, deniable meeting between 2 people willing to risk their own standing to have it. A real summit, all 5 great nations, held here, at Uzumaki, with Naruto presiding as host rather than as a subject under review." Hinata studied the proposal with the same careful precision she brought to every major decision, weighing its ambition against the very real risk of overreach. "That's a considerably larger step than anything we've attempted since the confrontation," she said. "Suna and Konoha have recognized us. Kirigakure tolerates us. Iwagakure ignores us. Kumogakure is still, at best, cautiously reconsidering. Asking all 5 to sit at the same table, on our terms, in our territory, is asking for a great deal of trust we haven't fully earned from 3 of them yet. But," she added, after a moment's further thought, "I also remember believing, 5 years ago, that surviving a single day's assault was the most we could reasonably hope for. We've cleared harder bars than this one before. I'm not saying it isn't ambitious. I'm saying ambitious has been working for us so far. That's exactly why it has to happen now," Ino said. "We've spent a year proving, one careful gesture at a time, that we're not the threat the coalition once believed us to be. But gestures scattered across a year don't add up to the same thing as 5 nations standing in the same room, forced to reckon with each other's positions openly instead of hiding behind private correspondence and cautious neutrality. If we want lasting peace instead of just an absence of active war, I think we have to ask for the harder thing. And if it fails, she added, quieter, we'll still have learned something worth knowing, whether these 5 nations are actually ready to build something better, or whether we're still, after everything, the only ones willing to try. Karin, reviewing the draft's specific terms carefully, line by careful line, all 5 nations, equal footing, formal negotiation toward a comprehensive peace framework rather than merely continued tolerance, felt something settle in her chest that she recognized, after a moment, as genuine hope rather than mere cautious optimism. This isn't just about us anymore, is it? She said slowly. If this works, it's not just Uzumaki being tolerated. It's proof that the whole old system of fear-first diplomacy between villages doesn't actually have to be how this world works. Naruto had said little throughout the discussion, listening carefully to each of them in turn, turning the proposal over with the particular weight he reserved for decisions that would shape considerably more than the immediate moment. But when he finally spoke, his voice carried the same settled clarity that had guided every major turning point since the night he first unrolled his mother's scrolls in a quiet Konoha apartment. Now feeling like it belonged to an almost unrecognizably distant lifetime. Send the invitations, he said. All 5, on equal terms, no preconditions beyond good faith. If this world is ever going to move past fear as its first language, someone has to be willing to ask for the harder conversation instead of settling for careful, comfortable distance. I'd rather we be the ones who ask. Karin, quiet through most of the discussion, added one final thought before the meeting adjourned. If we're asking the whole world to trust us with something this big, she said, I think we owe it to everyone gathering here to make sure they leave having actually experienced what we've built, not just heard about it secondhand. Let's show them the healing wing, the academy, the market, the ordinary, unremarkable life this place has become. Let the treaty be the formality. Let the settlement itself be the real argument. Hinata, watching him make the decision with the same settled clarity that had guided him through every major turning point of the past year, felt something quietly proud stir in her chest, a feeling she had come to recognize over their years together as distinct from mere admiration, something closer to the particular satisfaction of watching someone become fully, unmistakably themselves. You've changed so much from the boy who first showed me that taijutsu variant in a Hyuga training yard, she said, half to herself. Have I? He asked, something warm in his voice despite the gravity of the discussion. You're still exactly the same person, she said. You've just finally got the room to be him fully. That's different from changing. That's just finally getting to grow into the shape you always actually were. Chapter 2. The invitations went out within the week, carried by Ino's most trusted diplomatic couriers to each of the 5 great nations, and the responses, when they trickled back over the following month, told their own story about exactly how far the past year's careful, patient work had actually moved each nation's position. Soon as acceptance arrived within days, Gaara's personal note attached expressing not merely willingness but genuine enthusiasm for the opportunity to formalize, publicly and completely, what had already become the shinobi world's most unlikely and most successful alliance. Konoha's acceptance followed soon after, Tsunade's own hand evident in the careful, deliberate language committing the village fully to the summit's proceedings rather than the hedged half-measures that had once defined its position throughout the crisis. Kirigaku's response took longer, and arrived carrying more internal complexity, a formal acceptance from the council itself paired with a private, separate note from Etsu, reassigned now to a coastal posting but still, evidently, watching the unfolding diplomacy with the same fierce personal investment that had once led her to break formation at the barrier's edge. I'll be part of the formal delegation this time, she wrote. Whatever else happens at that summit, I intend to see with my own eyes the place I once chose to defend instead of attack. Ino read Etsu's note aloud to the others, something warm crossing her features. 5 years, she said, and she's still finding ways to prove that one moment of conscience wasn't a fluke. I think I owe her a proper visit to the healing wing when she arrives. Karin's students would probably love to meet the person half their curriculum's diplomatic case studies are actually about. Iwagakure's acceptance arrived last, and carried the particular careful neutrality of a council still unwilling to commit fully to either warmth or hostility, agreeing to attend but making clear, through the formal language of its response, That attendance implied observation rather than any predetermined willingness to extend recognition. It was Kumogakure's response that Naruto found himself waiting for with the most complicated mixture of hope and uncertainty, and when it finally arrived, carried by a courier bearing Doria's own personal seal rather than the council's formal insignia, he opened it alone on the ceiling hall's rooftop before sharing its contents with anyone else. "I will attend," Doria had written, in a hand that carried none of the fury of their first exchange and little of the guarded caution of their second. Not as coalition general. Not, any longer, as a man certain of what debt is owed or how it must be paid. "I find I have spent the past year teaching my granddaughter a different lesson than the one my grandfather taught me, and I would like, if you are willing, to see the place that lesson is actually being built with my own eyes, rather than only imagining it from a distance any longer." Naruto read the letter twice more before finally sharing it with the others, feeling a cautious warmth he had not quite let himself expect. "He's bringing her," he said, showing Hinata the closing lines. "His granddaughter. I don't think he'd do that if any part of him still saw this place as something to fear." Hinata read the letter over his shoulder, something gentle settling over her expression. "Then let's make sure whatever she sees here is worth every mile of that journey," she said. Chapter 3. The summit convened on a clear autumn morning nearly 2 months after the invitations first went out, the settlement's towers catching the early light exactly as they had on the morning of the original reawakening so many years before. Delegations from all 5 great nations arriving over the preceding days and settling into quarters the settlement had spent weeks preparing. A diplomatic effort of a scale Uzumaki had never before attempted, coordinated almost entirely by Ino and the Intelligence and Diplomacy Office she had built, quite literally, from nothing but her own long underappreciated talent and a settlement willing, finally, to make full use of it. Naruto stood at the entrance to the restored council chamber, now expanded considerably to accommodate the full assembly and its accompanying delegations, and watched each arrival in turn, Gaara first, embracing him warmly rather than merely shaking his hand, followed by Tsunade's delegation, Kakashi and Sakura among the attending party, their reunion carrying a warmth that would have seemed impossible in the tense, uncertain months following his original departure. Tsunade herself embraced him with a fierceness that startled several of her own delegation's more formal attendants, holding on a moment longer than diplomatic protocol strictly required. "Look at what you built," she said, stepping back to take in the full scope of the gathering settlement around them. "I spent so many years worried about what would happen to you if the world ever finally saw you clearly. I never once considered that you might be the one who finally taught the world how to see." Naruto felt something warm settle in his chest at that, an old ache dating back further than either of them cared to name, finally, fully soothed. "I had a lot of help learning that lesson myself," he said, glancing toward Hinata, Ino, and Karin, each of them occupied welcoming their own portion of the arriving delegations. "I don't think I get to take credit for figuring it out alone." Kirigakure's delegation arrived next, Etsu walking at its edge with a quiet, unmistakable pride, taking in the settlement's full scope with open, unguarded wonder that reminded Naruto, watching her, of his own first sight of the reawakened towers so many months and lifetimes earlier. She caught his eye across the gathering crowd and offered a small, private nod, an acknowledgement between two people who understood, better than most of those gathered around them, exactly what a single moment of chosen conscience could actually accomplish. The Kirigakure delegation, Etsu among them, spent a considerable portion of their first afternoon simply walking the settlement's streets unescorted, an arrangement Ino had insisted upon over the objections of several more cautious advisors, trusting that genuine, unsupervised curiosity would serve the summit's purpose better than any guided tour carefully curated to impress. Etsu found her way eventually to the healing wing, where Karin greeted her personally, the two women embracing with the easy familiarity of people who had exchanged letters across the years even though this was, in fact, their very first meeting in person. Iwagakure's delegation arrived with considerably more reserve, its representatives observing the settlement's careful order and evident prosperity with expressions that gave little away, though Karin, monitoring the full gathering's chakra signatures with the same attentive care she had once applied to tracking an approaching army, noted a curiosity beneath the careful neutrality that had not been present in any of the intelligence her network had gathered before. She mentioned it quietly to Ino as the delegation settled into their assigned quarters. They're not here just to observe, she said. I think some part of them actually wants to be convinced. That's different from indifference. That's a door held slightly open, even if none of them would admit it openly yet. Ino nodded, filing the observation away with the same careful attention she brought to every piece of diplomatic intelligence. Then we make sure the next 3 days give them every reason to walk through it, she said. Not through pressure. Just by letting them see, honestly and without exaggeration, exactly what we've actually built here. And finally, arriving last and alone save for a single young girl walking close beside him, came Doryu, his granddaughter's hand held gently in his own, both of them looking up at the towers of Uzumaki with an expression that carried, on the old general's weathered face, something Naruto had genuinely never expected to see there, unguarded, unhesitating wonder. He approached Naruto directly, bypassing the more formal protocol most of the other delegations had observed, and now briefly to speak quietly to his granddaughter before straightening and meeting Naruto's eyes. This is Hoshiko, he said. She wanted very much to see the place her grandfather has been telling her about all year. I hope that is still a welcome I'm permitted to ask for. Naruto felt something ease in his chest at the sight of them together, an old, cautious hope finally settling into something closer to certainty. 5 years ago, he thought, watching the old general kneel so gently beside his granddaughter, this same man stood at the barrier's edge with a blade drawn in grief for a weapon. Whatever this world still had left to prove about the possibility of change, Doria had already proven it, simply by choosing to walk through Uzumaki gates as a guest rather than an enemy. It's always welcome, Naruto said, crouching to meet Hoshiko at her own height, offering her the same warm, unguarded greeting he had extended to every refugee who had ever arrived at the settlement's gates. Welcome to Uzumaki. I hope you like towers, because we've got quite a lot of them. Hoshiko studied him with the frank, unguarded curiosity of a child encountering something entirely outside her prior experience. Grandfather says you built all this with a fox living inside you, she said. Is that true? It's true, Naruto said, crouching lower still to meet her eyes properly. His name is Kurama. He's not scary, though, not once you actually get to know him. He's just been waiting a very long time for someone to treat him like a person instead of a weapon. Hoshiko considered that with the particular seriousness only children seem able to summon for questions adults have long since stopped asking sincerely. That sounds lonely, she said. Being treated like a weapon instead of a person. It was, Naruto said gently. That's part of why we built this place. So nobody else would ever have to feel that lonely again, not if we could help it. Doryu, watching the exchange, felt something in his chest ease further still, the particular relief of watching a lesson he had struggled for years to fully articulate himself land, effortlessly and completely, in the space of a single simple conversation between his granddaughter and the very man his own inherited fear had once marked as an enemy. Chapter 4. The formal negotiations that followed occupied the better part of 3 days, conducted in the expanded council chamber with a structure Ino had designed specifically to avoid the kind of circular, fear-driven debate that had once defined the coalition's original deliberations, each delegation given equal speaking time. Each proposal weighed openly rather than decided in private caucus before ever reaching the full assembly. Ino opened the proceedings herself, standing before the full assembly with a composure that carried none of the nervous uncertainty of her earliest diplomatic efforts years before. I know some of you arrived here still uncertain whether this settlement deserves the trust we're asking you to extend, she said, addressing the gathered delegations directly. I'm not going to spend these 3 days trying to convince you through argument alone. I'm going to ask you to simply watch, honestly, what actually happens in this room, and judge us by that instead of by whatever story fear told you before you arrived. The framework Naruto proposed, drafted over the preceding weeks with careful input from all 3 of the women who had built this nation alongside him, offered something considerably more ambitious than mere continued tolerance, a formal peace treaty recognizing Uzumaki full sovereignty, paired with a broader commitment among all 5 great nations to a standing diplomatic council, modeled loosely on the crisis-era coalition structure but explicitly reoriented around conflict prevention. Rather than collective threat assessment, a permanent venue for exactly the kind of honest, difficult conversation that might have prevented the entire confrontation had it existed a year earlier. Iwagakure's delegation proved, as expected, the most resistant voice in the room, its lead representative arguing at length that formalizing such a council risked legitimizing exactly the kind of unilateral bloc formation the original coalition had once feared Uzumaki itself might represent. It was Doryu, unexpectedly, who offered the counterargument that ultimately shifted the room's mood most decisively. Doryu rose slowly to address the room, the weight of his own long history evident in every measured word. "I built a coalition once, on exactly the fear you're describing," he said, addressing Iwagakure's representative directly. "I marched an army against a nation that had done nothing but defend itself with more restraint than the army marching against it ever showed in return. I have spent the years since trying to understand what that fear actually cost, not just in the battle itself, but in every year before it that might have been spent building something like what's being proposed here instead. I am not asking you to trust Uzumaki blindly. I am asking you to consider that the alternative to trust has already been tried, decades ago and again a year past, and both times, it cost considerably more than trust ever could have." The room fell quiet after that, Iwagakure's representative visibly weighing words that carried, coming from the very general who had once led the assault against Uzumaki himself, a weight no argument from Naruto or the settlement's own delegation could have carried on its own. A murmur of quiet agreement moved through several of the assembled delegations as Doryu's words settled over the room. Naruto, watching the exchange unfold, felt a quiet, complicated gratitude toward Doryu that he suspected the older man himself would never fully understand the depth of. It occurred to him, in that moment, that some of the most persuasive arguments for peace were never going to come from the side that had never known war intimately enough to fear it properly. They would come, instead, from people like Doryu, who had carried that fear its farthest possible distance and found, at the end of it, only the cost of having carried it at all. Iwagakure's representative, when he finally spoke again, did not concede the point outright, his caution too deeply ingrained for so swift a reversal, but he asked, for the first time in the summit's proceedings, a genuine question rather than a defensive objection. "What safeguards," he asked, "would prevent such a council from simply becoming a new mechanism for whichever nations hold the most influence within it to impose their will on the rest, dressed up in the language of prevention rather than coercion?" It was Karin who answered, drawing on the same principle that had once guided her understanding of the last ward itself. "Every proposal requires unanimous consent to move forward," she said. "Not majority rule. Not weighted influence. If even one nation genuinely objects, the Council cannot act. It's built the same way our most dangerous piece of sealing technology was built, on the premise that the safest use of shared power is power that can never be exercised without everyone involved genuinely agreeing to it first." A long silence followed before anyone spoke again, the full assembly visibly weighing the exchange. That answer, more than any of the summit's earlier rhetoric, seemed to land with Iwagakure's delegation in a way nothing previously offered quite had, its representative studying Karin for a long moment with something that looked, for the first time since the summit began, like genuine consideration rather than practiced caution. "There is wisdom in that design," he admitted, choosing his words with evident care. "My own council has spent years worrying that any collective structure would eventually be captured by whichever nation held the most influence within it. A structure that cannot act without genuine unanimous consent addresses that concern more directly than anything else proposed here today." Naruto, sensing the shift in the room's mood, chose not to press the advantage further, understanding instinctively that trust extended too quickly under pressure would prove as fragile as trust withheld too stubbornly. "We're not asking anyone to decide everything today," he said. "We're asking everyone to keep talking, honestly, for as long as it takes to get this right. That's already more than most of this world's diplomacy has managed in living memory." Chapter 5. The negotiations continued through the second day with a momentum that surprised even Ino, whose careful planning had prepared for a process considerably slower and more contentious than the one actually unfolding, a pleasant surprise she nonetheless continued treating with the same disciplined caution she brought to every diplomatic effort, unwilling to let early optimism soften the summit's remaining, harder work. Kirigakure formalized its full diplomatic recognition on the second morning, Etsu standing visibly, quietly proud beside her delegation's senior representative as the formal documents were signed, the culmination of a year's careful, patient institutional change that had begun with a single officer's defiance at the edge of a barrier either side had wanted to test. Karin embraced her afterward, unable to hold back the pride she felt on her friend's behalf. "You did that," she told Etsu quietly. "Whatever anyone else remembers about this summit, I want you to remember that this moment traces straight back to the day you chose not to stay quiet." Iwagakure, still unwilling to extend full recognition, agreed nonetheless to a formal non-aggression pact and a commitment to participate in the proposed Standing Diplomatic Council, a considerably smaller step than the other nations had taken, but one that Naruto, watching the documents signed, recognized as genuine progress rather than mere grudging compliance. "It's a door left open," he told the council that evening, echoing words Hinata had once offered him in the earliest, most uncertain days of the original crisis. "Not a door walked through yet. But open, and that's more than we had a year ago." The second day's proceedings also included, at Karin's quiet insistence, a tour of the healing wing for any visiting delegates interested in observing Uzumaki medical fuinjutsu firsthand, an invitation several members of the Kirigakure and even, cautiously, the Iwagakure delegations accepted, watching with evident fascination as Karin walked them through techniques that existed nowhere else in the shinobi world. Healing methods built on the same principle of convergence and consent that underpinned everything else the settlement had constructed. One young Iwagakure medic, watching Karin demonstrate a particularly delicate chakra pathway restoration technique, asked, with evident hesitation, whether such methods could ever be taught outside Uzumaki own borders. Karin considered the question carefully before answering. "That's actually part of what the Standing Council is meant to make possible," she said. "Not just political peace. Genuine exchange. I'd like nothing more than to see techniques like this help people everywhere they're needed, not just within these walls." It was Kumogakure's formal position, delivered on the third and final day of negotiations, that carried the summit's most unexpected weight. Dori rose before the full assembly, his granddaughter seated quietly in the gallery reserved for observing families, and delivered what Ino later described, in the careful diplomatic record she maintained of the proceedings, as the single most consequential speech of the entire summit. Dori stepped forward once more, Hoshiko watching quietly from the gallery, and the entire chamber fell silent in anticipation of what everyone present understood would be a genuinely consequential moment. "I came to this settlement a year ago intending to end it," he said, addressing the full assembly rather than any single delegation. "I believed, with everything my family's grief had taught me across 3 generations, that this outcome was necessary and that any other outcome would simply postpone a debt that could never actually be settled peacefully. I was wrong. Not about the grief. The grief was real, and it remains real, and I do not believe today's proceedings erase it. But I was wrong about the debt requiring force to settle it. I watched this settlement answer overwhelming force with disciplined restraint, and I have spent the years since watching that restraint prove itself, again and again, in every gesture this nation has extended toward the wider world since. Kumogakure formally recognizes Uzumaki-Gakure's sovereignty, and commits fully to the Standing Council proposed here. I make this commitment not on behalf of my council alone, but on behalf of a granddaughter who deserves to inherit a world less shaped by inherited fear than the one I was given." Chapter 6. The formal treaty, signed by all 5 great nations on the evening of the summit's third day in a ceremony held in the plaza before the settlement's full assembled population, banners of all 5 nations raised alongside Uzumaki-Gakure's own spiral standard for the very first time, marked the first time in recorded shinobi history that every major nation had formally recognized a sovereign power built entirely outside the traditional 5 great nation structure, a historic moment that Ino, watching the final signatures affixed to the document, found herself struggling to fully absorb even as she had spent the better part of a year working toward exactly this outcome. Naruto stood at the ceremony's center, flanked by Hinata, Ino, and Karin, and felt, watching each delegation's representative step forward in turn to add their signature to the treaty, the full weight of everything that had brought them to this single moment settle over him with a clarity that felt, for the first time since the crisis began, entirely unburdened by fear of what might still come to undo it. Karin watched the signing with particular attention, tracking the chakra signatures of each representative as they stepped forward, an old habit born of years spent monitoring approaching threats that she found herself, in this moment, grateful to be applying instead to something so entirely different. Every signature carried the same steady, settled resonance, she noted quietly to Hinata beside her. No hesitation left in any of them. Whatever doubts brought each of them here, I don't think any of them are signing this with doubt still in their hearts. Hinata nodded, watching Etsu step forward on Kirigakure's behalf, the young officer's hand steady as she added her own formal signature beneath her delegation's seal, a small but unmistakable acknowledgement of the personal cost that had brought her to this particular privilege. Some of them paid more than others to get here, she said quietly. I hope this treaty remembers that, long after tonight's celebration fades. When the final signature was affixed, Gaara's own, added last at his own quiet insistence as a gesture of continued friendship rather than any formal requirement of the ceremony itself, the assembled crowd erupted into celebration that carried none of the fear-tinged uncertainty of the earlier torchlit gatherings, but something closer to pure, unguarded joy, a settlement of people who had built, together, something the wider world had once insisted was impossible. Doryu, watching from the edge of the crowd with Hoshiko's small hand held in his own, felt something in his chest ease that had been tight for the better part of 3 generations, an old family grief finally, at long last, allowed to rest. Tsunade, finding Naruto amid the celebration's early chaos, offered him something she had never fully managed in all the months since his departure, a genuine, unguarded embrace that carried, beneath its warmth, an apology that words alone had never quite been able to fully deliver. I'm proud of you, she said simply, and meant every word of it fully. Not because of the treaty. Because of who you chose to become while building toward it. Naruto returned the embrace, feeling old grief finally settle into something closer to peace than he had believed himself capable of feeling toward Konoha again. Thank you for finally being ready to see it, he said. That means more than any treaty ever could. Around them, the celebration continued to build, lanterns strung between the settlement's towers exactly as they had been on countless earlier nights, but carrying now a different quality of light entirely, not the fragile relief of survival, but the full, unguarded joy of arrival. Musicians from 3 different nations found themselves, by the evening's end, playing together in a loose, improvised ensemble that honored no single tradition but somehow, in its blending, honored all of them at once. Kakashi, watching the exchange with Sakura beside him, found himself thinking of the boy he had first taken on as a student so many years earlier, loud and brash and desperate, in ways he had never quite said out loud, to be seen as something other than the burden the village had unofficially decided he was. He would have laughed at all this once, Kakashi said quietly to Sakura. 5 nations, a formal treaty, his own settlement. He always said he'd be Hokage someday. I don't think even he imagined he'd end up building something this much larger instead. Sakura, watching Naruto move through the celebrating crowd with an ease and confidence that still, even now, occasionally caught her by surprise, felt her own complicated mixture of pride and old, unresolved guilt settle into something quieter. I used to think Hokage was the biggest dream any of us could have, she said. I don't think that anymore. I think he found something bigger than any single village could have offered him, and I'm glad, even if it took us far too long to actually deserve being part of it. She found him later that evening, near the edge of the celebration, and the 2 of them talked for a long while, old friendship mending itself slowly across the considerable distance the crisis years had placed between them, not fully healed in a single conversation, but genuinely, unmistakably beginning to be. Chapter 7. In the days following the summit's historic conclusion, as the visiting delegations began their gradual departure and the settlement slowly returned to its ordinary rhythms, the founding 4 gathered privately in the council chamber for what had become, over the preceding year, an increasingly rare luxury, an evening with nothing urgent left to decide. It was Karin who broke the comfortable silence first, turning over something that had clearly been on her mind since the summit's proceedings had begun. The old texts, the ones describing the last ward, she said. They talked about convergence bonds, about sealing partnerships built on genuine consent rather than domination. I keep thinking about how much of what we just accomplished actually followed that same principle, just scaled up to an entire world instead of a single bonded pair. Hinata considered that for a long moment before nodding slowly. It's true, isn't it? Every single step of this, the barrier, the alliance with Suna, the summit itself, none of it worked through force. It worked because enough people, on enough sides, finally chose to trust something freely instead of being made to submit to it. Ino, reviewing the summit's final diplomatic record with the same careful satisfaction she brought to every completed project, added her own reflection to the conversation. I think that's actually the real inheritance we built here, she said. Not just a nation. A proof of concept. That the old model, fear managing fear, force answering force, was never actually the only way this world could work. We just needed somewhere willing to try the alternative long enough to prove it could hold. She set the record aside and looked around at the three of them, something rare and unguarded crossing her usually composed expression. I used to measure my own worth by how sharp I could make myself in a room full of people trying to outmaneuver each other, she admitted. I don't think I need to be sharp anymore, not the way I used to. I think I just need to keep being exactly who I already am, and that's finally, actually enough. Naruto listened to all three of them, feeling the particular, settled contentment of a decision made long ago finally, fully vindicated, and found himself thinking, not for the first time, of the 6 ancestral scrolls that had started this entire journey, sitting now in a place of honor within the settlement's restored archive, their teachings no longer merely his mother's inheritance reclaimed for his own sake alone, but a philosophy that had, in the span of a single remarkable year, reshaped the diplomatic architecture of the entire shinobi world. There's something almost strange about it, he admitted after a while. I left Konoha because I was tired of being managed instead of trusted. I never actually set out to change how the whole world thinks about trust between nations. I just wanted somewhere I could be trusted myself. Hinata reached over and took his hand, the same simple, grounding gesture she had offered him so many times across the years since a Hyuga training yard first brought them together. Maybe that's exactly why it worked, she said. You weren't trying to build a philosophy. You were just trying to build a home. Everything else grew out of that, the same way real change always seems to grow out of something smaller and more honest than the grand intentions people usually assume it needs. Ino nodded slowly, setting the diplomatic record aside for the evening, content, for once, to simply sit with the people who had built all of this alongside her rather than continuing to document it. I think that might be the actual lesson underneath everything, she said. The whole shinobi world spent generations building bigger and bigger structures to manage fear. Coalitions, treaties, hierarchies of power. We just built one house, honestly, for people who needed somewhere to belong. It turns out that was the thing worth copying all along. Chapter 8. The months that followed the summit brought a season of genuine, hard-won peace to Uzushiyobakure unlike anything the settlement had known since its reawakening. The constant undercurrent of looming threat that had defined its first year finally, fully lifted, replaced by the steady, unglamorous work of simply continuing to build. Hinata's sealing core, no longer primarily a defensive force bracing for imminent assault, evolved gradually into something closer to an educational institution, training not only Uzushiyogakure's own residents but, in a development none of the founders had fully anticipated, a growing number of exchange students arriving from Suna, Konoha, and even, cautiously, Kirigakure. Drawn by the settlement's now widely respected mastery of Fuinjutsu unlike anything taught elsewhere in the shinobi world, Hinata found particular satisfaction in personally overseeing the exchange program's curriculum, insisting that every visiting student, regardless of their home village's formal doctrine, be given the same room to develop techniques suited to their own individual chakra and temperament that she herself had once been denied within the Hyuga compound's rigid tradition. I don't teach anyone to fight the way I fight, she explained to one visiting Konoha instructor, observing a training session. I teach them to find the way that's actually theirs. That's the only lesson that ever really mattered here. The instructor, watching a young exchange student execute a hybrid technique built from her own village's traditional style fused, carefully and thoughtfully, with principles drawn from Hinata's own innovations, found himself reconsidering, not for the first time since arriving, exactly how much unrealized potential his own village's more rigid academy curriculum might have been quietly suppressing all along. Ino's diplomatic office transformed alongside the Sealing Corps, its focus shifting from crisis management to the steady, ongoing work of maintaining the Standing Council's proceedings, a role that suited her considerable talents even better than the desperate, high-stakes maneuvering of the crisis years had, allowing her, for the first time, to build relationships across the wider shinobi world not out of urgent necessity but out of genuine, patient diplomatic craft. Karin's healing wing, meanwhile, grew into the settlement's most quietly celebrated institution, its Uzumaki medical fuinjutsu drawing patients and students from across the newly peaceful diplomatic landscape, and it was there, working alongside a rotating cadre of visiting healers from every corner of the 5 great nations, that Karin finally fully let go of the last remnants of the old fear that had once defined her entire understanding of her own worth, no longer merely useful, but genuinely, deeply valued for exactly who she was. She began, that same year, mentoring a small cohort of young sensory specialists drawn from across the newly peaceful diplomatic landscape, many of them, like her, once treated primarily as tools for their particular bloodline gifts rather than as people in their own right. Teaching them felt, she told Naruto one evening, like closing a circle that had once seemed permanently broken. I spent so many years believing my gift only mattered because of what it could do for someone else. Watching these students learn that it's allowed to matter simply because it's theirs, that might be the most healing thing I've ever gotten to do. Naruto, for his part, spent those months less as a wartime leader bracing for the next crisis and more as something he had never quite imagined himself becoming, a genuine statesman, traveling periodically to sit in on the Standing Council's ongoing sessions, building, gradually and patiently, the kind of durable relationships across the shinobi world that no single summit, however historic, could have created on its own. It was during one such council session, held that winter in a neutral meeting hall roughly equidistant from all 5 great nations, that Naruto found himself seated beside Iwagakure's representative during a break in proceedings, the two of them sharing tea in a silence that had, over the preceding months, grown considerably less guarded than it had been at the original summit. I did not expect, the representative admitted eventually, to find myself agreeing with the Kumogaku general on matters of trust. I have spent this council season reconsidering rather more than my own position on Yuzushiobakure. I find myself wondering whether my own council's caution has, at times, cost us opportunities considerably more valuable than the safety it was meant to protect. Naruto considered his words carefully before responding, understanding that whatever trust existed between them remained fragile enough to require real care. Caution isn't a failure, he said. I spent a long time being cautious myself, before I found people willing to help me believe something better was actually possible. I don't think anyone owes anyone else instant trust. I think we just owe each other the chance to keep proving ourselves worthy of it, one small gesture at a time, for as long as it takes. The representative studied him for a long moment, something in his careful reserve loosening slightly. Iwagakure will consider full recognition at our next council session, he said finally. I make no promises about the outcome. But I believe, for the first time since this began, that the conversation is genuinely open rather than merely tolerated. Chapter 9. It was nearly a year after the summit, on a quiet evening that carried none of the urgency of any of the crisis's earlier turning points, that Naruto gathered Hinata, Ino, and Karin together on the Sealing Hall's rooftop, the same quiet space that had witnessed so much of what had built their bond together since the settlement's earliest, most uncertain days. I've been thinking, he said, once they'd settled into the familiar comfortable silence of the space, about something the old texts called convergence. Not just as fuinjutsu. As a way of actually living. I think that's what all of this has actually been, this whole year, this whole journey since the 6 of us, since the 4 of us, first found each other. Not separate alliances I happen to build with each of you individually. One continuous, deliberate choice, all of us choosing each other and this place, over and over, every single day it would have been easier not to. Hinata, understanding immediately where his careful words were leading, felt something warm and certain settle in her chest, the particular steadiness of a decision she had, in truth, made in her own heart many months earlier, waiting only for the right moment to say it aloud. I'd like to make that choice formal, Naruto continued, his voice carrying a vulnerability none of them had heard from him even in the tensest moments of the crisis. Not because a title changes what's already true between us, but because this settlement, this whole philosophy we've built it on, deserves to see its founders choosing each other openly, the same way we've asked this entire nation to choose openness over fear at every single turn. He paused, something almost nervous crossing his expression despite everything the past 2 years had taught him about steady confidence. I've never really known how to ask for something like this properly, he admitted. I spent so many years learning how to fight for things, how to earn things through sheer stubbornness. This isn't that. This is just me asking, honestly, whether the three of you want this too, exactly as much as I do. Ino was the first to answer, her usual sharp confidence softened into something quieter and more genuine than Naruto had ever seen from her. I've spent my whole life wanting to be chosen for exactly who I actually am, she said. I don't need to think twice about this. Yes. Karin answered next, her voice carrying the particular weight of someone who had spent a lifetime believing herself unworthy of exactly this kind of belonging. I used to think family was just a word other people got to use, she said, echoing words she had spoken once before, on a very different night, before a very different battle. I don't think that anymore, and I haven't for a long time. Yes, Hinata answered last, reaching for his hand with the same quiet certainty that had carried her through every trial since the day she first found him watching her train in a Hyuga courtyard that felt now like it belonged to an entirely different lifetime. I chose this the day I left everything else behind, she said. I'll keep choosing it every day after this one too. Yes. Chapter 10. The bonding ceremony, held 3 months later in the height of a clear summer beneath a sky scattered with the day's last light, was deliberately modest by any conventional royal standard, held not in some grand hall built for the occasion, but in the same torchlit plaza where every major turning point of the settlement's history had already been marked, attended by the settlement's full population and a small, carefully chosen circle of guests from across the shinobi world, Gaara among them. And Kakashi, and Tsunade, and in a gesture that moved Naruto more than he had expected, Doryu, standing quietly at the ceremony's edge with Hoshiko beside him, watching with an expression of unguarded warmth that would have seemed impossible to imagine from him only 2 years earlier. Sachi, who had become over the years something like an honorary grandmother to the entire settlement, officiated the ceremony personally, drawing on an old Uzushio tradition unearthed from the settlement's own archive, a convergence rite adapted, with careful and deliberate reverence, from the same philosophy that had once bound Naruto and Kurama together as equal partners, now extended to bind together a family built on that identical foundation of mutual, freely given consent. There were, by deliberate design, no elaborate vows, no lengthy ceremonial declarations. Each of them spoke simply, in their own words, of what this choice meant to them, Hinata speaking of finally finding a home that never once asked her to shrink, Ino speaking of finally being seen for exactly who she actually was, Karin speaking of finally understanding what the word family had always been meant to mean, and Naruto, last, speaking not of what he had given to any of them, but of everything each of them had given to him in return, a partnership, a purpose, and a reason to believe that the whole world's oldest wounds could still, somehow, be healed. Sachi, watching the 4 of them complete the ancient convergence rite exactly as the old texts described, chakra flowing freely and equally between all 4 in a bond built entirely on mutual, freely given consent, felt her own eyes grow damp with an emotion she made no real effort to hide. I have officiated a great many ceremonies in my long life, she told the gathered crowd once the rite was complete. I have never once seen a bond built so plainly, so honestly, on nothing but the simple, radical choice to be exactly who you are, together, without apology. When Sachi finally pronounced the bond complete, the plaza erupted into celebration that lasted long into the night, and Naruto, watching his family and his settlement celebrate together as one, felt, for the first time since the very beginning of this long, improbable journey, something that was not merely peace or triumph, but a quiet, complete sense of having finally, fully arrived exactly where he was always meant to be. Gaara found him during a quiet lull in the celebration, the the two of them stepping away from the noise to stand together at the edge of the plaza, looking out over the settlement's lights reflecting on the dark water beyond. I remember watching you fight for acceptance your whole childhood, Gaara said. I remember thinking, back then, that acceptance was the finish line, the thing that would finally settle everything once it arrived. I don't think that anymore. I think what you actually built was something better than acceptance. You built belonging, for yourself and for everyone standing in this plaza tonight, and belonging, I've come to believe, was always the harder and more worthwhile thing to build. Naruto considered that for a long moment, watching his family move through the celebrating crowd, Hinata deep in conversation with Niji, who had traveled for the occasion despite the clan's continued formal reticence, Ino laughing freely with a cluster of the settlement's youngest Sealing Corps recruits, Karin standing quietly with Doryu and Hoshiko, the three of them sharing something that looked, from this distance, remarkably like an easy, genuine friendship. You're right, he said finally. Acceptance is something other people decide to give you. Belonging is something you build together, and nobody gets to take it away once it's real. Doryu, catching sight of Naruto and Gaara from across the plaza, made his way over eventually, Hoshiko trailing behind him with the particular sleepy contentment of a child who had stayed up considerably later than her usual bedtime allowed. I did not think, when I first marched an army against these walls, that I would one day stand inside them celebrating a wedding, he said. I find I am grateful, more than I know how to properly express, that the version of events I once believed inevitable was not, in the end, the one that actually came to pass. Hoshiko, tugging gently at her grandfather's sleeve, looked up at Naruto with the same frank curiosity she had shown at the summit years earlier, though considerably less shy now, familiar with the settlement, and its founders through several subsequent visits. Grandfather says you're an emperor now, she said. Does that mean you're going to make everyone do what you say? Naruto laughed, crouching to meet her at her own height exactly as he had that very first day. Not even a little, he said. Being emperor here doesn't mean everyone has to listen to me. It just means I promised, a long time ago, to make sure everyone gets the chance to become exactly who they actually are. That's a very different kind of promise than telling people what to do. Hoshiko considered that with her usual careful seriousness. That sounds like a harder job, she said finally. It is, Naruto agreed, smiling. But it's the only kind of job worth having, if you asked me. Chapter 11. 5 years passed, the way that years of genuine, hard-won peace always seem to, quickly and quietly, marked less by singular dramatic turning points than by the steady, cumulative accumulation of an ordinary, flourishing life built on top of everything the founding years had cost to secure. Uzumaki had grown, by the 5th anniversary of the summit, into a settlement that no visitor from those earlier, uncertain days would have fully recognized, its population many times what it had been even at the height of the crisis, its towers joined now by new construction reflecting a full generation of residents who had never known the settlement as anything other than a place of genuine belonging. Its Sealing Corps Academy recognized across the shinobi world as the finest Fuinjutsu institution anywhere, drawing students from every one of the 5 great nations in numbers that would have seemed impossible during the crisis years. The market that had once been little more than a handful of trading stalls had grown into a genuine commercial district, drawing merchants from across the newly peaceful diplomatic landscape, and the settlement's growing reputation as a center of both Fuinjutsu mastery and diplomatic innovation had begun attracting visitors who came for reasons that had nothing to do with politics at all, simple curiosity, scholarly interest, or, increasingly, the straightforward desire to see with their own eyes a place so many now spoke of as proof that a better world was actually, achievably possible. The Standing Diplomatic Council, once a fragile, uncertain experiment born from a single historic summit, had grown into a permanent and respected institution in its own right, credited, in the careful assessment of historians across the shinobi world, with preventing no fewer than 3 separate conflicts that might once have escalated into full-scale war under the old fear-first diplomatic architecture. The council had been built specifically to replace Iwadakure, true to the representative's cautious promise at that winter council session years earlier, had extended full formal recognition within the following year, becoming the 4th of the 5 great nations to do so, its own council citing, in the formal language of its declaration, 5 years of consistent, verifiable good faith as the deciding factor in a decision that had once seemed, to every observer of the original crisis, entirely unimaginable. Kumogakure's own transformation, driven initially by Doria's singular change of heart, had deepened considerably over the years as well, its formal alliance with Yuzushiogakure growing into one of the Standing Council's most productive partnerships. Joint research exchanges between the two nations' academies producing advances in both Fuinjutsu and lightning-style techniques that neither nation could likely have achieved as quickly working alone. Doryu, in the years since the summit, had become one of the Council's most respected voices, his hard-won transformation from coalition general to genuine advocate for conflict prevention serving as a living testament to exactly the kind of change Naruto had once told him was possible, back on that quiet border shrine so many years earlier. Hoshiko, now old enough to have begun her own shinobi training, had grown up hearing the story of Yuzushiogakure not as a cautionary tale of fear finally righted, but as a foundational lesson in what conscience could accomplish when given room to grow. Naruto, Hinata, Ino, and Karin had, in the years since their bonding ceremony, built a family life that carried all the ordinary, precious texture of any genuine home, children's laughter echoing now through the same rooftop spaces where the four of them had once made every major decision of the crisis years, a new generation growing up in a settlement that had never once asked them to be anything other than exactly who they were. Sachi, well into her later years now but still teaching at the Sealing Corps Academy several days a week, had taken to telling the settlement's youngest children the story of the reawakening as a kind of living history lesson, careful always to emphasize not the battles or the politics but the simple, human choices that had actually built everything around them, a refugee family's quiet courage, a single officer's willingness to break formation, a general's granddaughter asking an honest question her grandfather had needed years to properly answer. History remembers the summits and the treaties, she would tell her young students. But nations are actually built out of moments considerably smaller than that, and they're worth remembering just as carefully. The old vault, its ancestral scrolls long since fully translated and its knowledge woven now into the Sealing Corps Academy's core curriculum, remained a place of quiet pilgrimage for the settlement's residents, particularly its newest arrivals, who often found themselves drawn to stand before the last ward's carved chamber, not out of any morbid fascination with its potential destructive power, but out of a genuine desire to understand the philosophy of consent and convergence that had, in the end, shaped everything the settlement had become far more thoroughly than the weapon itself ever had. Chapter 12. On a quiet evening marking the 5th anniversary of the historic summit, the founding four gathered once more in the familiar torchlit plaza, joined now by children who had grown up knowing nothing but peace, by residents who had built entire lives in a settlement that had once existed only as a drowned memory and a stubborn hope, by visiting representatives from every one of the 5 great nations who had traveled to mark the occasion together, a gathering that would have seemed, to anyone standing in this same plaza during the desperate, uncertain days of the original crisis, like something closer to an impossible dream than any plausible future. Naruto stood at the plaza's center, looking out at the gathered crowd, the summer air warm and easy against towers that had once risen from decades of silence, and felt the full, accumulated weight of everything that had brought him to this single moment, the cellar in a quiet outpost where he had first unrolled his mother's scrolls, the long nights spent studying Fuinjutsu his own village had insisted didn't exist. The quiet convergence with Kurama that had changed everything that followed. The individual conversations with Hinata and Ino and Karin that had each, in their own way, built the foundation of everything that came after, the confrontation at the barrier's edge that could have ended everything and instead, against every fear driving it, became the beginning of something else entirely. 5 years ago, he told the gathered crowd, his voice carrying clear and steady across the plaza exactly as it had on every major turning point since the settlement's founding, I stood in this same place and told all of you that we were building towards something that outlasts every fear that ever tried to stop it. I did not fully know, that night, whether that was a promise I could actually keep. I know now that it was. Not because of anything I did alone. Because every single person standing in this plaza tonight chose, again and again, to build something better than fear, one honest choice at a time. Hinata stepped up beside him, taking his hand exactly as she had on so many pivotal evenings before this one. We didn't just rebuild an empire, she said, addressing the crowd in turn. We proved something the whole world needed proof of. That strength and gentleness were never actually opposites. That a homeland built on Uzumaki blood could hold, and grow, and flourish, without ever once needing to become the thing the world once feared it would. Ino spoke next, her sharp, assessing gaze softened now by 5 years of genuine, hard-won peace. I spent years of my life wanting to be seen for exactly who I was, she said. This place taught me that being seen was never actually the hard part. The hard part was building somewhere worth being seen in. I think we did that. I think we're still doing it, every single day. Karin spoke last, her voice carrying the particular quiet certainty of someone who had once believed herself the final, lonely remnant of a dying bloodline and now stood surrounded by an entire flourishing nation built from exactly that same blood. I used to think family was just a word other people got to use, she said, one final time, the same words she had spoken on the eve of the original battle, on the night of their bonding, carrying now a weight of fulfillment neither of those earlier moments could have fully anticipated. I know now that it was always mine too. It just needed somewhere safe enough to finally grow into. She paused, looking out over the gathered crowd, faces she had come to know intimately over the years, faces that had once belonged to strangers and refugees and, in some cases, soldiers who had marched against these very walls, all of them now simply neighbors, simply family in the truest sense the word had ever actually carried. To anyone out there who still believes they're the last of something, or the only one carrying a burden nobody else understands, she said, her voice carrying further now, addressing not just the plaza but, in her own quiet way, every corner of the wider world still listening for proof that healing was actually possible. I promise you, you are not as alone as it feels. Somewhere, there's a place that's been waiting for you too. Sometimes you just have to be brave enough to go looking for it. The four of them stood together at the plaza's center as the celebration continued around them long into the warm summer night, the towers of Uzumaki rising clean and unbroken against the sky finally, fully at peace, a homeland reclaimed not through conquests but through the patient, difficult, and ultimately triumphant work of building something worth defending and worth trusting in equal measure, a legacy that would carry forward, long after this single anniversary evening had passed, into every generation still to come. Somewhere in the crowd, a small child, no older than 4 or 5, tugged at her mother's sleeve and asked, with the simple directness only children ever seem to manage, why everyone was celebrating tonight. Her mother knelt beside her, pointing toward the 4 figures standing together at the plaza's center, and answered in words that would, in the years and generations still to come, become something very near to legend across this reclaimed and flourishing homeland. Because a long time ago, she said, some people decided that fear didn't have to win, and they were brave enough, and patient enough, to prove it. Thanks for listening.